morning, everybody, and welcome to beautiful Virginia International Raceway. It is the 2025 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati, and of course, we've got Director Extraordinaire Spencer Gaynor sitting right over our shoulders here. He's going to give you the best overcast view of Virginia International Raceway here today. And Brian, great, beautiful circuit is Virginia International Raceway. 17 turns, not 3.2, not 3.25, but 3.27 miles. We have here listed, and of course, a very interesting story about VIR. Two first races. When the circuit first opened in the late 50s, 1957, it closed down and went dormant for, about 15 years before Connie Stevens and, did I say Connie Stevens? Not Connie Nyholm. Wow. Connie Stevens is at Hallett. Yeah. Connie Nyholm and her team worked to bring this track back from the dead here with our first races again in early 2000. One of these courses that is laid out with such great elevation change through the uphill S's, downhill through the roller coaster. I mean, just an absolutely wonderful circuit here, Brian, as Spencer goes and gives us some views. You can see all the wonderful elevation changes. Of course, the one thing that is not here any longer is that iconic oak tree right there at the top right-hand corner of your screen, and it really changed that corner considerably. But let's do this, Brian, as we have our racers heading on track now for the very first qualifying session of the day, and it's our Spec Miatas T3 and T4. Let's do this. Let's go and bring up the schedule for the day here so everybody can see what we've got on tap. This morning, it is, for the most part, qualifying day. We've got 15-minute qualifying sessions for each of our 6 different SARRC MARRS Challenge race groups. There is a 15-minute practice session. It'll be our 3rd session of the morning. Right. That is for the Tarheel. We have it listed as Enduro and Sprint. It's a combined group tomorrow. There will be a 65-minute race with a 45-minute race built in, kind of combined into it. So they have practice this morning. They have qualifying. They're going to be the very last session of the day after our racing is concluded. And then, of course, we do it all again tomorrow. So heading out on track here, Brian, I think we are somewhere along the lines of about 20 cars strong between Spec Miata and which is the largest class here. I think we have 11 racers in Spec Miata. We've got 5 entries in Touring 4 and some great cars there. We've got Jeff Giordano, who had been racing in ITS and a Ford Mustang for a number of years. He moves over to a Mazda MX-5. We've got Neil Harrison in a Mazda RX-8. I used to race against Neil years ago. He used to race in ITA, Nissan 240SX. Nathan Pring in his Mazda MX-5, and we had dinner last night with Matt Milford, who's in the Dixie Cup Honda Civic. But great field here today. We've got the Cahall brothers in Spec Miata, Ted Cahall, Robert Cahall, Bob Mueller Jr. is here with us as well. Yeah, some great racers from the Southeast meeting some of the best from the Northeast.
2/5 of the Witt family.
That's right. Yeah, we only have
2/5 of the Witt family.
Only have 20% of the Witts here. Yeah. And actually, I think it's the 2 fathers. So,
correct.
Yeah, indeed. So it should be a good time here as our racers. They are on their outlap right now. The next time they come down through the roller coaster and a hog pen, they'll come onto the front straight and see the green flag for the very first time.
Yeah, Greg, this group here, you really got to try to find a partner and get through. That's really going to help you with your lap, right?
Yeah,
this
sure.
is such a large, flowing track.
With
that
2 long straightaways.
Correct. And so you need to have some help, right? Especially if you want to get that speed. You're going to see a lot of people as they go by the start-finish line here. This first lap, you're going to see where, they're going to be 3 wide right there. Not the smartest move right out of the gate, but again, you got 15 minutes there. You see they all go down into turn 1. 3, some of them trying to get 4 wide here. It's I don't think the announcement came out. This is just qualifying. This is a
Right.
race. You kind of want to stay in line as much as you can. I know you want to try to get to a friend, a teammate, or whatever.
Right.
You got to try to get around certain individuals, but you're not going to be able to do that unless you have a partner. So get in line, and then you can get to your teammate. And then,
Yeah, but of course, what we're seeing here is so the cars are gridded up. My understanding is based on when they registered for
Sure.
the event, and so we have some of the T4 cars. They're mixed in with the Spec Miatas.
Right.
They've got more straight line speed. The Miatas more cornering speed than say like the front wheel drive Civics. So they're all trying to, at least early on here in the
distance
session,
themselves a little bit
and
not to get played into that perspective.
exactly.
Yep. No, great.
Now the challenge that you run into, again, these are 15-minute sessions, Brian. We're already now already 4 minutes
Yeah.
into this session just with that outlap. So let's do this, Brian. Let me make a call to the grid
sure.
for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 2. E production, F production, H production, GT Light, GT Pinto, Legends cars, improved touring, IT7, ITEZ, SM5, and ST7. Race group number 2, please start heading to the grid. These sessions this morning are going to move very, very quickly. So important that when the group ahead of you takes to the track, you're ready to go to the grid.
Yeah.
And yeah, Brian, we're seeing here, as you said, not necessarily the fast way around as we've got cars going side by side, trying to outbrake one another in 14. That'll be great when it comes to be race time, because that's a traditional passing zone here at VIR.
Yeah, you're right. That's a very high passing zone there. So, but during qualifying, get in line as quickly as you can. That's how you're going to go faster, whether it is a T4 car or not, right? The T4 car will get around you when you get through there, which we're seeing right now. Coming out down past the start finish line. That's Jennifer Romes right there, kind of leading that group, and then a little bit further back. But yeah, again, try to get in line. You got to get the fastest lap you can. I believe one of the cars we have out here, I think it's an Eric Gerchak car, but I don't know if that's Eric Gerchak in the car.
Okay.
I don't see him on timing and scoring. So some of these cars may not be being picked up by timing and scoring right now.
Yeah.
But I believe that is Eric Gerchak's car. So
right, the bright blue and kind of day glow orange.
Yeah.
I believe that I always mistake for Danny Staines' car every time we're here.
Correct. Right. Just now going out of NASCAR, coming out into the turn 4 right there. Believe. From that camera, that should be the 21.
Yeah,
I'm not seeing the 21 on there, but
yeah, we'll take a look here now. You'll notice if you look at our timing and scoring pylon on the left-hand side, and we'll be flashing up the classes there soon enough for you. The burgundy colored cars on our timing screen, those are the Touring 4 cars. The white colored cars. Ooh, look at this. We've got a goose that's just landed dead center on the track. I mean,
there he is right there.
Put a debris. They're giving a waving yellow for him. I don't know. I put a debris flag out for him.
Well, there could be a debris flag if he doesn't want to move. He does not sure where he wants to go.
And when I was out at like 6:30 this morning putting cameras out, Brian, there was a whole flock of them there on either side of the racetrack.
He's looking for his partner to go fast. There he goes.
Yep, there you go. All right, so. Yeah, withdraw that yellow. All right.
Wow.
Yeah. So Brian, last year I was covering one of the Super Tour races. This was at Portland International Raceway at the old the Delta Park complex, and they also have this huge flock of geese. Except there, the geese actually will go and challenge the racers to pieces of pavement, and they'll walk out to the middle of the track, and they absolutely will not move. They'll just stare racers down as they come to the car. That's over by turn 7 over there.
I think that one was there looking for a partner so he can go faster, right?
That's right.
Or maybe they heard our broadcast and said, "Hey, let's go see what we got."
All right,
going.
Brian. And we've got, I think that's the 34 machine. Oh, yes, Jeff Giordano just hit the tire wall just to the left of our camera.
Oh.
I knew I should have shifted that camera.
There's another one going off there now, too.
And is that the...
I'm wondering if we've got something out there, because that's 2 of them, and the 2 cars behind him
possibly
also did kind of the same thing.
And that was the 02 machine that just went off. That's George Paul in SMSE.
Yeah.
So Jeff Giordano in the number 34. He had just on the previous lap set his fastest lap of the session, Brian, and turned in a 2:14.760. This lap going to be a little bit longer, I suppose. All right, while we got this going on, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2. That is small bore production, improved touring, ST7 Legends cars, and you know the rest. Race group number 2, please head to the grid.
You know, Greg, saw the 02 George Paul coming by the start finish.
So he
got some pretty heavy rear damage to that car, able to drive that around. We'll see come that. There he is coming on your screen right now. You may not be able to see the damage. We'll probably be able to pick it up on the next camera.
Yeah, let's see if we can get him here.
Right there in the back. You can see
the
just
bumper's
right
kind of hanging down a little bit.
The trunk lid is kind of up on that right side, but looks like he may try to bring it all the way around. There is an exit, I believe, right there on the other side. Of the bridge,
just past the bridge. But you'll notice here also, because we do still have the one car off in the tire wall, just down there, black flag all. So all of our racers, they are going to be heading back to the pit lane. You'll see they're kind of coming off the pace a little bit. Hey, Spencer, do we have the in-car camera running? Nope, I guess we don't. I thought we might have Alex Cummings in-car video that we might have been able to get a lap of VIR, but so we'll check. Hopefully, we'll have him for his race later today. Alex running in Touring 4, and I saw the car out there, but I'm showing that he has not set a time. He had some electrical issues during the test day with that car, and I think only was able to put in 5 or 6 laps. So, Brian, I have a feeling that that this session is likely going to end with the drivers on the pit lane, given that they're giving them the black flag here. Let's reset the field quickly here. We've got all of our timing, of course, up at the top of the screen, left-hand side of the screen with the ticker, and we can see a lot of the racers. They are taking their cars back to the paddock. In Touring 4, Jeff Giordano, your fastest racer, with his Mazda MX-5, a time of 2:14.760. Nathan Pring, John Ferguson, second and third fastest. Matt Milford in his Civic, fourth fastest. In Spec Miata, yes, we are showing Eric Gerchak now on timing and scoring, so they may have manually put him in there. Matter of fact, they didn't show a last time for him. Scott Witt, though, your fastest Spec Miata driver. He's out of Monetta, Virginia. Qualifying time, 2:20.201. Bob Mueller Jr. out of Mooresville, North Carolina. In the number 60 machine, only 69/1000ths of a second back from from Scott Witt. Eric Gerchak, third fastest, 6/10 back from there. So we found the number 21 car. Dylan Witt, fourth fastest. And here's a nice returning name we haven't seen for a while. Forrest Landy out of Ashburn, Virginia, number 94 car. He was fifth fastest in the session. In SMSE, Chris Hubart was your fastest driver with a 2:25 flat. He was 5.5 seconds up on George Paul and Dennis Mathias. And then finally in SMSET, we have Mark Sr. in his Mazda Miata out of Raleigh, North Carolina, 2:28.96. And Jim Hess in the, do we call it a Thunder Chicken if it's a Miata? He's in the number 56 white Miata that has the Pontiac Firebird screaming chicken on the hood. But Brian, indeed, they just threw the checkered flag on the session. Let me make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2. Small bore, improved touring, Legends cars, GT Pinto, and the rest. Please head to the grid. This is your final call. All right, Brian, we'll be back here in just a few moments with more action. It's the SARRC MARRS Challenge at VIR.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
And welcome back to Virginia International Raceway. It is the 2025 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge, brought to you by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm me, he's him.
That's it.
And the guy behind us is him as well. That's Spencer Gaynor. And we're heading out on track now, Brian. It is, well, we've got it on the screen for you. It's our production cars, E production, F production, H production. We also have improved touring. I don't think we have any Legends cars here this weekend. We may have some of our GT Pinto contingent, and I don't believe we've got any of the ST7 cars. I'm not even going to mention SM5. I don't think that in the 10-plus years that's been a class in the SCCA, I've never actually seen one. So as the cars are heading out on track, again, these are 15-minute qualifying sessions. Brian, let me make a first call to the grid for the next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 3. That's Big Bore, American Sedan, GT1, GT2, GT3 and 3U, GTX, GTA, ITO, SPO, Spec Corvette, and we've got a big Spec Corvette field here this weekend. T1, T2, SPU. Please head to the grid. Race group 3, Big Bore, please head to the grid.
We're going to have a lot of in-car camera action going on.
I am hoping, and I'm going to have to double check all that stuff during the break and make sure we've got those up and running, but I think that's definitely the case.
Yeah.
So, Brian, heading out on track here, we've got, of course, our different improved touring classes. We've got E production, F production, and actually this is going to make it easy for us. We've got E production, we've got H production, and we've got E, F, and H. And improved touring, we've got ITS and ITA, and that is it. First car to leave the grid was F production racer Stephen Clark. He was the SARRC F production champion, I believe, back in 2023. There he goes. Just roll by our camera in that yellowish number 13 Mazda Miata. By the way, Brian, apparently I got car numbers wrong at the end of the last session. That's right. And actually, you're right, Brian. Real quick. John Krolwitz just corrected me. Race Group 3, Big Bore, don't go to the grid. I messed up big. Race Group 7, our Tarheel Enduro and Sprint racers. Race Group 7, you should be heading to the grid. You've got your practice session next. I almost forgot that. I forgot what the order is. Race Group number 7, please head to the grid.
Not almost, you did.
I did. Thank you, John Krolwitz. Thankfully, John is here, and that shows that there's at least one person listening to us. All right, so says Stephen Clark comes out of Hog Pen and onto the front straight. Green flag is in the air. And matter of fact, what they're doing, and Spencer just pointed it out, Brian, they're actually showing the green flag over at turn 17 to let racers know that, well, the clock's starting, essentially. There you go. That's probably the only station where we're going to see, other than start-finish, showing a waving green flag here.
Yeah, I mean, everybody, the track is green when they first go out.
Yes,
but
of course.
Nobody else is really showing the green. There's no other flag.
FIA
played,
flag.
You're right,
there.
but this one here, yeah.
He's going to be waving it all session long, maybe.
Yeah.
All right.
At least till every car gets through at that point.
Yeah,
but,
and those are the FIA rules. I mean, if he wasn't here, he'd probably be down in Miami. For the Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Let's see here. In ITA, we've got Paul Spencer, who's come away with a couple of SARRC championships himself. Great to see Justin Barbary, who runs the Track Night in America program for the national office. He's out in his Mazda Protege. First time that car's been out in a while. Let's see, Ben Gloka in his Acura Integra. We've seen Ben race at some of the Super Tour events over the last couple of years. Good to see him. And in H production, this will be a nice little race. I think not a huge field, but we've got Charlie Guest in his Austin Healey Sprite. We've got Alex McBain. Alex was last year's MARRS H production champion and also Rookie of the Year. He's out of Ashburn, Virginia. We've got Ken Van Horn in a new to him Honda CRX, the 1985 green and black CRX, trying to, I guess, knock out some of the gremlins.
Still trying to dial that thing. It's sat for the last 2 years, but that car was always quick here. I know I ran against that before. here. So again, still trying to get all those gremlins from, having it sit for a while. So we'll see what Ken can do. I know, again, a couple weeks ago had some problems with it once again during the racing. So we'll see. Hopefully those go away, but he's been pretty quick right now, right out of the gate. So hopefully he's got all that taken care of.
Yeah, indeed. And want to welcome, not in the chat, but he let me know that he's watching, Tom O'Gorman, one of our Super Tour, sometimes Super Tour, and always National Championship runoffs race announcer. So I want to thank him for joining us here today. And of course, if you want to join in on the conversation, not many people right now, but go ahead, drop a line in the chat. Let us know you're watching. Robert Hansen, of course, was telling us how nasty the geese were during our last run group. And there we go. We got Ryan. Ryan.
That's actually dry.
Yeah. So yeah, that's right. So Ryan was our H production champion for the MARRS series last year, and Dad Alex is racing the car. I guess Alex, who from time to time races a Porsche 944, is taking to the fit. And Ryan says that Troy is Alex's other son. Troy and Ryan are crewing for Dad here this weekend in the Honda Fit.
In other words, Dad's got to get up on the wheel or he's going to get replaced, because I'm sure they didn't leave their helmets at home. That's
absolutely right. All right, so in ITA right now, Paul Spencer going to the top of the leaderboard with a 2:27.6. He's got almost a full second on Justin Barbary. Joel Gambino is a multi-time MARRS ITA champion out of Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. Currently your third fastest driver, but about 4 seconds off of provisional pole right now. In F production, Stephen Clark in his Mazda Miata, Brian, fastest driver in the session with a 2:17.1. He's got almost 7 seconds on the rest of the F production field right now. Glenn Evans out of Centerville, Virginia, representing the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. He is currently your fastest ITS car. Justin Deffenbaugh out of Raleigh in his Acura Integra, second fastest, about 6 seconds back from there. Paul Overstreet in a Miata out of Charlottesville, third fastest. And who am I forgetting? Yes, E-Production, Al Pierce in his Mazda RX-7. He's out of Spartanburg, South Carolina. He is your fastest driver at the moment with a 2:41.3. He's got about 4 seconds on James Etchells in his Mazda Miata.
Yeah. This guy's starting to getting some word. Possibly somebody, we'll try to figure out what that number is, possibly may have
putting some
really slow, not really oil. I can't really.
Yeah.
Still trying to determine who that.
All right,
was.
All right, had a couple cars come down the pit lane here. The 32 Nissan 280Z of Chris Plucker, and that car has been here in the Southeast for so long. Plucker comes down the pit lane. I think he's headed back to the paddock. We also saw Ben Gloca's Acura Integra there, and I believe also heading back to the paddock, the 31 Integra. All right, Brian, let me try and correct my issues once again. Let me make another call to the grid for the real next group.
Yep.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 7. That's our Tarheel CRE Endurance and Sprint group. Please head to the grid. Race group 7, Tarheel Enduro and Sprint CRE. Please head to the grid. Also, quick reminder, I believe after every Group 7 session, they are supposed to have a debrief with your instructors. So remember to do that when you get off track. I'm sure they'll probably be waiting for you, probably over by Tech.
I think we're getting a yellow flag up there on the.
Yeah, and Brian, if we see here, yep, running very wide, coming through one, and just now rejoining. That, I believe, if we take a look, is...
Let's see, that's going to be right in the middle of the racetrack there.
Yeah, I'm trying to determine if that is Sanders in the 124. No, I don't think that is. I think that's the 8th production Austin Healy of Charles Guest, the number 5 machine.
Yep.
And so Guest ran wide. He was a guest of the grass, and he has now rejoined.
They worked him. They worked him as the guest. He became the VIP guest down in turn 1.
Exactly. And overstayed his welcome, and they sent him back on his way. Yeah, there's Charlie there coming through Snake. Yeah, that's the number 5 machine.
Oh, that looks like 2 digits, but it's hard to see.
Or might it, I'm wondering if it was maybe the midget of Golden 72.
Yeah.
All right. Well, maybe Charlie wasn't the guest for the day.
Oh, he's a guest, but he's a guest here of ours.
All right, as we've got now just about 4 minutes remaining in the session. Stephen Clark, your fastest driver overall in his F production Mazda Miata. He now has expanded his advantage on the rest of the F production field, Brian, to 7.8 seconds. With Patrick McGovern second fastest. Stephen Layfield, though, another 5 seconds back from there. Layfield just crosses the line in the 71 Miata. Picks up actually a couple seconds, just turns in his fastest lap time, but he is about 11 seconds off of Clark's times. Alex McBain, not Ryan, but Alex is your provisional pole sitter in H production. He's got almost 10 seconds on the rest of the HP field. In ITA, Barbary now going to the top of the leaderboard, Brian, and he's got 1.8 seconds on Paul Spencer. So that front-wheel drive protege, when Barbary gets behind the wheel of that car, he definitely can. He gets up on the wheel. He's been racing that car now for probably close to 15 years. Joel Gambino, third fastest.
Yeah, Glenn Evans leading the ITS field. Putting out a pretty good lap there. 2:18.622 was his fastest. Just ran that on his last lap, lap 4. Justin Deffenbaugh sitting in second with that 2:22.856. So about a 4.5 second lead. We got the 48 car slow. Coming by our window here.
Yeah, that's Al Heatwall. Al's North Carolina region member, commonly part of the tech team here. And for years, Al has raced and there he is pulling off to the side there. Al, for many years, raced, I believe it was an E-Production Datsun 2000 Roadster. Beautiful, beautiful car. He's been trying, he bought this Miata, I think, around 3 years ago. And it's been giving him some problems, obviously, and those problems continue today. So we'll have a local caution over at the start-finish bridge to handle that condition. Al running 6th fastest in F production at the moment, and we've got about a little bit less than 2 minutes remaining on the clock.
And he's in a safe spot right there. So they'll just run the clock out, put him right there. So yeah, it shouldn't be that much of a problem there. Again, unfortunate that he ended up not being able. Well, he did finish that lap, but not able to finish the entire session.
All right, so we've got Peter Kraus joining in. From the chat. Great to see. I had a great conversation with Peter earlier in the week, and Peter is going to be racing at the Jefferson 500 in just a couple of weeks in a Fiat, I believe a Fiat X19, that we'll see out there. So want to thank him for joining in, and also we heard from Ryan McBain and Troy McBain here in the chat as well. Troy, an H production Honda CRX racer, as the checkered flag is now out on the session.
Yeah, we got a couple cars that have gone off around the racetrack, so they're kind of really wanting to get them kind of out of the way. I believe we've got car 12 that may have gone off. Justin Barbary, you were just talking about him, so the racer's curse happens again.
Thank you. And sorry. Sorry about that. Mr. Barbary. All right, so checkered flag is out on the session. We've got timing up there on the ticker. You can see Stephen Clark holds on to his position as overall pole. This will be, and I should mention again, racing will begin immediately after lunch today. So this will be our second race of the afternoon. Patrick McGovern, second fastest in F production. Stephen Layfield, third fastest in E production. It's Al Pierce with 20+ seconds on James Etchells in H production. Alex McBain, your provisional pole sitter, with 3.5 seconds on Elliott Golden in his midget. Ken Van Horn in the CRX, and Charles Guest in the number 5 Sprite. Unfortunately, only completed a single lap. In ITA, we talked about Barbary with Paul Spencer and Joel Gambino, your top 3. Grayson Upchurch in his Dodge Neon, 4th fastest. And in ITS, Glenn Evans with Justin Deffenbaugh and Paul Overstreet. And it appears as though, Brian, we did have one of our IT7 racers come out. IT7 for years was so huge here in the Southeast Division and the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship. That's Robert Mitchell in the number 28 machine. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 7, our Tarheel Enduro and Sprint racers, the CRE group. Please head to the grid. Race group 7, this is your final call to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more action in just a moment from Virginia International Raceway. You're watching the 2025 South Atlantic Road Racing Championship Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series Challenge.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers. Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back, everybody, to Virginia International Raceway. It's the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. And so heading out on track now, Brian, are our racers for the Tarheel endurance and sprint races, which are going to be held tomorrow. Actually, our very last group, our last race, or probably our last session before lunch tomorrow.
Right.
They are going to be on track today. Once again, they'll be our last group of the day here as well. They'll have their qualifying session, but this is as we're so fond of saying, it's just practice.
Yep.
Alan Iverson would say it's just practice. And so this group here, Brian, a little bit different from the other 6 race groups that we have racing this weekend. These racers are going to be racing under what is known as the Club Racing Experience rule set for the SCCA, which means, one, don't need a competition license to race. The cars need to meet some basic safety requirements, but they don't necessarily have to fall into the rigid classing structure that we see in SCCA road racing that our Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and South Atlantic Road Racing Championship racers fall under. And the other interesting thing about this is that, and this is very much like what SCCA does for the time trials program, is that there is a driver coach essentially for the group. And after each one of their sessions on track, the racers will actually come back and do a debrief, the whole group, with the instructor, and they'll be able to confer amongst themselves, what have you.
Right.
And I think that is being undertaken this weekend. We've got John Krolwitz from the national office, who is here, and who's the one who corrected me when I called the wrong group earlier. He's here doing that. Speaking of calling wrong groups,
he's here to make sure that you call the right group.
Exactly.
And I think we're going to get this one right now.
I'm going to yes. So let me call this group right now. Attention in the paddock. First call again for race group number 3. That's Big Bore, American Sedan, GT1, 2, and 3 and 3U, GTA and GTX, ITE, ITO, SPO, T1, T2, SPU, and of course, Spec Corvette. Race Group 3, Big Bore. Yes, this is your
first call.
Your other first call to the grid.
Your real first call.
Your real first call. All right, so Brian, as we're watching, we've got a number of Spec Racer Fords that are out that are going to be running this in this group. So we're going to have when they go to race tomorrow, it's going to be literally a race within a race. There is a 65-minute endurance race,
correct,
but encapsulated in that's going to probably be the biggest word I use this weekend. Encapsulated in that 65-minute race.
Spell that here in a minute.
ENCAPSULATED. I think I got no, I got it wrong. Anyway, we're going to have a 45-minute race within that 65-minute enduro. And so for the racers that are racing the 65-minute race, they need to take a 5-minute pit stop over the course. They can refuel, I think, if they need to. I wouldn't expect to see any driver changes, but I believe, and I'm looking to see, yes, co-drivers are allowed.
Yeah.
So we may see some teams swap drivers there as well. But it should be fun. We've seen the Tarheel Cup Pro Series race here for many years, and typically, especially with the Spec Racer Fords that come in, very, very competitive. Now, the classing structure will look a little bit different for this event because we are running under that CRE rule set, where we will have a C1 class, C2, C3, C4. Each one of those classes has a number of different SCCA classes encapsulated in them. And then we have the CX class, which is primarily for non-SCCA cars. But I think they also have like Spec Miata, SMSET, Spec Racer Ford in a couple of those different classes as well. As we've got a white flag now being displayed over going at the flag station coming down the hill, the turn 16 flag station.
I think
And that's for this BMW, and that's,
yeah.
I think, the 1.5, is
I
that
think
the
it's a
1.55?
Yeah, that's
Jason Cook.
Yep.
Or Cock, sorry, COCKE, the 155 car. So he will be in the C1 class, but we suspect he's going to be heading to the pit lane right now. The fastest cars on course at the moment are all in, they're showing as being in the C1 class. They're actually Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s. Sean DeCold with a 210.9. And actually, let's be more specific, Brian. I think we need to be more specific. Sean DeCold at a 210.954. 32 1,000ths of a second back from there is William Shields at a 210.986. And then another 22 1,000ths back from Roseland, New Jersey, it's Steven Nelson. Chris Broussard, also in a Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. He's eons back at 5/10ths back.
That feels like a mile.
Yeah, he turned in a 2:11.537 on their second flying lap. Also, good to see we got Arvid Albanese, who's up from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. We've seen Arvid was here for the Super Tour earlier in the year. Typically runs, he's got his teammate, former national champion Trey Ayers, that they are, where there is one, there is usually the other, and they're pretty distinctive, like navy blue and gold Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s, but it looks like just Arvid here this weekend, also Don Privet. And talk about being quick to the grid. He was just here in race control a couple of moments ago. Lee Hill, who's driving the number 72 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, former chairman of the National Board of Directors of the SCCA. I believe now is the assistant RE regional executive here of the North Carolina region of the SCCA. It's like 1 minute he's here, next minute, poof, he's
out
gone.
on the racetrack.
He's on the racetrack, exactly.
He drove it straight out, right? Just went right down there and drove it straight out. Hey, another one, David Lanning, right? David Lanning used to drive in Miatas.
Yeah,
now he's out in an SRF3. Saw him last night at dinner. So,
yep, good.
So very good. Very good to see David out in a I guess a new ride, or renting a ride, or coming out and doing this.
Let me see if I've got any information on the car that he is in, and see here. I don't think we have any bios specifically for the Enduro that were entered. No, unfortunately not. So we'll try. But David used to run an ITA Miata for a number of years, and I think sold that car. Actually, did he?
I'm not sure. I didn't ask last night. I know that
we didn't see him.
We were talking. He was sitting there with Alex. Alex Cumming last night at dinner, and just kind of was like, I saw him out practicing in an SRF. That was a little odd, but.
Yeah, and because I'm trying to think back if we saw him race in the Miata at the first MARRS race of the season.
I don't believe that we did, and I think you're right. He may have. I'm sure somebody will correct us, whether Alex or maybe we'll talk to David Lanning.
There's always somebody. And by the way, Peter Kraus, I'm sure John will hear this. Peter Kraus in the chat saying that John Krolowitz is a super driver coach, and indeed he is. I've seen him. Work with students, but he's also an amazingly fast, I think, Formula 4 driver. There's so many different Formula cars. That
you talked about Tom O'Gorman. He's actually here as well. I thought I saw him yesterday, over there under the Windsor tent. He's coaching Jennifer
Romes in her touring for Subaru BRZ this weekend.
Yeah.
Something that, although I've never seen Tom race one of the twins, a BRZ or whatever, he's driven one for a number of years as a street car. So at least he's had some great experience. Of course, Tom O'Gorman, former Pirelli World Challenge TCB champion, I think 7-time SCCA National Autocross champion, and he was our announcing partner last week at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the Super Tour.
Yeah, Spencer and I
He'll take all that experience.
Spencer and I were laughing. This was the first time ever we've had two events where you weren't on the radio. It was.
I know. We figured we'd give everybody a little break from my voice here for at least a couple of weekends. All right, is Sean DeCold still our fastest driver, Brian? Let's go and make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Second call to the grid for Big Bore Race Group number 3. Please head to the grid. your qualifying session is next. Big bore racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. And I'm hoping, Brian, even though it'll just be not practice, but qualifying, just qualifying. I'm hoping we'll have some in-car videos up and running and ready to go in this next group as well. We've got a number of racers that are running the Sentinel in-car camera streams. By the way, for all the racers that are here in the paddock, if you're with us for a Super Tour event, if you're going to be, and we'll put up the schedule in just a moment, with us for Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series events that we're going to be broadcasting, and you have the ability to stream, live stream your in-car video feed, we'd like to hear from you.
Let us know. We'd like to get that up and running and get it moving where we can. Greg will definitely be able to, give you that direction to do it. It's always good to have that in car, and again, we're supposed to have a bunch of them, this weekend here, especially in this group. So it's really going to be, and again, with the contingent of spec Corvettes that we have, it's really going to. It's
going
really
to be nice to be able to move up and down through the field. All right, just saw Sean DeCold, the number 56 spec racer for Gen 3, come down the pit lane, and with about 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock, looks like his session, this again practice session, is done. We have one of the few cars that is racing not in the C classes, Jim Hess, in that SMSE, Miata. The white and green Miata back out on track. He's probably coming through turn 4 right about now, I would bet. Or maybe he's coming in. There he is. Going into the NASCAR bed.
That's an old Peter Kaufman car, I believe, right?
Yeah, I think so. You're right.
I think that's where they got that from. I think that was a old Dr. K's car.
All right. I think the next car to cross the start-finish line, Brian, will get the checkered flag. Actually, I think they're going to see that checkered flag as well over by Hog Pen, over by turn 17. And
they're getting it right here at the start.
No, they're not going to show it at 17. Yeah, I figured they'd show it there to get cars to pit in. But first car to cross the line and take the checkered flag.
Yep. And
that was Lee Hill in the 72 spec racer for Gen 3. Lee finishes the session 7th fastest overall. And so it was DeCold, then Albanese, then Brizard, your top 3. We've got it all right up on the screen there for you. So let's do this, Brian. Let's make a final call to the grid. They've just given the 5-minute warning for the next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3. Spec racer. Got it wrong. Big bore racers, race group 3, big bore racers, American Sedan, GT1, GT2, GT3, GTU, Touring 1, Touring 2, Spec Corvette, and a bunch of others. Race group 3, please head to the grid. You're going to be on track in just about 5 minutes. And so with that, Brian, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG's Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway. It's the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. And Brian, it would not be a session here at VIR for the Big Bore if we didn't have. There's this one grid worker who when they release cars from this group, he always says, "Real race cars on track."
I thought you were going to say he wanted to stand in front of the 7th position before they.
No. He wouldn't do that with these cars. But these are the big ground pounders, Brian. And we've got right now, I think, a 9-car spec Corvette field. The spec Corvette runs up and down the East Coast. Chevy Corvette. The spec Corvette class is made for the C5, the C06 Corvettes. So you're not going to see the hatchback machines. And so Cecil, I believe, is also the administrator for spec Corvette down in the Southeast Division. This information right in front of me, but I actually do. He was the 2020 through 2022 spec Corvette champ. He comes to us from Central Florida, and he's the administrator. I believe in the Northeast Division, spec Corvette is taking a season off as they're trying to regroup and find more drivers. But again, very, very strong down in the Southeast. We saw Cecil, also. James Candelaria, of course, who was also racing his T1 car, but he's out here in a spec Corvette this weekend. But we saw Cecil, a number of other racers down at the majors and the regional race at Homestead to start off the season. We've seen them at Road Atlanta. These cars, these spec Corvettes, they also have a spec line and can run in the T2 class as designed as well. We also have John Barlow here this weekend. He's in his Datsun 280Z. This is a GT3U machine. GT3U essentially being the national version of GT3 has some, I don't want to call weight penalties, but some balance of performance adjustments made because next season GT3 is going to be combined with STU at the national level. And so this is a GT3U. It's a 1-year only class. We've got Chip Bozeman and Bob Davis running in GTA. The GTA cars primarily essentially ARCA car. I think like older ARCA cars, if I remember correctly. And we got Dave Ross and Mike Jackson and SPO as well. But that was a great onboard that we were watching right there. That wasn't Candelaria that we were watching,
no, that was it? Davidson.
Okay.
So that James Davidson in the 157 machine there.
All right, as he came out, and I'm looking to see if they have him listed as being in T2. Yeah, I'm not showing James in the in timing and scoring, and we're seeing a lot of adjustments being made there. I think we've got an in-car from James Candelaria as well. James had put his Phoenix Performance Touring 1 Corvette on pole at the runoffs this year. There we go. There's James. And so he put his car on pole. He is renting a spec Corvette here this weekend, and we may have James up a little bit later, either today or tomorrow, in the booth here to talk specifically about spec Corvette. They're looking pretty busy here as he's coming through South Bend. He's got cars to the inside, he's got cars to the outside, and should also mention that James runs Candelaria Racing Systems, the designer and developer of the Sentinel in-car camera system that we're watching right now. If you want to find out more about his system and put one in your race car, there it is, URL right at the top of the screen, www.sentinel.racing.
Yeah, I tell you what, and James has a lot of laps around this racetrack, so he's going to get the most out of that car all the way around. but he is definitely smooth coming over top of the hill, down through the roller coaster. Again, that's a pretty big drop. Doesn't look like that
huge.
right there as you're looking from an in-car. Getting bottlenecked up here, coming down the hill, getting ready to come down through turn 17 out of Hogpen.
Yeah, and he's currently right behind Marino Reyes in the number 86 spec Corvette.
Third car in line right there.
Right. Yeah, so third car in that group, and I think he was behind Reyes and McGee, who are on their very first flying laps.
Yeah.
And you can see there not a lot of room for Candelaria to work with. But Candelaria, and it's early on, very first flying lap, Candelaria goes to the top of the leaderboard in spec Corvette. We do have two racers in GTA, Chip Bozeman and Bob Davis. Bozeman right now in his Ford Mustang, about 3.7 seconds up on Bob Davis. Our fastest driver on track, though, right now, Brian, is Glenn Kirchen in his Chevy Z06. Now, that is a GT2 machine, however.
As Dick Vitale would say, not so fast.
Okay.
Or
you're right.
Not Dick Vitale, the guy from the football. Chip Bozeman now goes 2 minutes flat.
I was gonna say, was it Tim Kirchen?
No, it would
have been a great segue.
I was going to ask, but it's like, not so fast, my friend.
Yeah. All right, real quick, Brian, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group 4, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, Spec Racer Ford, and SMX. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid. And I see Bryce McGuire talking about having trouble hearing us over the sound of the Corvettes. Let me see if I can fix that a little bit. I've got, we'll work on that a little bit. Brian, would you mind taking over for a moment here while
go
I
ahead and fix
play
that.
with some computer stuff?
The name that I was thinking of was Lee Corso.
Lee
right?
Corso,
Not so fast, my friend. Chip Bozeman runs to the top of the board there with that 2 minutes flat. Clayton Eli in that number 81 in that Porsche 982. That's a beautiful machine. I walked by that earlier this morning. Sitting second right now with that 201.669. So these drivers here really starting to get spread out a little bit and starting to run their fastest lap. You were talking about Candelaria and Marino Reyes. You know, they're battling 1-2 in the spec Corvette class right now. Now looks like Christopher Miranda is going to go to the top of the board in that 170 machine with that 203.791. So move Reyes back to third and Candelaria back to fourth. So again, pretty good run by Christopher Miranda in that Chevrolet Corvette. So again, that pretty good battle here in Spec Corvette. And as Greg was mentioned, we actually have 11 Spec Corvette cars out there right now on track getting it done. So,
hey, Brian, real quick, as I was playing around with some of our in-car video, I think I moved over to James Davidson at the right time for us, the wrong time for him, as he had some issues down over at turn 1. Had the rear end of the number 157 car come around on him, and you can see there he's
really
trying to come to the grips. You know, turn 1, a very, very slick area there. As the track was last repaved, I think back in 2017, and the pavement has really been ground down over there. That just not a ton of grip.
Well, when you say try to come to grips, I think he's trying to find grip.
That too.
Because right now he doesn't have any going through that technical part, really from 1 all the way through 2, especially up in a NASCAR bend. Really, really loose. Lost the nose there on that. So not a lot of grip on that front end of that car right now, especially, and definitely not in the rear. Watch him come up through Oak Tree right here. We'll see how he gets off the corner and see if does quite well there. Goes a little bit wider there, but not very bad right there. Able to get off the corner there quite nicely. We'll see whether or not it's going to be able to last. Come down the long backstretch here, down past Madison Avenue. And Spencer, let's keep it on right here, because this is where the heavy braking zone really comes into play. And now you really got to make this left and really set it up to make the right. You'll see a lot of people where they miss that braking zone, they'll end up running off right there. So you got to be careful getting in on the brakes right here. Here, you know, with these larger cars, another really hard quick to the brake. Down through turn 17, looks like he's getting ready to come up on that number 76 machine, Bill Foster. So again, going to put him back behind him and try to see whether or not he can't catch that toe. And there goes the 34 machine right there.
Yeah, there you go. Is
Cross.
yeah, that GT2 car go absolutely. You can see the difference in pace there between those GT2 cars and the spec Corvettes. That being said, Clayton Ely in his Porsche GT4 RS Club Sport Porsche Cayman just goes to the top of the timing pylon there in the number 81 machine. Well, he did for a moment, as I think Glenn Kirchen has retaken his spot there as the fastest driver. No, actually, it is. We'll see our timing go. Timing will change here in just a moment as Clayton Ely goes to the top of the leaderboard for times. All right, and Chip Bozeman, second fastest in his GTA Mustang stock car. Glenn Kirchen now in his Corvette, third fastest. So again, those will change up on us here in just a moment. All right, Brian, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. So we only have about 2 minutes remaining here. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 4, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, Spec Racer Ford, and SMX. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, SMX, and Spec Racer Ford, please head to the grid. As Brian, we've got some cars and some drivers heading back, taking their cars back behind the wall. Just saw Cecil Stevens in the 17 Corvette take his car back behind the wall. You know, it's getting down towards as drivers are getting some heat in the equipment now. Maybe as the temperatures are starting to rise, we're now at about 70 degrees thereabouts. Maybe the drivers starting to find their times not getting any faster. I think Gina Kopitov in the number 172 Spec Corvette. Talk about strong Southeast contingent of Spec Corvettes, Brian. There's also a very big contingent out on the West Coast, out in Southern California, and Kopitov comes to us from Reseda, California. So I think out near Los Angeles.
Yeah, I tell you what, they running really well, putting it right now, sitting in position 3 in that spec Corvette. James Candelaria moving back on top along with Marina Reyes. So again, but you talked about some of these drivers coming down pit road a little bit earlier. What happens with these larger cars? They do start to, some of these drivers put a qualifying setup on that car, and it just completely goes away after that, knowing they only have 15 minutes, or just putting just enough fuel in that car for that good 15-minute run. You want to try to make it as light as you can for that, to get that fastest lap as the fuel starts to burn off. So tires will start to go away. So different setup. So within the 15 minutes, they've probably got it set up for about 13 to 14-minute run before they really do need to pit. Need to
bring the car in, exactly. Yep. Let's see here. So hopefully Bryce, and I'm sure he's not upset, that he said that he couldn't hear us over the sounds of the LS motors.
When we first went to the Cecil Stevens machine, you could hear the motor.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we've got that squared away. We've got the Datsun 280Z, the GT3U machine of John Barlow heading back to the paddock now, as well as again, it looks like most of our racers deciding to head back. That being said, it looked like Clayton Ely, I think, brought the Club Sport down the pit lane. He may still be out there, but regardless, checkered flag is out on the session, so the last flying laps here will count as we're looking right now. I think let's jump over here. We've got a couple of our Spec Corvette racers on their very last laps. There's James Davidson in the 157 machine coming through Hogpen through the final corner, and
on pit road.
Yeah, and he's going to call that off. All right, so if we take a look at how our different classes worked out here, first off, Clayton Ely is your pole sitter for the session. For some reason, our timing and scoring is not showing that. I'm not 100% sure why. But in Spec Corvette, we show, look at this, Marino Reyes as your fastest driver. He's out of Miami, Florida in the number 86 machine. He pips James Candelaria by over 65 hundredths of a second. Candelaria is second fastest. Kopitov from Reseda, California, third fastest. AP Miranda, fourth fastest. David Clemens, fifth fastest. Bill Foster, our sole Touring 1 driver. In GTA, Chip Bozeman, in his Ford Mustang, turns in the fastest time at a 2:59. That is just absolutely astounding to me, and very, very quick time there. He's in the that car, again, just incredibly fast in the 49. I think that's no, that's not the Challenger. I think that's over in GTX. Bob Davis, second fastest in his Impala. In SPU, Michael Uten turns in a 2:23. In GT2, Glenn Kirchen, your fastest driver, and your sole driver is Steve Burkett in his Chevy Camaro SS, did not, and that's another TA2 car, did not come out for qualifying. Ron Ferris, our fastest GT1 machine, at a 2:08.6, and an SPO, the number 34 Chevy Camaro of David Ross, with a 2:02.9. That was 11 seconds up on the Coors machine, Brian, the silver Dodge Charger of Mike Jackson. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and SMX, please head to the grid. You're next. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and SMX Racers. It's race group 4. You're next up. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with more racing action here from Heaven on Earth, Virginia International Raceway. Stay with us.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Or visit their website at wnaracing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers. Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I want to apologize if we had some audio problems during that last commercial break. We're going to try and get that fixed here in the next couple of minutes so we don't have it happen again. Anyway, Brian, next up is Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and maybe one SMX car, I think.
Yeah, I think Patrick McGovern is scheduled to go out in this. We'll take a look and see whether or not he went out. I didn't see him out there. But
all right, and Brian, we've got a driver off coming out of the NASCAR bend over
right
at turn
there,
3.
I don't know if is that the 27? Is that Steven Nelson? I believe it. May have been the first car through there.
Yeah.
That happened because he was the first one to come by the window here that I saw. So we'll happen to look up. We'll see whether or not that is. Didn't get the number on that, and that is exactly right. That is the 27. That is Steven Nelson that went off there in right there in NASCAR Bend. So that's continued right there. You can see it on the camera there. It's got it. So that'll take probably another good lap and a half to get those tires, especially, you spin again. Had a little bit of rain here yesterday. I'm sure that grass is just a little bit damp, starting to dry out a little bit, but that'll take a good lap for him to really get those tires back from his opening lap, right? So,
all right, Brian, real quick, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group 5. That's Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, B-Spec, and SSM. Please start heading to the grid. Race group 5, STL, STU, B-Spec, and SSM racers. Please start heading to the grid. All right, so we've got our racers out now, Brian, starting their first flying laps. And actually, we've got some drivers now coming across the line, completing their first flying laps in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. And the fastest racer who was out in the Tarheel Cup Endurance group, Sean the Cold, for a moment went to the top of the leaderboard. He's just now been eclipsed by Rob Clifton. We'll let a couple more of these racers come through, and then we'll run down the times here for you. But at the moment, Rob Clifton in the number 33 machine out of Evans, Georgia, with a 2:08.466. That's the bogey time at the moment. Sean DeCold, second fastest, 1.3 seconds back. Justin Weir, another 28/1000th back in third in the 151 machine, with Thomas Weir in the number 10 car, fourth fastest. He's 28/100ths back from Justin. Shouldn't be much of a surprise, both Justin and Thomas out of Charleston, South Carolina. And looking to see if we have any information on them, whether they've provided us with some info before the event so we could figure out brother, father, brother.
Relationship somehow.
Brother, uncle, something along those lines. Brother, uncle, nephew, something like that.
You're going down that whole tree trying to figure that one out.
That is absolutely right. You can call me Mr. History, and unfortunately don't have any info there. As we've got a local caution over at turn 5. Let's see if we can pick something up coming out of Snake.
It's the 16.
Yeah, and I think just before our...
That's actually David Lanning. So.
Yeah, Lanning, who we saw out a little bit earlier, and in the Tarheel group. Unfortunately, it looked like our camera over by Snake not able to pick that car up.
Yeah, just out of that camera view. And, I was going through the listings here, between Group 7, really, the Tarheel Cup, and then Group 4 here in this. It looks like there's about 10 to 12 drivers that are participating in both of them.
Right.
And David is one of them, right, through there. I did also notice that the 38 machine is being shared by 2 drivers. So in Group 7 of the Tarheel Cup that went out, they had Gregory Gale listed in that 38 machine. And then in this group, it's Richard Miller. So, you talked about tomorrow, so that could be a potential driver change there. So that would be interesting to see if that is the actual case.
And I want to welcome into the chat. We got Chuck Edmondson there, and Chuck Edmondson, our regional executive, and he's telling us that our timing is actually showing by position on track. We're going to look to see if we can actually get that modified. Let's see if this, and unfortunately, and this is a downside to working with the data supplier that we have as far as the order that things sort in. All right, getting word that the 33 car, that's Rob Clifton, who currently is our fastest driver on course, and then the 66 car of Bill Watts out of Tiverton, Rhode Island. Came a long way to race here at the SARRC MARRS Challenge. I thank him for coming down, but for his trouble, it sounds like he had a little bit of contact there with our provisional pole sitter, Bill Clifton.
Yeah. And again, this is, we talked about this and with Group 1 and even here, this is a product of this group. You have to have a partner to go fast, right? You have to have, because they are so aerodynamically dependent on more than one car in order to process that pretty quick lap. You start getting, racing a little bit side by side in there, then it ends up being being a little bit difficult. And there we go. Looks like we've got it fixed now.
I think we do.
To maneuver that over
Thank you,
to
Chuck.
based off of qualifying time.
Hey, Chuck, for your troubles, for pointing that out, if you and everybody else here could give us a big thumbs up, we'd appreciate that. And, of course, I've now got to fix my buttons so that actually works.
We know you're not good at buttons and math.
No, neither one.
Yeah, as I was saying, right, you've got to have 2, maybe 3 cars that you really need to get really going, in order to process that fast lap because of the aero that you kind of need. And so if you start to, come up on some lap traffic with another car, or you start to, depending on where you're at in the group where you went out, you end up, potentially having that side-by-side. This is just a product of where you need to really understand that this is qualifying. This is about getting the fast lap for, for today's, race later on. So there you go. Give us that thumbs up. Smash that subscribe thing.
Hit something, and we'll be good. We definitely appreciate it. And of course, if you do go and subscribe to the Washington D.C. region YouTube channel, you'll find out every time we go live, and it'll be a great opportunity. Spencer, let's bring up a schedule of upcoming events that we have here. In just a couple of weeks, we're going to be broadcasting. It's going to be the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series live Memorial Day weekend from New Jersey Motorsports Park's Lightning Circuit. Then we're going to be heading back to Summit Point in June. We'll be back at New Jersey, Brian, on the Thunderbolt Circuit for the next stop on the U.S. Majors Tour. So you don't want to miss that. And then, of course, back to Summit Point in July. So definitely go ahead and hit that subscribe button. You'll find out every time we go live.
Yeah. Greg, we sit here and we talk about, some of these times. Again, Rob Clifton, with that potential contact earlier on in this session here with Bill Watts, still leading here with that time of 2:06.917. Liam Kepper in that 51 in that WNA racing machine there.
Mm-hmm.
I saw them making a whole host of changes yesterday.
Yeah.
Underneath that tent. From the seat, I think, being out at one point to the seat being back in, and, the right rear coming off the car.
Did they have the driver in the car while the seat was out?
No, he was actually working on the seat.
Oh, okay.
He was actually out of the car working on the seat. I believe somebody was, and I thought that may have been Liam working on that car, but, definitely doing well, and he's run well in that car all year long. So.
And, of course, we want to thank Willing and Able Racing, WNA Racing, one of our fine partners helping bring you coverage here this weekend from Virginia International Raceway. So a lot of work done on that car to get out. If we take a look, Lee Hill currently 5th fastest. The Weirs, who we saw up towards the top of the leaderboard early on in the session, they are running 8th and 10th. Here, Don Privet A little bit of a surprise. Privet down from New York, and from New York City, and one of the regulars in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, currently running 13th in the field.
Yeah.
But nice. We've got a 27-car Spec Racer Ford 3 field here this weekend.
Philip Ackley's here running.
Yeah.
Right? So Philip Ackley and
Phil said he wanted some camera time. I told him the way to do that was to do a 720 on the front straight.
well, so I walked by Windsor's trailer yesterday,
Yeah.
and the whole group was sitting in there, and I think they were just taking a break, getting out of the heat.
Yeah.
And Phil was talking, and I looked at Chris and I said, "Oh no, you're letting Phil lead your team meeting. That can't be good." He just shook his head. No.
Oh gosh. So interestingly enough, so we were talking about Don Privet. He's a retired insurance executive, Brian, but he is the chairperson of the Boys and Girls Hope Club of New York City, and actually got into racing when he met the owners of New Jersey Motorsports Park just as the track was being built. He was actually driving by the facility in Millville at the time. All right, going to the top of the leaderboard now. Rob Clifton, as the checkered flag comes out on the session. Clifton turns in a 2:06 flat, about 3/4 of a second up on Thomas Weir. Justin Weir just behind there, and then Arvid Albanese in the 77 machine. He puts his car fourth fastest on the session. He's only 9/100ths of a second behind the Weirs. Liam Kerper out of Langhorne, Pennsylvania. Is that Foghorn Leghorn? No, Foghorn Leghorn. He's from Langhorne.
Yeah.
Got it. Liam Kerper, fifth fastest in the 51 machine. Sean DeCold, sixth fastest.
I tell you what, and the Weir did that right on that lap, that last lap when they took the checker, Craig, because they were still sitting back in that 8th and that 10th position. It wasn't until they came to the checker when they got that lap.
All right, real quick, Brian, let's go and we'll make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 5, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. Your session is next. All right, Brian, so what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, more qualifying action here from Virginia International Raceway. It is the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. We'll be right back.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway. It's the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg. He's Brian Donati. And Brian heading out on track now. A pretty darn large SSM field, STL field, and an 8-car B-Spec field as well.
Yeah, I tell you what, this is really going to be a really good group to watch here, just due to the fact that you've got, you know, some pretty decent multi-class racing here between SSM, STL, B-Spec, STU is involved in this group as well. So again, a pretty good mixed bag, you could say, of cars. We're looking at in-car camera here. This is the B-Spec.
Yeah, speaking of bags, this is my favorite grocery getter right here, Rob Wilmoth and his B-Spec Honda Fit.
Well, I wouldn't know that it's a grocery getter. Grocery getters are the big, larger, length-wide cars, and so what ends up happening is a small B-Spec car. Although I will tell you, in this Honda Fit, that you can put a full, big, blown stereo equipment in the rear of this car to go do an event with 2 large speakers, a soundboard, and everything else. And the reason why I say that
I would say,
is because I used to have one as a daily driver, and that's what I used to put in there when I had to go to events to play music. So I know that you could put a lot of groceries in the back of this Honda Fit.
Well, I know. So it's interesting here is Rob just picked up this car in the early spring. His other car is a time trials car that he runs with the wonderful charitable organization Racing for ALS. It is an Audi RS4 all-wheel drive that puts down around 600 to 650 horsepower to the wheel. So slightly different from the B-Spec Fit. But I know that Rob had actually gone out and raced with us at a CRE event, I believe at Carolina Motorsports Park last fall, and really loved it. And it basically made him decide to go out and buy an SCCA race car and come racing with us. So good to see that. We've got Justin Deffenbaugh's brother, Blair Deffenbaugh, out on track. He was your 2023 B-Spec SARRC champion. Also has had a number of podium finishes in the Hoosier Super Tour as well in his Honda Fit. He's out of Sylva, North Carolina. Adam Benaway, Brian, who in his Honda Fit, the number 69 machine, took double wins here at VIR just a couple weeks ago at the Hoosier Super Tour. We'll see. Hopefully, we'll see Adam at the runoffs this year at Road America. It's interesting because Adam and I believe also Blair are in the third gen fits, and this was a track that nobody ever wanted to race that car. That they didn't think it would be competitive because of the long back straights. When the B-Spec cars were on a spec Hankook tire a couple of years ago, because it just made, I think, 4th and 5th gear in that car too long. And now that they've gone to a slightly shorter tire in all the B-Spec cars run on a spec Goodyear 15-inch tire, it's actually brought the gearing more into line for that Honda Fit would be good here for long straightaways like at VIR, but then if it works at VIR in the straightaways, it's going to work certainly at Road America where you've got so many long straightaways.
Yeah, absolutely. And we got a couple of the B-Fit there. You can see Rob in that machine, in that 151 machine. He is actually right behind.
I think that's Josh Schmidt in front of him.
No, that's Jesse Elliott in that 25.
Oh, okay. Yep, you're right.
There. So
there you go. Now I can see the door.
You can see the right door on there, and then a little bit further up, I think, is Adam Benaway you were just talking about in that 69.
The blue 69 Fit, exactly. And so we just had one of our, I think was that one of our STU racers or actually no, that was one of the STL machines that had gone by. Speaking of STL, Chuck Hines in the Hines 57 machine, which is green, not red, by the way. He is currently
it's moldy ketchup.
That is, well,
if it's green,
you haven't met Chuck before, but it's like Kermit the Frog green. Chuck Hines, your fastest STL racer at the moment with the time of 2:13.87. Ted Cahall, 2.6 seconds back from there in the 182 Mazda Miata. And then we got, I was going to say Robert McManus was third fastest, but McManus just crossed the line in his Mazda RX-8, and he goes past Cahall. McManus now your second fastest STL racer with a time of 2:15.208.
Well, you look at timing and scoring right now, and Blair in that other Honda Fit, they got him listed as a 2:12.502.
Yeah.
Basically, the fastest car on the racetrack right now.
No, that can't
put
be.
him at the top.
Well,
No, that's not true.
Well,
if that is, that is a very, very good drafting.
maybe
car.
I would say maybe he just went straight from South Bend to the back straight, which we've seen done.
Yeah.
That took the cutoff there. Robert McManus in that Mazda RX-8, absolutely beautiful car, hard to miss on our cameras when we're showing it. It is a day-glow orange with silver coming up the side of the car and black in the rear.
Beautiful car. Yeah, I think it first came out here in a brand new car was in the 23 runoffs.
Yes, that's
here,
right.
Going through there. So, one class we haven't really talked about, Greg, and that is the SSM class.
Yes.
That we have in here. A huge contingent, obviously, from the D.C. region here.
Right.
Trying to throw this out there. Jameson Huffman right now in that 89 machine leading in that Miata. Jordan Fuhrman. And again, if you've never watched videos from Jordan.
Jordy Fu on YouTube.
You have to look this individual up.
The meme lord.
Yeah,
the meme lord. Jordifu. Definitely owe it to yourself. Arif Kazem, third fastest at the moment. They're all separated by about 1.2 seconds.
Good to see Andy O'Brien back here running. Yep. Andy, unfortunately, I think had that incident here last year.
Last year, yes.
So go ahead, make that.
All right, real quick, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Race Group 6, open wheel and prototype and sports racers. Please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. Race Group number 6, open wheel, prototypes, and sports racers. Please head to the grid. So the SSM class, Brian, it's an offshoot of Spec Miata. We'll call it showroom stock Miata.
Yeah,
they are NA Miatas, first generation Miatas, all with the 1.6 liter engine, very tightly controlled. All cars run sealed motors. They have to all come within, I think, like 2 horsepower on the same dyno. They're dynoed at the beginning of the season, and then the engines are sealed.
Right.
But we always see incredibly close racing. Currently, your fastest driver in SSM is Jameson Huffman. Huffman was one of the 2023 rookies of the year in the DC region, and he had spent some time in an FE2 Formula car, and he is currently your fastest driver on track. I think this car he purchased last year replaced his original SSM machine, and incredibly quick in this 89 car.
Another young driver that's really, really quick, Colin Murchison. He's never raced here before. Right. This is the first time here. Was out yesterday practicing. Really started to like it. Got a chance to.
And he's 14, by the way.
Yeah, right. Got a chance to talk to him for a couple minutes over there, with RP Performance, and he's really excited to be here. He's really excited to run this car. So again, Colin Murchison looking really, really strong here. Right behind Jameson Huffman, who has run here in a multiple of cars, right? So not just in Miata. He's run an open wheel car here in FE2 before. So again, used to the track and everything else. So going to be a pretty good race here. Brent Simonson, making the transition back over to making the transition to SSM, running the 26 machine this year. Richard Ura down here, Raymond Heath back in here, Isaac Clark in that 86 machine. We've seen him in the DC region, so pretty good plethora of drivers here that we're normally used to seeing in that group.
And we've got Chris Tilton in the field, the number 36 machine. It's currently running 6th fastest. Interesting story about Chris. I've known Chris since he was a wee little boy. His father, Dave Tilton, used to run a team in Pirelli World Challenge, and Dave usually is it's easy to find him in May, especially around Memorial Day. He's going to be in Indianapolis because he works with Andretti Global there, and actually owns one of the Andretti cars that typically runs at the Daytona, or not Daytona, pardon me, Indianapolis 500. Actually, I think was part of the Takuma Sato's Indy 500 winning.
Well, does do Daytona as well. He does that on the IMSA side.
On the IMSA side, yeah, absolutely.
GT Daytona.
So we'll see. Maybe like Lance Stroll, Chris Tilton will end up in a. We'll end up racing at Daytona or at Indianapolis one day.
Well, when you said you've known him since he was a wee little boy,
yeah.
Chris is pretty darn tall. So
well,
you've known him for a very long time.
Well, he was taller than me, I think, at about age 8. So there you go. And unfortunately, we don't have an in-car. Usually he's running an in-car stream. Unfortunately, he told me last night he wouldn't have it available here this weekend. Chuck Hines in the number 57 car, the STL Mazda Miata, your fastest driver on track with a time of 2:11. Now almost 1.8 seconds up on Robert McManus. Ted Cahall in the 182 Mazda, third fastest in STL. In SSM, it's still Huffman, then Fuhrman, Arif Kazem, your top 3 with Colin Murchison. Only 2,500. Tell you how close SSM is, Brian.
Yes.
All right, so Huffman has a little over a 10th on the rest of the field. Now, that's not a lot. Jordan Fuhrman, Arif Kazem, and Colin Murchison are separated by 3/100ths of a second across the 3 of them. It's then almost 2 seconds back to Andy O'Brien, but pretty close running there. In STU, 2 racers today. We've got Mark Bradley in his BMW 325 IS, and then Henry Long in his Mazda 6. Both of those drivers out of North Carolina. Bradley out of Wake Forest, Henry out of Wilson, North Carolina. That Mazda 6. I wonder if that's a sister car to the machine that Roger Troxel ran at the runoffs back in 2017. Maybe an ex-IMSA, or actually, we'll call it Grand Am car.
Correct, yeah.
At the time. In B-Spec, this doesn't surprise me, Brian. Adam Benaway, who we mentioned took double wins at the Super Tour a couple of weeks ago here at VIR. Your fastest driver on track, Josh Schmidt, who also finished on the podium. There in the number 19, the other silver Chevy Sonic, this one I think with green numbers, is second fastest. He's about 4/10ths back. Blair Deffenbaugh, the other Deffenbaugh, he is currently third fastest. I have to talk to Blair. I keep getting, says, we've detected video in your stream belonging to somebody else. All right. I'm going to have to talk to Blair because I know what that's about. Checkered flag is out on the session. Brian, real quick, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention, the Paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 6. Please head to the grid, race group 6. Please head to the grid. Our last qualifying session of the morning is next. And Brian, knowing that is our last qualifying session of the morning, wanted to let everybody know that we will once again be doing drive arounds here at the track. If you want to take your street car out on course, we will allow you to do that for a small donation to the North Carolina Scholarship Fund. Oh, am I missing a group, Brian? We got
group 6 that's getting ready to go out, and it'll be after that.
And then it'll be after lunch. Yeah, absolutely. Spencer's looking at me like I'm nuts. But I was nuts earlier because group 7 ran earlier in the morning. Yeah. All right, so let me get back to this. For everybody here at the track, if you want to take your car out on track during lunch, you can do so. It does need to be a street car. Whoever's driving and whoever our passengers do have to have hot credentials in order to bring your car out onto the racetrack. And of course, these will be behind a pace car. There is a donation required. You can make a donation to the scholarship fund by going to ncrscca.sf.org, or nicer, bring cash up to the grid. And you'll be able to do that. We'll be sending you out as soon as the session is done. Also, another quick note for everybody here at the track, because we understand that there may be some weather rolling in tonight, that the Saturday night social has been moved. It is going to be in the gallery building tonight instead of the pavilion just outside of the paddock. So again, tonight's social is going to be at the gallery building. So don't forget that. All right, now let's take a break. We'll be back in a few moments with our very last qualifying session of the day here from Virginia International Raceway. It's the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG's Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway. It's the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati, and we're broadcasting for as long as they'll let us. Here is, we've got our last session before lunch heading out on track right now, Brian, and it looks like at least one driver having...
Bill Argyle, he had a problem up on pit lane, couldn't get it fired, so he came down to pit lane. They pushed him down the hill and came down. And
well, hopefully he'll be able to get that car up and rolling, and we'll track him and see if he's out there, as we've got all of our Formula cars out for their outlap right now. And Brian should mention that this event is also what is known as a bonus majors for Formula Vee, for Formula F, and Formula 600, of which I believe we only have a couple of Formula Vee racers out here this weekend. The bonus majors are to allow some of those three classes to more easily qualify for the runoffs because they were not included in the Super Tour event that was here at VIR just a couple of weeks ago. So we've got Anthony Henderson with Donnie Isley. Donnie, of course, I just love mentioning the car that Donnie drives because it's an agitator. In FB2, we've got Eric Cruz here with us this weekend with Michael Frailer and David Blaine. I'm sure he won't make anything disappear this weekend. Will Franklin as well. In Club Ford, Mark Walthu, our sole racer in Club Ford. He's out of Henrico, Virginia. We've got one prototype car, the Van Diemen of Frank Clark. This is interesting to see here out of Greensboro, North Carolina. We've got Gray Rohalia. Gray is racing in class what is known as SR1, or Sports Racer 1.
Correct. Yep.
Now, both SR1 and SR3 were brought into SCCA road racing last year. They are more or less a home for the two different Radical Cup Pro Series cars or classes. So great to see Gray bring that car out. I wish we had a few more machines here to race with them. We've got Carl Lennox Barbrew in the number 14 Formula Atlantic Swift. And I think that's an older Swift chassis.
Yep.
And then in addition to that, oh, look, we do have Harrison Southworth.
He just went down the pit lane. Just took off out.
Little late to the grid. So our sole Formula 6 racer in his QRE Invader. So good to see him getting out there, and we'll pick out a couple of our other racers. We've got a couple Continentals, Justin Smith and Jeff Baskin, out on course as well.
Baskin just went out.
Yeah,
so
he just left the pit lane.
Yeah, so a little bit another further back. Like I said, we did have the 39 Bill Argyle. He kind of came down the pit road and then made that right-hand turn right just past our window here, back into the paddock. So he doesn't look like he's going to get to go out for qualifying.
And we got Max King in the chat. I saw Max is going to be joining us for the Jefferson 500 Vintage Race at Summit Point Raceway. And what is that, 2 weeks from now, I think?
Yeah, 2 weeks from now.
Not very far. Of course, Max and his faster brother, Jake, typically race in Club Fords. I'm sorry. His faster younger brother, Jake. Well, as we like to mess with Max now that he's a father, and I think probably 25 years old or something.
At some point, I know Max is watching, but you got to get with your brother. We got to get you both up in the tower in 2 weeks with one of the groups. If you both are coming, let's get you both up in the tower, and let's just do it, right? Let's just do it. Let's go through the motions there with that. I think that would be two great interviews right there. Just because look, when we first started doing this with the, we got a standing yellow down at 1. I'll get back that story in a minute. It looks like we had one.
All right.
Looks like Anthony Henderson in that Formula Vee. And I think it, kind of came there trying to get out of the way.
Yeah.
And kind of moved over just a bit too much to driver's left.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden there was no pavement left for him. When he did that, he has gotten that car back underway.
Yeah.
He's out of Chattanooga in a Vortec, and he was not only your 2024 Brian, but your 2023 SARRC Formula Vee champion. And somebody called Dolly Parton. He got started in road racing by racing go-karts around Pigeon Forge. Isn't that Dolly's neck of the woods? And interesting here, the Vortec that he's racing, Brian, that number 17 machine, was actually the car that Steve Oseth took to a national championship. Not just one national championship, but 3 national championships. So very quick machine here. We'll see how he does with it. Again, he's already come up with a 2 regional championships.
Yeah, last 2 years running, actually. Also was the 07 South Atlantic Road Racing champion.
Oh, and by the way, Brian, he's a birthday boy. It is his birthday today. He turns 53.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, we would sing happy birthday, but we've had bad experience with old partners of ours. We've made a pact never to sing happy birthday on the air.
We don't want to get another strike while we're on the air. Okay? I
was going to say,
talk about infringement right there.
We may get taken down for playing SCCA's ads over our stream, but they'll definitely take us down if we start singing.
So will everybody else here.
Yeah, they'll come at us with pitchforks. All right, quickly taking a look at where we stand. Eric Cruz, fastest driver on the course in his FE2 Van Diemen. He's out of Williamsburg, Virginia. Not only is he from Williamsburg, Virginia, Brian, we were here a couple of weeks ago with another organization that had a party up in the villas.
Yes.
The apartments that line the track on the left going up through the S's. And it was like the Eric Cruz shrine. Actually it's he owns the
right. He owns the villa. He owns
that villa.
The villa.
Photos of him and his car, and even his competition license that he got at his driver's school at from the Washington D.C. region. But Eric with a 157.23, Will Franklin, our second fastest driver in FE2, about 4.5 seconds back. Michael Frailer and David Blaine. Then in Formula Vee, Donnie Isley right now with about 2.8 seconds on Anthony Henderson. And then we've got in Continental, we talked about, Baskin, who went out a little bit late. Justin Smith, your fastest driver in Continental in an Elan RF10. He's out of Fort Mill, South Carolina, so right at the North Carolina-South Carolina border. And then Baskin right now, almost as Smith crosses the line, Baskin's almost 20 seconds in arrears.
Yeah.
He's out of Moyock, North Carolina.
This is right about the time. Again, we're 5 minutes left to go. Kind of in the session. This is where the tires and everything for these open wheel cars. This is where it really starts to take shape.
Yeah.
It really starts to get with it. You could see probably a sub 157 here with Eric on this lap. I wouldn't be surprised because he's getting faster every single lap. When I pull the laps down and he's gone faster every single lap. This could be the big money lap for him.
So as I'm looking at some of the drivers we have on course, and I thought it was funny, as we saw Harrison Southworth come off the grid a little bit late. Brian joined very late. He's from Gloucester, Virginia, and he flies with the Virginia Air National Guard, and I love this. And remember, taking into account that he was late coming out to the track. He says, if you like to go fast, consider the Virginia Air National Guard. Among other things, we fly F-22s. Probably a little bit faster and maybe a little bit more automated than his Formula 6.
Yeah.
And his F-22 might have been able to make it out on track for the first lap. Anyway, but that is so cool. And we've had pilots. James Candelaria flew up here from Florida.
Yeah.
We'll talk to James a little later. I'm trying to arrange the best time for him to come up. We've had boat captains. It really runs the gamut here. All right, we've got an off. Sounds like a car off. Coming up Madison Avenue. Let's take a look at the back straight if we can for a second. Yeah, so there's a car
behind.
Behind that
little building.
The other, that's the south starter stand there. Yeah, and we think there's a car on the pit lane right over there, or very close, right by the entrance to the pit lane.
I'm hearing it's the 1-4.
Okay.
So that would be Carl Lennox Barbrou.
In his that Swift DB4.
Yeah, that would be, that's a green car. They called it as red. There is definitely a difference between green and red or crimson over there. So we'll see if that really is him. I'll keep looking out the window. I haven't seen him come back by yet. He's only completed 4 laps, so it very well could be. So we'll see. Got
All right.
one down in one here.
Well,
So
all
that
right,
is
we're going to
actually,
see
you
that
can see
yellow
it right
pulled
here.
down.
That's Harrison Southworth just now coming out of that, coming the bottom of that little
He,
hill
he went
there.
he went flying off at turn
Yeah.
1 is what we were going to say, right? Yeah.
He,
like a jet airplane, he just left the track surface.
he tried to do a, what they call those, a pit maneuver in the plane. You go up and then you come back down. Well, that didn't work.
I cracked myself up. All right. So he runs off. Southworth, our sole Formula 6 racer.
Yeah, and it's not. It is pronounced Gloucester.
Gloucester. Okay. What did I say? Gloucester.
It's like Gloucester.
Well, that's why he calls it G-Town.
That's correct.
All right, Brian. Checkered flag is out on the session, so let me run down the order here. In FE2, Will Franklin goes to the top of the leaderboard, although I think Eric Cruz might still be circulating, but
Yeah.
Franklin turns in a 156.192, a full second up on Eric Cruz. Michael Frailer, third fastest, and then David Blaine. In Formula Vee, Donnie Isley over Anthony Henderson. Henderson closed things down to about half a second between, there in his Vortec as the session wore down. Just a single racer, Mark Walthu in Club Ford. We'll talk about Mark, I think, a little bit later, and when they go out to race a little bit later this afternoon. Frank Clark, our sole racer in P2 with a 210 flat. Gray Rohelia in his Sports Racer 1, the Radical SR1, turns in a 210.3. Carl Lennox Barbrew, we're taking a guess that this is not going to be a fast lap for him. At a 159 flat, and then in Formula Continental, Justin Smith at a 2-minute 0.6. Jeff Baskin about 20 seconds back from there. All right, so we are getting ready to wrap for lunch. We're waiting to hear from race control when the start time is going to be, but it's going to be about an hour from now, give or take. We'll put the return time up on the screen. We'll put it in the chat as well. Want to remind everybody here at the Paddock, if you would like to take your car out on track during lunch drive-arounds, you can definitely do that. Bring your car up to the grid. It does require a donation to the North Carolina Region SCCA Scholarship Fund, and you can either make a cash donation up on the grid or you can do it online at ncrsccasf.org. And with that, we'll be back here in just about an hour. Thanks for staying with us. And it's just actually, Brian, before we take that break, let's bring up the schedule again real quick. We're going to have for our first 6 groups, those are for our SARRC MARRS race groups, 12-lap or 35-minute races, whichever come first. And then we will have qualifying for the Tarheel sprint and endurance races to round out the day. All right, let's go back to the camera, Spencer. So we'll be back here in just about an hour. You are watching the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge here from Virginia International Raceway. We'll be right back.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG's Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
minutes from now. Race Group 1, please head to the grid for your race.
I told her, I said, that I'm not being judgmental. As if VIR does that kind of stuff. Right here after lunch.
Oh, okay.
Group 1.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, everybody. Hope you had a wonderful lunch. This is the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg. He's Brian Donati. Spencer Gaynor here just brought our names up on screen for us, so I want to thank him as well. He's our director here today, and we are getting ready to go racing. We have 12-lap or 35-minute races for each and every one of our SARRC MARRS groups. Then we'll have a qualifying session to round out the day for our endurance group. But Brian, here, Virginia International Raceway, what a lovely, lovely racetrack that follows the undulations of this land from the time it was opened up in 1957, shut down for a number of years, and came back at 2000. It has been a favorite of racers around the country.
Yeah, there's so much elevation changes here on this racetrack, Greg. I don't think there's really a flat place on here. You know, we're sitting here in the tower. As you come through the back towards the start-finish line, that's not really flat either, right?
Well, it's not
got a
straight.
little, it's got a little turn to it. So again, and it's got a little up and down. So again, when we talk about the back straight as well, that again, you're climbing a little bit of a hill, even though it's considered the back straight. It's not really straight. Then you got to go through the roller coaster. That's a huge downhill. It's almost 2.5, 3 stories deep going down through there. Then you got to get through Hog Pen and then get back to the start-finish line. But I tell you what, Greg, we are going to see some really interesting races here on this 3.27-mile racetrack.
Indeed we are. And so heading off the grid now and onto the front straight behind the Subaru WRX pace car, it is Spec Miata and our smaller touring cars, T3 and T4, actually I think just T4 today. Let me run down the starting order. Starting on the pole today, driving the number 34, touring 4 Mazda MX-5 from Cary, North Carolina, it's Jeff Giordano. Nathan Pring will start on the outside of the front row. He's in the number 8, touring 4 Mazda MX-5, the green and black machine from Pittsburgh, North Carolina. Starting on the inside of row number 2, driving the number 85 Spec Miata, representing the Blue Ridge region of the SCCA, it's Scott Witt. Bob Mueller Jr. is going to start on the outside of row number 2. He's in the number 60 Spec Miata. He's coming from the Central Carolina region in Mooresville, North Carolina. Then we've got John Ferguson. He's going to start 5th today. He's in number 23, touring 4 Subaru BRZ. Is out of Boones Mill, Virginia, with Eric Gerchak starting 6th. He's in the number 21 Spec Miata. He's out of Statesville, North Carolina. Dylan Witt's going to start 7th today. He's in the number 84 Spec Miata, also representing the Blue Ridge region. He's from Roanoke, Virginia, with Dylan Witt starting 7th. Dylan's in the number, I just talked about Dylan Witt.
Good.
Let's move over to Forrest Landy, who starts 8th. He's in the number 94 Spec Miata, representing the Washington, D.C. region. He's from Ashburn, Virginia. Then we've got the K-Halls making up row number 5. We've got Bob K-Hall, driver of the number 178 Mazda Miata. It's a Spec Miata. He's out of Gurnee, Illinois, representing the Chicago region. His brother, Ted K-Hall, will start 10th. He's in the 78 car. He is out of Christiansburg, Virginia, representing the Washington, D.C. region. Starting 11th in the number 30 Spec Miata, Matt Fielding Russell from Wake Forest, North Carolina, with Chris Hubert, our pole sitter in SMSE, starting 12th. He's in the number 41 car, and he is out of Purcellville, Virginia. Then we've got Stephen Figura starting 13th. He's in the number 14 Spec Miata. He represents the Central Carolina region, while Matt Milford will start 14th today. He's in the Dixie Cup car. He's in the 131 Touring 1 white Honda Civic. Then we got Neil Harrison. Neil's in the number 194 Touring 4 Mazda RX-8. He's out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Starts 15th today. With Mark Sr., our pole sitter in SMSET, starting 16th. He's in the number 0 car, represents the North Carolina region, with Jim Hess starting 17th. Jim's in the number 56 SMSET machine, representing the Blue Ridge region of the SCCA. He's out of Newcastle, Virginia. Then we got Kevin Conlon. He's starting 18th. He's in the number 4 Spec Miata, and he is from Westminster, Maryland. With Lucas Jensen starting 19th. Lucas is in number 55 Spec Miata, representing the Atlanta region. Then we got Neil McFarland representing the Detroit region. He is out of, let's see where he hails from. He hails from Dearborn, Michigan. That makes sense. He's in the number 11 machine. He starts 20th. Then we got Dennis Mathias starting 21st. He's in the number 88 SMSE machine. And he is from Apex, North Carolina, with James Mann starting 22nd. He's in the number 108 car. That's a Spec Miata, and he's from Ellicott City, Maryland. Roger McDaniel starting 23rd today. He's in the number 42 Spec Miata from Raleigh, North Carolina, with Michael Arendosh starting 24th. He's in the 33 machine. That is a Spec Miata. He's from the Steel Cities region, coming from California, Pennsylvania. Jennifer Romes in the Touring 4. Scion FRS is from Fredericksburg, Virginia, and she starts 25th today. Alex Cumming in the number 24 Touring 4 Mazda RX-8 from Bristow, Virginia, will start 26th. And then starting 27th, Jim Poston in the number 04 Spec Miata from Florence, South Carolina. And finally, George Paul in the number 02 SMSE Mazda Miata from Chesterfield, Virginia. As the pace car, Brian, on the pit lane, the starter looks over the field as they come down the front straight. And green flag is in the air, and we are racing here at Virginia International Raceway. That was a late green flag, Brian, as they start to make the run down the front straight, heading over towards the horseshoe at turn number 1 with Giordano and Pring, the 2 T4 cars right at the front of the field. Giordano, a former ITS Ford Mustang driver, he goes right to the front of the field ahead of Pring, with Scott Witt, Bob Mueller Jr. right behind. And Brian, it looks like looks like Eric Gerchak trying to make a move up the inside. Gerchak, who started 6th, I think he might have made his way around John Ferguson at least there as they came into turn number 3 into the NASCAR bend.
Yeah, I tell you what, our 2 T4 cars, they are up front, but Scott Witt and Bob Mueller Jr., it looks like Mueller Jr. looks like that's going to take the top spot there in Spec Miata. And you're right, Eric Gerchak able to make that stick, that pass over Scott Witt in that number 85. So move Gerchak into second. I tell you what, we could end up with Bob Mueller Jr. and Eric Gerchak. They look like they can go up nose to tail and try to pull away from the rest of this field. Those two know how to work together.
So I just got a note from a announce partner, who isn't named Brian, Tom O'Gorman, as we've got a driver that was off, I think, over at turn 3. Heard it got pushed wide coming through the NASCAR bend. Tom has been coaching Jennifer Romes, that Touring 4 Scion FRS. Jennifer was starting towards the back of the field. Apparently had some transponder issues, Brian, earlier in the day during the qualifying session, so a lot of her times weren't captured. She ran 3 seconds faster than the qualifying time that she's listed for, and it just wasn't captured by timing and scoring. Yeah. So watch for that white Scion to make its way through the field. As we've got our leaders coming up to the top of the roller coaster, going in the 14, the 2 Touring 4 machines, as you would expect. A lot more top speed here at VIR on this long back straight, able to separate themselves out from Spec Miata.
And that car that you talked about that may have gone off, that is actually the 78 there of Ted Cahall. So Cahall having a problem down in turn 1 and in turn 2. So that looks like that is the car that's all the way in the very back.
Yeah, and Tom O'Gorman said that based on the lap times, Jennifer Romes would have qualified 5th overall in today's session. Hey, as Jeff Giordano and Nathan Pring cross the line to lead Touring 4, Eric Gerchak does indeed go to the lead in Spec Miata, and he brings Forrest Landy, who started 8th overall, along with them. So those 2 racers getting a great start. They're running 3rd and 4th overall. Bob Mueller now finds himself 3rd in Spec Miata, 5th overall, with the 2 Wits, Scott and Dylan, running 6th and 7th. But Brian, we've got a special guest here with us today. We've seen him on track once already. And we've had him in the booth for, I think, the New Jersey Majors for a number of reasons. But coming up from Florida to race in Spec Corvette this weekend, a big change from his touring one Corvette that he put on pole at the runoffs this past year. We've got James Candelaria. How you doing, James?
Doing great, Greg. Great to be here.
Excellent. And so tell us, we have this huge Spec Corvette field. We'll just jump right to it.
So cool.
Yeah, and so you're coming up now. This is a car you're sharing with somebody else, or?
No, so I rented it. So the owner, David Holland, just had surgery, couldn't race, and I got a phone call, say, hey, you want to race this event? And I said, absolutely. I'm all about it. So I've been meaning to race Spec Corvette for a little bit, and I finally got my opportunity. Did one race at Sebring earlier in the year, same car.
Okay.
This is a great car. The guys over at One Mo Time Performance put together a great Spec Corvette, and we're towards the pointy end of the pack, so it's doing all right.
I was going to say you were right up there, either with fastest time for a good portion of the second session, and then got I think eclipsed right at the very end of qualifying there.
Yeah, Marino Reyes is under our tent. Same car builder, great guy. We've been trading insight all day, so it's going to be a great race between the two of us.
So real quick, we want to jump back to the Spec Miata race here in a moment, but what are some of the major? We know the Spec Corvette is essentially a C5 Z06 car. Your chassis is what, a C6 that you race in T1. What's different behind the wheel? What feels different when you race these two cars?
So they feel pretty similar, right? So Corvette C5 and C6 are very similar chassis, but the rules only allow spec shock, a spec tire, spec spring rates, and all that stuff. So I really can't dial the car the way I want it.
Right.
The good news is that the cars really can be dialed very well, especially as you saw, we're 2 seconds below the existing Spec Corvette track record here.
Wow.
And that's mostly due to the new tire.
Okay. Because I used to run on a Nankang CRS, if I remember correctly.
Yep, the Nankangs, and then now we're on the VTOR P1s.
Okay.
And the P1s are a fantastic tire, very, very fast tire. It feels a lot like a Hoosier, so I'm not having to be so ginger with it.
Okay.
And the car feels really, really good. It's a great class. I mean, talk about economical performance.
Yeah, and of course the VTORs, they are a 200 tread wear, what you would call a street tire. Technically, you find them used a lot in time trials and autocross. Very different type of performance than you see from like your typical Hoosier, Goodyear R compound tires.
Yeah, and they last. I mean, the guy under Marino under our tent has 11 heat cycles on his, and he put in the pole.
Pole time, yeah.
Yeah. So,
oh wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. So we don't have a ton of time here, if you don't mind. So I want to obviously get to some of the other big things in your life, like Unos. We talked last year. Obviously, you're coming now a little bit more than a year, about a year and a half off a heart transplant. And
yep. Yeah, Unos is a fantastic organization. Those are the guys who got me my new heart, and they do critical research for heart transplants. So, and actually all organ transplants. So my recommendation, if anyone's thinking or wants to learn more, come just see my race car at a majors or a SCCA event, or just contact me. They're desperately looking for funding to keep the research going.
Okay, very, very good. And other thing here, and obviously we've had a lot of in-car video streaming here today. We've got your business showing up. Why don't you tell us a little bit about Candelaria Racing Systems and the Sentinel system?
Sure, yeah. So the Sentinel, as you've seen featured, and you guys do a great job of featuring the in-car. I think it brings another level to the broadcast. It allows you to broadcast your in-car directly to YouTube, and allows you guys to pick it up and splice it in the stream. I'm the owner of Candelaria Racing Products, and if you're looking for a live stream, just find me. Pretty easy to find.
And it's sentinel.racing.
Sentinel.racing, yep.
All right, so very good. All right, so James, I want to thank you for coming up today.
It's great.
Not a lot of time to talk.
No problem.
Short races today. Thank you so much for joining us. And James will be out just a little bit later. We got, he'll be not in the next race, but the race right after that. So he's got to go get ready to get behind the wheel anyhow.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, James. Have a great one.
Tell you what, Greg, I'm sitting here as we were doing that. I was watching kind of the SM race there, and one of the drivers that didn't go out for qualifying in this T3 machine is the Christopher Deschamps in that number 40. Basically came from the very far back, the last spot in this field, all the way back up. Now he's in third, but he got a little bit involved in the Spec Miata race of the battle with Gerchek, Mueller, Witt, Forrest Landry making a move up. Then you got Dylan Witt. Early on, you saw there on the camera as we were talking to James, coming out of Oak Tree, the 178 there of Robert Cahill,
Yeah.
having a little bit of problems, going wide, almost losing it, collecting it back up, getting back straight. He has dropped back now quite a bit from that battle. So,
well, I mean, that corner is so critically important
Yeah.
that if you don't get a good run through there, if you do end up sideways through the dirt trying
Yeah.
to get the power down, you're just not going to have any exit speed onto that back straight at all.
Correct. So, we look back at that, that battle there. So, again, a lot of issues going on there. We also had Neil Harrison in the 194. Looks like he's pulled off at one of our stations there. He's got some wheel damage, I believe, on the right side.
Wow.
So, again, not sure if that was from contact or just, maybe the wheel coming off, but he's definitely got some wheel damage. So he has pulled off. I think that may be in turn 9. I'm not 100% sure there.
All right, so you talked about Chris DeShong starting all the way from the back.
Yeah.
Again, that he didn't go out for qualifying. He is in an E46 M3, I believe, and I think it's the
330i.
330i. That's
Yeah.
right. And I believe it's a 4-door sedan. So interestingly enough, when you see it, it's going to be red with the black. He's got the Skip Barber Racing School, and actually, as he comes towards the start-finish line, I think he'll be the third car in the line there. There he is. He comes to us from the Skip Barber Racing School, which is actually, they've got a pretty big base of operations right here. He started with them a couple years ago, driving the trucks to get their vehicles from event to event. I believe he now coaches with them. He was a 2024 Southeast Majors Touring 3 champion. So, he certainly knows how to wheel a car. His father also raced for a number of years. Good guy. He's out of Valrico, Florida, representing the Central Florida region.
Yeah. Yeah, so pretty good battle there. Again, that's 2 T4s with the T3, and then a little bit further back, that's where we have our battle with Gerchek and Mueller. And then last time by, they'll be just back a little bit further behind that, that battle there. This is going to be for the last podium spot in SM with Forrest Landry holding that spot right now. But you have the Wits, Dylan and Scott. They're putting a lot of pressure on Forrest Landry right now. Forrest Landy.
Because I don't want to upset. I don't want to upset Sebastian, who's in the chat right now.
That's true. So, listen. Great move by the Wits right now. They're kind of really working together. So, Forrest is going to have a little bit of a challenge there. He's going to have to hold off those 2 drivers from the same team. Here comes Mueller, or here they come right now. There's Landy along with the Wits, and then a little bit further back, that's the 23 of that T4 machine. That's John Ferguson.
Yeah, and by the way, Sebastian says thanks, Greg.
Yep.
For we're going to have to send him for have a name change or something. He'd spend this whole week at the court. All right, so this has turned out to be a great fight here. As we watch here now, the 2 leaders in Spec Miata, Eric Gerchek and Bob Mueller, have really separated themselves out from Forrest Landy and the 2 Wits. That are now let me add that, of course, John Ferguson in that group as well, as you mentioned, in the 23 machine, as they are about 3 seconds back from the leaders. But, depending on, this is only a 12-lap race, Brian, if they start fighting out a little bit, that second pack could certainly find themselves back into this battle for the lead.
Yep.
And there you go. That'll be one big issue there, and that
actually is Forrest Landy.
Yeah, that was
again trying to hold off the Wits right there.
And so Forrest Landy going through the grass. Thankfully, he didn't get to our camera like the 14 did earlier today.
Well, the 0-2, that was George Paul, and he obviously he did not come out. I was going to say he did not take the green flag, so he had a lot of rear damage.
All right, real quick, Brian, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. This will be small bore production classes as well as improved touring. Please start heading to the grid. Production and improved touring, and also IT7. Well, that's improved touring. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Yeah, so as the race winds on, Greg, again, still 7 laps, still a long way to go in this 3.27-mile race. It doesn't take much, for a quick little mistake. You drop out. We've seen it from Forrest Landy. We've seen it from Robert Cahill. Again, we saw it earlier on, unfortunately, with Ted Cahill. He's worked his way back up to 22nd overall right now. But again, you get through, some of these, turns, and if you just don't hit it just right, or you miss it by just that much, it's, you're going off here.
Yeah, it's so difficult in where he went off that bend hog pen down at the bottom of the roller coaster. The track drops away. It goes off camber.
Yeah.
There are so many reasons that a car could go off there, and makes it such a challenge in order to get it rotated, get the car down to the apex. There is a nice little tip, a nice little pocket right at the apex of turn 17 of Hogpin that if you get it right, it feels so wonderful, but it is so intimidating coming down this hill to set up as they come through here, Brian, and then move the car over. Driver's left where that curbing is, over at 15 and setting up for 16. You're going to see now is they're going to just drive, and 16 and 17 are almost a single turn as they set up right over there. And you can see how the track even undulates right there and then just drops away at the end. Very, very difficult.
And I believe we're going to have to keep an eye on it. There goes the 85 there of Scott Witt, Dylan Witt. They were going to go side by side when they got to the top of that hill, and the odd man out there was Dylan Witt because he went really, really wide over the top of that roller coaster, and he paid the price for that. He's dropped back a little bit further back from Scott Witt, and that puts John Ferguson in between those two.
Indeed, and so Chris DeShong has moved over to the overall lead. Again, he's our sole Touring 3 car out in the field. Quite a bit of a horsepower advantage over the MX-5s of Giordano and Pring that lead Touring 4. But probably most notable, Brian, was the fact that he was able to start at the very back of the pack, work his way through 27 or 26 other cars on his way to the front of the pack. Which he did it in like 4 laps.
I was going to say, by the time he got to, the S's here and going the uphill, he had passed probably 15 of those cars.
Yeah, indeed. So pretty amazing there. As you mentioned, Neil Harrison having some problems early on in his Touring 4 Mazda RX-8. He only completes 2 laps. Roger McDaniels in the number 42 Spec Miata, a little bit off the pace. He's currently showing a lap down, having only completed 5 laps, whereas all of our other racers working lap number 7 at the moment.
Yeah, here comes our, I believe this is our leaders in Spec Miata right now. So put Bob Mueller Jr. in front of Eric Gerchak, so he was able to get past Eric coming somewhere on the backside, I think right going into the oak tree where he was able to make that pass. So now it looks like move Gerchak back to second place right now and put Scott Witt in third. That was John Ferguson that outbraked.
Yeah, I was going to say that was
Scott Witt. Yeah, good
great move going to the 14.
We talked about this during qualifying too.
Yeah.
That's a great passing position right there on the racetrack. If you can get a little bit deeper in the brakes. Yeah,
I mean, and it's hard there because much like turn 1, the track is very polished down there. It's essentially a question of positioning that you don't necessarily want to have the car all the way driver's left to set up for that braking zone, that you want to have the car in just a little bit. It also helps as the track bends to the left, Brian, as you go into the braking zone of turn 14 to be able to pinch somebody down on the inside on driver's right. Let them think twice about trying to push the car underneath you there. And it's, again, a great opportunity to make a pass, as we do have Pring as your new leader in Spec Miata. And did that, taking a look, did Gerchak fall back another position?
Well, he didn't fall back. Well, Bob Mueller took over the lead in Spec Miata.
Oh, yeah, Pring is in Touring 4. I'm sorry.
Pring is in Touring 4.
Yeah, that's right.
So Mueller leads the SM, then Gerchak. But, we talked about Dylan Witt going, having a little bit of that problem the last 2 laps back by through, up on top of the roller coaster. He's actually got back on the back bumper right there in that screenshot. That's Dylan Witt and Scott Witt right there. So Dylan back on that back bumper. Look for them two to work together and catch back up.
Yeah, indeed. And, and the interesting thing here, so that second pack being led by Ferguson, that is one of the Touring 4. That's the Touring 4 Subaru, Brian. This is a great opportunity for the Witts, for both Scott and Dylan, to use that Touring 4 car to pull them up to the front pack. The last time by, Ferguson and the two Wits were almost 2 seconds faster than our two Spec Miata leaders.
Yeah.
I mean, and we can see here, they're really starting to close things down.
Yeah. I think that last lap there, you talk about that 2 seconds. I think a lot of that had to do with it now looks like Gerchak's going to pull out and try to go side by side as they get to the top of the hill. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to do that.
It looks like he's been able to draft by.
Yeah, I don't know if he got by there. We'll see. Yeah, it
Yeah,
does look like he got by there. So utilize that, the arrow there, the draft. We've talked about this, and we're going to talk about it later on in the other group there. But these are so aero-dependent cars that you definitely need to have that partner. And you can easily pull out there and make that pass to do it. So
and you saw there also that that Mueller, or probably not Mueller, John Ferguson, he kind of laid back a little bit and let those two battle it out at the top of the roller coaster, dropped back just a little bit. I mean, the fact that he dropped back, it could help the two Wits behind, and it looked like they had possibly fallen out of the draft, but they may be able to pick it up just a little bit. As you know, and as I say, the Ferguson was pretty gentlemanly and let the two Spec Miatas battle it out at the top of the roller coaster. He came down the inside trying to get underneath underneath Bob Mueller Jr. going into turn one, and then had to back out of it.
Yeah.
Mueller was able to get back up to Gerchak, but it looked a little hairy there for a minute going into one.
Well, if if Mueller and Gerchak continue to keep, making moves like that, either up at the oak tree or coming up down the backstretch, what that's going to end up doing is that's most definitely going to pull Ferguson back in there. As you can see it right there. Dylan Witt needs to get just a little bit more drive off out of turn one. He's losing a little bit to Scott Witt there. If he can continue and work hard to get that drive off out of turn two, to come up through the chute before he get into NASCAR Bend in turn four, they may be able to run our leaders down as they come down through, because it'll be very, very interesting.
All right, Brian, we're going to drop a little bit further back in the pack right now, back to Jim Hess, who is, I believe, leading SMSET.
Well,
Mark Sr. is leading. I'm sorry. But it's Jim Hess in the number 56 machine, Michael Arendosh and Lucas Jensen. Arendosh and Jensen, the second and third cars in that line, the 33 and the 55 car. They are currently battling it out for 22nd position overall, and in Spec Miata, 12th in Spec Miata.
Oh, and just as you say that, there goes Jim Hess right off out of turn number 4, right before you get. Hess is really over there. Greg is not allowed to talk about anybody anymore. Don't mention by a car.
Jim is not going to look kindly on that. Jim and I used to race together years ago in ITA, where he used to race a first-gen Mazda RX-7, and he's just gotten back into racing after a couple years away. I think Jim is a director at, oh my gosh, hardware company, and Black & Decker, pardon me, there we go. Okay. With Black & Decker, and he's gotten back into things. Saw him and his son here yesterday.
Yep.
His son, who I think the last time I saw him was probably around 4 or 5 years old, now looks exactly like Jim, which also means he towers over me by about 5 inches.
He's taller than you, too.
Yeah, Brian, everybody but maybe you are taller than me. So
I think we're the same height. So.
Yeah, we're very close. All right, Brian, real quick, because we've got about 13 minutes remaining, but only 3 laps. Let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid. Race group number 2. E production, F production, H production, GT Pinto, Improved Touring, IT7, and pretty much everybody else. Of course, in group number 2, please head to the grid. Race group 2, head to the grid, please. I was checking the clock, Brian, and realized, we got about 13 minutes left, but
which was about right. But
right.
We still have
3 laps.
3 laps left.
Yeah.
To go.
Which will be about 8 minutes or thereabouts.
Yeah.
So.
I tell you what, we were talking about Ted Cahill in that 78 machine, and basically, had that incident early on, did in 1 and 2, having that problem. He's got some left rear damage, so obviously there was some contact somewhere with something. The brake light is hanging out of its holder per se, of its
So
socket.
it's kind of dangling.
So
like
it is. It's dangling. It looks like it'll stay on, but there is some left rear damage there. So I assume, again, contact with something, just not sure what.
Well, and again, the call originally early on is that he was, and we've seen him race before, and he doesn't like to give any quarter. And it was on that opening lap, coming up out of 2, going into 3, and it might have been one of those little rubbing is racing type deals. As we watch now is Chris DeShong in his Touring 3 BMW, really separating out from Giordano and Pring. But that battle between Giordano and Pring, Brian, and Touring 4 still amazingly close. As we've got 10 laps of this race complete. Is they're only separated out by, I don't know, about 2 car lengths.
Looks like we've got the 85 there having some issues. That is Scott Witt.
Yeah, I was just going to say, but it looked like both Bob Cahall's gotten around Dylan Witt and Scott Witt.
Yeah.
Scott falling back just a little bit, but a great fight there, and we see them coming into the NASCAR bend there. The 2 red cars there. The front one is Robert Cahall in the 178 car, with Dylan Witt in the red 84 directly behind. And that right now in Spec Miata, that is currently the battle for 4th, just off the podium.
Yeah. So evidently there may have been some problems there with Dylan and Scott as well. Maybe even some contact. We're kind of looking over here and trying to figure out what really went happen, because what that does is that puts Gerchek in the lead in SM. Bob Mueller now moved Forrest Landy back up into 3rd the last time by. So the Witts having some challenges. Again, we saw it early on. They were trying to battle early on instead of work together. So, when you've got a race like that, you've got to work, especially as teammates, you've got to work as hard as you can.
All right, so what we're looking at now, though, is the 84 of Dylan Witt did get back around Bob Cahall in the 182. Made that pass. They came out of turn 5 through Snake, and the 84 car just had a head of steam there. So he retakes that position. But now, now they're basically fighting for not the podium.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it moves them back down. Yeah, they're battling there for the 5th and 6th position. Between Cahall and the 2 Witts now.
Yeah. Well, and it looks like Scott Witt has dropped pretty far back behind that group. So, all right, we're getting word here that next time by, well, not just next time by, already.
This lap.
This lap here. White flag is in the air, and that means our leader, Chris DeShong, assuming he continues his charge from the back to the front. Next time he comes onto the front straight, he's going to be the first to see the checkered flag.
Tell you what here, this battle for SM just is not going to go away. Bob Mueller's just not going to let Eric Gerchek just drive away. And you can see right behind there's John Ferguson as he's gotten through those battles with the Witts and Forrest Landy and along with Robert Cahall earlier on. He's just going to sit back here. He knows he doesn't want to get involved in that SM battle here as they come out of turn number 5 and head up into the Snake right here. Here comes Gerchek. There's Mueller. I tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised if Mueller doesn't set Gerchek up just a little bit as they get to the top of the hill around that oak tree where they've had those problems, where he's made those passes before.
All right, so as we continue to watch this, Chris DeShong, our overall leader, our sole racer in T3, he's coming down the roller coaster now, and he comes on to the front straight. Actually, I think we're already, there he goes, just came through our camera. And so DeShong, we're going to see the starter there change over from the white flag to the checkered flag. And, there's the change. And taking the checkered flag, Chris DeShong, your winner today in race number 1. And we'll have Giordano and Pring. And this has been, Brian, a great fight in T4 between Giordano and Pring as Giordano crosses the line. And on the very last lap, what was a single second separating those two drivers turns into 3.5. So Giordano really cements that win, finishing with the win in Touring 4. As we watch that Spec Miata battle now on the front straight.
Should be getting ready to come down through the roller coaster.
Oh,
right?
and there they
at
are.
the top of the roller coaster.
Yep, there we go. So that's Gerchek in the lead. in the bright orange and blue number 21. He's got Bob Mueller Jr. right behind him, and John Ferguson, where he's been almost all the entire race. He'll bring the car home third in touring 4, but he's just been watching this great Spec Miata battle as they come on the front straight and across the line, taking the win in Spec Miata. Eric Gerchak, Bob Mueller will finish in second. John Ferguson, as we mentioned, will take the last step on the podium in touring 4, with Matt Milford in his Honda Civic following fairly closely behind. Milford will finish just off the podium. Forrest Landy will take third in Spec Miata in the number 94 machine. And Sebastian gets to watch that unfold here on camera. And then we've got Dylan Witt, Bob Cahall. They will finish 4th and 5th in Spec Miata, with Scott Witt finishing 6th. Matt Fielding Russell will finish 7th in Spec Miata. A great run for Jennifer Romes. We talked about how she ended up having to start towards the very back of the pack. Pardon me. Jennifer comes in 13th overall, and in touring 4 will finish in 5th. All right, so let's look at some of our other classes here in SMSE. Chris Hubert takes the win over Dennis Mathias. Unfortunately, George Paul in the 02 machine, as we discussed, Brian, after that incident during qualifying, did not take the green. In SMSET, Mark Sr. will take the win over Jim Hess. And I think that rounds it out. We've already gone down our Spec Miata and touring 4 field. So that's going to wrap things up for race number 1. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2. That's small bore production, improved touring, and I believe IT7 as well. Please head to the grid. Race group number 2. Please head to the grid. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more racing action from Virginia International Raceway. It's the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge. Please stay with us.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG, Summit Point Driver School, and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
There's your gloves. I didn't want them to blow over the rail. Oh, this is old stuff.
I know. Oh, the cat's come out of the notebook.
It is the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And next up, It is going to be production classes, small bore production, as well as improved touring. And the pace lap has begun behind that beautiful ND Mazda Miata pace car provided by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. Your pole sitter today, driving that yellow F production Mazda Miata from Salem, Virginia, representing the Blue Ridge region of the SCCA. It's Stephen Clark. Glenn Evans will start on the outside of the front row. He's in the number 10 ITS Mazda Miata. He's from Centerville, Virginia, representing the Washington, D.C. region. Al Pierce is in the number 78 E-Production Mazda RX-7. He's from Spartanburg, South Carolina. He'll start third, with Patrick McGovern starting fourth. He's in the number 8 F-Production Mazda Miata. He's from Richmond, Kentucky. Justin Deffenbaugh will start fifth today. He's in the number 86 ITS Acura Integra. He's from Raleigh, North Carolina, with Justin Barbary starting sixth. Justin's your ITA pole sitter. He starts in the number 12 Mazda Protege. He's from Jamestown, North Carolina. Paul Spencer will start seventh. He's in the number 08 ITA Mazda Miata from Raleigh, North Carolina, with Stephen Layfield starting eighth. Stephen's in the number 71 F Production Mazda Miata. Then we've got Joel Gambino. Joel's going to start ninth today. He's in the number 131 ITA Mazda Miata. He's from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, with Grayson Upchurch starting 10th. He's in the number 23 ITA Dodge Neon, who represents the Central Carolina region, and he's from Denver, North Carolina. Paul Overstreet will start 11th. Paul's driving the number 22 ITS Mazda Miata in Charlottesville, Virginia, with Ben Gloka starting 13th. Ben's in the number 31 F Production Acura Integra. He's from Greensboro, North Carolina. Then we've got Alex McBain. Alex is driving the number 75 H Production Honda Fit. He's from the Washington, D.C. region, and he starts 14th today, starting on the inside of row number 8, 15th position, driving the number 28 IT7 sole racer in the class from Durham, North Carolina. It's Bob Mitchell. Then we've got Steve Grizel starting 16th. He's in the number 52 ITA Mazda Miata. He's from Bristol, Virginia, representing the Blue Ridge region, with Elliot Golden starting 17th. Elliot's in the number 72 H Production MG Midget. I'm a mental midget. And he is from Mineral, Virginia. Then we've got Chris Pencamo. He is driving the number 26 ITA Mazda Miata. He's from Ball Ground, Georgia, representing the Central Carolina region. He starts 18th. Starting 19th is Douglas Sanders in the number 101 F Production Fiat 124 Spider. He's from my new adopted hometown, Charlotte, North Carolina. And then we got Ken Van Horn. He's starting 20th. He's in the number 70 H Production Honda CRX SI. He's from Powhatan, Virginia. Robert Allen Heatwall. Al Heatwall. He goes by Al. Near Brian. He's in the number 48 F Production Mazda Miata, or he will be, assuming he got that car repaired after the early end to his qualifying.
Yeah. Starting
21st. Starting 22nd is James Etchells in the number 55 E Production Mazda Miata. He's from Wendell, North Carolina. Chris Plucker is in the number 32 ITS Nissan, or Datsun 280Z. It's Universal Gold, black and gold, Brian. He's from Lynchburg, Virginia. And then rounding out the field, and this will be row number 12, starting 24th. Driving the number 5, H Production Austin Healey Sprite, Charles Guest, and then Mark Carpenter, driving the number 30, F Production Acura Integra. He's from Huntersville, North Carolina. And I'm wondering, I'm going to have to take a look, if this is two-time national champion in an Acura. I know it's not the same car, but two-time national champion in F Production, Mark Carpenter. The car they won the championship is driven by Ken Kennard now. But pace car on the pit lane, starter looking the field over, starting to rev the engines up, and green flag is in the air, and we're racing here once again at Virginia International Raceway as Stephen Clark. He's in that yellow F Production Mazda Miata, leads Glenn Evans' ITS car down into turn number 1. It looks like Evans may have slotted in right behind the number 13 machine. There they go as they come through the horseshoe turns 1 and 2 here at VIR, with Pierce and McGovern in the E Production and F Production cars. Slightly behind there, the Mazda RX-7, that is Al Pierce. Looks like McGovern has gotten around. For Brian, for these production cars, they are typically not running R compound slicks. And so it's going to take a little bit longer for those tires to come up to speed. We should be looking at cars like Glenn Evans, like Justin Deffenbaugh and his Acura Integra, like Barbary and the Protege to make possibly some early gains while the prod cars are still trying to get heat the tires. One exception to that is Stephen Clark, who typically runs on the same R compound race rubber that the IT cars do.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Al Pearson, that 78 in that E-production, just did not get the run that he wanted to right off the start here, and it kind of put him a little bit back. As you can see now, Stephen Clark and Glenn Evans starting to open that up in that F-production ITS, but Al Pearson, that E-production, again, leading early on here in E-production, but I tell you what, Greg, he kind of stacked the whole field up. Is now it looks like Patrick McGovern and maybe Justin Deffenbaugh, they're going to get by Pierce. You can see Pierce having a little bit of problem on exit on the big sweeping turns. Had it down in turn 2, and again, having it on out of the oak tree, headed down the back straight.
Yeah, but what we're seeing here, and he's in the second yellow car. We're going to see him come into our view here in just a moment. Here is that Mazda RX-7. It's got some legs. It's got some straight line speed. So for whatever issues he's having in the corners early on, he's definitely making up for it with straight line handling.
Yeah, sure.
As we can see the pack directly behind, and I believe that is Barbary and Layfield and Spencer and Upchurch. Great ITA battle, I think, going to be shaping up here with a lot of our SARRC contingent, like Upchurch, like Spencer, like Barbary. Really, and with so much track knowledge here, Brian, that I think it's going to be very difficult for somebody like Joel Gambino, who is always very strong at Summit Point, but doesn't seem to travel very well.
Yeah.
We'll see what he can do against these local hot shoes.
Yeah. Tell you what, I was listening to Al Pearson when he came by the window here, and Greg, it didn't sound like it was all that. It sounds like there's a little bit of an issue, like it's not up to full power.
Yeah.
Because he definitely has zero drive off the corners, and it looks like you're going to end up, maybe Paul Spencer's going to be able to pull right back up on the back bumper him as they come out.
Yeah, and so Paul Spencer, he was your 2023 SARRC ITA champion. Justin Deffenbaugh, I believe, was your ITS champion. Again, very, very strong. Grayson Upchurch, coming from a big Upchurch family, racing here in the Southeast, and oddly, I think they've all got the name Grayson. We've got a car, change in position here, coming down through out of Snake, going up to the S's.
I think that's
there.
I think that's actually Mark Carpenter. You talked about moving all the way up. Right, I think he went by Al Pierce as well. So again, I think Al's got a little bit of a problem here. We'll keep an eye on Pierce. There you see him. I believe Carpenter's probably going to. There's a big gaggle right there.
Yes, and so I saw Ben Gloka at the back of that pack there. Yeah, and I think the other Integra is right there as well. So this,
so that's Deffenbaugh there, the first car right there.
And correct, in the blue Integra. That is.
I believe that's either Carpenter or Barbary.
I think that's Barbary in in the Protege exactly, as they've making their way through the field. Yeah, and the white car to the inside of that backpack, that is Ben Gloka's F production Acura Integra, and I think the other Integra might be right next to him actually, Brian. Making his way through the field. We'll check on that when they come by. Or actually, no, I think Mark Carpenter has made his way ahead, and I'm fairly certain, Brian, Mark Carpenter, he's listing Huntersville, North Carolina, as his hometown. Yeah, there it is, the number 30 machine, directly behind Deffenbaugh as they head down into turn 1 there, just across the start-finish line. The second car there, it's dark blue number 30. That is an F production car. The lighter blue, metallic blue of Deffenbaugh, that is the 86. That's an ITS machine. And I've got to go check numbers. The 30 car, he's listing Huntersville, North Carolina, Brian, as his hometown. And I know that that the Mark Carpenter I'm thinking of lives right around the Charlotte, North Carolina area. So very, very possible. Again, two-time national champion, took the wins, both of them at Road America in the early aughts, I think around 2012, 2013, thereabouts. Ken Kennard, who took the national championship here 2 years ago. That's the car that Kennard won his national championship in.
I think
This
that was
is a
during,
different
during
car.
the rain, I believe.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
off and on rain pretty much during that tire race. If my memory serves me correctly, I think Ken had a really good run there in the rain. Was able to pull it out and pick up that national championship. So, yeah, but you talked about Mark Carpenter. I mean, look, you started all the way in the very back of this field. And again, another driver, we saw it earlier on with Deschamps in the first race, and here's now Carpenter moving his way all the way up into 4th overall in that F Production Acura Honda. So good run by there, got by Justin Deffenbaugh. So that's actually going to move him up to third overall the next time they come by, and he's kind of opened up that gap. But I'll tell you what, Greg, behind Al Pierce, Justin Barbary, Paul Spencer, Stephen Layfield, and Grayson Upchurch,
All night together.
they're all knotted together.
Yeah.
It seems like, as you talked about, Pierce is able to pull away, down the straights and everything. But when they get into the corners and they get off the corner, that's where that gaggle of 5 cars just seems to just gobble him up.
And should point out that Layfield is the one outlier technically.
Yeah.
Because he's in an F production Miata. All the cars around them, they are battling right now for the ITA win.
Yeah.
And it is a very tight battle indeed. And so I was starting to talk earlier, and we've got a car, Brian, dead stick, coming out of the snake, heading towards the overpass here.
We're going full course yellow
Yeah.
because of that, correct?
Yeah, so this CRX, and that is Ken Van Horn, who has some mechanical issues with that car, has come to a standstill. That's the number 70 machine of Powhatan, Virginia. And did definitely see some smoke coming out of there.
Yeah.
But as our racers come here out of turn 5 and through Snake, they're going to see there, and there you go. They're going to start to see that car right there.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunate. Ken had this car out a couple of weeks ago at Summit Point Raceway for the opening round of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, and had some mechanical issues with the car then as well.
And ran it last year, too. Picked it up last year, bought it from Jason Kirkland, who's run here quite a bit, did very well in that car. Unfortunately, that car sat for the last several years. And I think Ken is just, again, still really trying to get the gremlins out of that car, from kind of really what's going on. So, again, another problem, in that Civic.
All right, real quick, Brian, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 3. Our big bore racers are GT cars, our Touring 1 and Touring 2 cars, SPO, SPU, Spec Corvette, and everybody else in race group number 3. Please head to the grid. Race group 3. This is your first call to the grid. By the way, Brian, we had Patricia Deffenbaugh. That is Justin and Blair's wonderful mother. She came into the chat to say that, yes, Justin was a SARRC champion, and I believe he took that champion the first year that I emceed their banquet. So congratulations to Justin. Congratulations to Patricia for having at least one winner in the family. And actually 2, because I'm just making another joke about Blair, who, again, was a B-Spec champion. But it looked like Ben Gloka in that number 31 Acura Integra, he brought his car down the pit lane. I'm guessing that his race is now done.
And I'm only seeing Justin Barbary only complete 2 laps. So somewhere in that battle.
Well, we did mention during qualifying that car, I think the last time he brought it out, which was a year ago, it had some mechanical issues.
Yeah, well, he's only completed 2 laps. So where he was in that battle there, in that ITA battle for the lead, you just didn't something happened there, so.
Yeah, so that's going to move Joel Gambino, obviously, and everybody else up in ITA.
Yeah.
Gambino, who, again, without the experience here at VIR that a lot of the SARRC ITA racers have, he currently has both Patrick McGovern's and Stephen Layfield's E-Production Mazda Miatas between he and Grayson Upchurch in the battle for what would now be the 2nd spot on the podium. So it's gonna be a tough little slog there for Gambino to move his way up. As again, we are currently under 4 under full course caution. And we go and break things down here by class. In ITS, it's Glenn Evans with Justin Deffenbaugh and Chris Plucker, your top three. And then we've got Paul Overstreet running in fourth. In H production, Alex McBain coming out of nowhere, or at least coming out of Ashburn, Virginia, to take the lead in H production. He was your H production pole sitter today. Elliot Golden from Mineral, Virginia, currently running second. And then Ken Van Horn, of course. We're trying to get the Van Horn CRX cleared from the course so we can go back green. In IT7, just a sole racer, that's Robert Mitchell. In E production, Al Pierce with James Etchells running first and second. And then in F production, it is Stephen Clark, Mark Carpenter, Stephen Layfield, Patrick McGovern. And this is a great opportunity for Carpenter, Brian, because with this full course caution, Carpenter now finds himself third overall, but he's got the ITS car right in front of him, and then Stephen Clark. So a great opportunity as this full course caution has bunched the field back up. And then finally, we should also mention Al Heatwall, who again had the mechanical issues towards the end of qualifying today, did not make today's race.
Yeah, I was just going to talk about that, Carpenter and Stephen Clark. You know, Stephen Clark's been kind of the class of this field right now, but what that's going to do, and again, you can see a lot of the oil that's been laid down here from that Ken Van Horn machine. I tell you what, it's going to be, you know, whether or not we're going to be able to get this thing back. So, I tell you what, when we do go back green, Greg, you know, Carpenter, you know, with Clark, as I was saying, I was watching the speedy dry get put down there. Clark's going to have to get up on the wheel.
Yeah,
he's going to have to get up on the wheel right now because again, he had that buffer because Carpenter was starting in the very
back of the field.
Very back of the field, worked his way back up. So he's going to have to make sure he's up on the wheel and get that start that he wants to get here when we do go back green. Plus, when we do go back green, you got some of that stuff that's sitting down there. I'm sure we're going to end up with that debris flag for a lap or two when they go to clean that racetrack. You got to be very, very careful coming through Snake. That's not a portion of the racetrack you want to see that there when you go through. And really what's going to happen is when those first front 4 or 5 cars go through, that's going to stack everybody else back because that stuff's just going to spray all over the place.
Indeed. All right, so we've got 5 laps, or probably 4 laps complete. Currently working lap number 5, 8 laps remaining. Brian, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 3, big bore racers, GT cars, Touring 1 and Touring 2 cars, SPU and SPO cars, spec Corvette cars. If you got like an LS power plant or something in there, bring it on up to the grid. We'll be good. But big bore racers, race group 3. This is your second call to the grid. And Brian, I was just going back through my notes, and again, I'm making the assumption that it is that Mark Carpenter. Mark took the national championship in F production 2009 and 2013. And might I add, and perhaps more important in the annals of history than him winning 2 national championships, he garnered his very first SCCA race win thanks to this man right over here, Greg Ginsburg, who started from the pole. This was at Summit Point, started from the pole. Mark was racing in an ITA Integra at the time, an Integra that was built by, oh my gosh, I forgot who built the car at this point. But I was on the pole. It had rained the day before. I had put the car on the pole by 4 seconds. And I went to scrub in the tires on the pace lap and looped the car on the front straight from the
been there, done that.
Yeah, and Mark Carpenter, who was not on the pole, inherited the pole and went on to take the win in the race. Not that he wouldn't have won anyhow if I had started on the pole, but yeah, that was just one more in the long line of embarrassments to the Ginsburg name and family with me behind the wheel of a car, and Mark Carpenter's very first ever SCCA race win.
So Kristen Carpenter is in the chat, and she says, yes, it's the same Mark Carpenter. So
there we go.
You finally got
Kristen.
one right.
Yeah.
He's up here doing dances now, Kristen, because he finally got one
Thank you.
right. I hold him accountable for every time
right.
he's wrong. You should see the tick marks
right.
we have on our computers when one of us are wrong. Right?
Remember, Kristen, when he gets home, just tell him, just tell him he's a winner because of Greg Ginsburg. There you go. All right.
There's another tick on the on the computer.
Exactly. All right.
Oh, and Brett DePedro says, "I guess I was not in that race."
Actually, I don't think Brett was. No, a matter of fact, he wasn't. And Brett, the front row for that race was me on the pole, and then Patrick Pegues in his Alpha was on the outside of the front row for whatever reason. The two of us just outran the field. It was my second year ever, and every single test day that I had run all year long, it had poured down rain, and so I had run already like 5 test days in the wet at Summit Point. And when it finally came time to qualify the car, like I said, I was up by 4 seconds on the rest of the field. The problem is when it dried out. All right, so it looks like they've gotten the Van Horn CRX cleared. They haven't cleared much of the kitty litter. The pace car driver, the safety car driver, is doing his part to try and ground in that kitty litter. None of the other racers want to do it, apparently.
Well, I'll tell you what, the kitty litter, as soon as you come through the apex right there, that turn, that's where the bad part is. You really got to get that cleaned up if you're a driver, even if because you got a whole lot. And there you go. There's somebody going to help us out
there. We go. Thank you.
The other bigger, the more thick stuff is over to the driver's left. Unless you plan on going too wide there, that shouldn't come into play.
No, not at all.
But again, what's really going to happen, and I mentioned this, is when they go back to green the first time, the first couple cars through that, they're going to hit that. They're going to spray up that dust perspective, and next thing you know, you're not going to know whether you're too wide or not, and it's going to be difficult.
And hey, look, it's Blair Deffenbaugh in the chat. He didn't get the joke when I said that Justin was the better, faster brother. All right,
and here comes the blower in there. I hope he's going to cut across, because he is definitely not going to set a 2-minute pace lap for that thing.
Yeah, so we have equipment on the front straight there. Let's see if we can pick him up here for a second. He'll be coming into view momentarily.
Maybe by this week. There he is. Somebody give him the green flag right there, because
it'll go with the John Deere green truck.
Yeah, right.
As he's going to be heading out to I think try to get some of that kitty litter off the track. But yeah, as the pace car, the safety car brought the field up to the top of the roller coaster. Here they are coming onto the back straight. The lights are still on. At this point, we're going to likely see them do another lap, of
one
course.
More lap, yeah. It's probably going to take the half a lap for that tractor to get all.
Well, look, the racers already came up on one green car, the CRX, coming out of Snake. What's the problem if they come up on a second one? Right?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know, maybe missed it, but if he didn't cut across the racetrack right there, I think he can get through that and cut through there. Well, not sure if that is potential to happen, but we'll have to. We'll have to see.
All right. Well, Brian, while we're under full course caution, the Cavalcade of Stars joins us, and I'm going to bring that level up just a little bit. I'd like to welcome to the booth John Krolwitz. John is here not only racing but administering our Tarheel Cup race. John, why don't you give us your official title here with the Sports Car Club of America?
Oh my gosh, I don't know if we have that long. I am the Senior Manager of Region Track Program Development.
That is a mouthful.
I hate that title.
That's one heck of a business card.
It is. It's
Did Hayward Wagner give you that title?
No, Eric Prill gave me that title. And I think he knows that I'm not a fan of it. Abby Shearer, of course, said you should just be like Senior Manager of Special Forces for SCCA.
Well, there you go. And I think that's pretty much apropos for what you seem to do here.
Yeah, I'm kind of everywhere doing all the things, whether it's time trials or track events or, this weekend, the Race Experience program, which the Tarheel Cup is part of.
Yeah, so why don't you tell us a little bit about Club Racing Experience?
Yeah, so Club Race Experience it's not really a new program in the SCCA. We've been doing it for about 10 years off and on, but we've kind of reinvigorated it. and it is an opportunity for what I like to call low-key road racing.
Okay.
So it is a road racing program. It is wheel-to-wheel, where you might see something in, let's call it one of the low-buck endurance programs. It's similar to that, but instead of a you did something wrong, let's punish you type of approach.
Drop their car from 40 feet up.
Yeah, whatever. Whatever kind of like how many do I have to ride on the side of my car like I'm Bart Simpson?
Yeah.
What we do is we turned it into an educational event.
Okay.
And as I think it was, Exec Steward Brad Davis looked at me after we ran one of these at CMP, and he said, you called it a road race, but you snuck in a driver's school. And so it's an opportunity to have something in between driver's school, in between road racing, that you don't need a license to do. You don't need to do the paperwork. You still need a car that is essentially GCR specs for cage and construction,
Right.
and those kind of things. So it acts as a place to introduce people to the racetrack, and if everything goes well and they do well enough, it can be a path to earn a license even.
Now, do you have to have at least some racing knowledge because it is wheel to wheel, or can you just take somebody, out here in town and say, hey, we have a car, we could put you in? You got to have some knowledge, I would assume.
We could hypothetically take somebody from out here in town and do that. And 3 weeks ago in St. Louis, we had that. I had a guy that came on track. He had never been on a track before. We asked him to line up at the back of the field for those events and just kind of watch what's going on. And of course, lots of intense instruction for him versus last year we had Franklin Futrell run the event at the ARC that was also a race experience.
Okay.
So we can have a multi-time runoffs winner and the person that's first timer. The great thing with today's motorsports environment is that with so many track day opportunities and so many time trial opportunities, that most people come with some amount of knowledge, some amount of track days. So we don't typically run into something like that.
Yeah, so that's actually very good. I mean, if you're somebody out here and you're listening to us, we usually get one or two people to listen that really aren't. Well, I didn't finish the sentence before Greg started laughing, but
Well, you said one or two people were
well,
listening,
I know.
which I
kind of the joke there. One or two people listen that really want to get into it, just not really sure how. Talk about how they would really get into that. I mean, where do they need to go in order to be part of that experience? Because I think that's a great concept to put somebody in there that wants to do it, because then that will lead again to other, purchases of cars, and now you gain another racer.
So there's a lot of ways in it. First you could go to one of the prep shops, somebody like Comprent, and come in and rent a car and go out and do one of these events. We've seen that. We've seen people borrow their buddy's car to do it, and we've had people that have said, hey, I want to come do a couple of these, where do I get them? And then of course it's Facebook Marketplace.
Sure.
And the message boards or the bathroom stall at the racetrack. But getting into it is, it works a lot like any other SCCA event. You're going to find the event, you're going to register for it, you're going to enter it, you're going to show up, and the difference here is we like to use the word facilitate. We facilitate that experience, for those folks that are new, that may not have the same experience as the guys that come in with years of racing under their belt.
Right. That's a fantastic opportunity to be able to do it. I know that there's a lot of people out there that want to be able to do it, want to get into it, and then they struggle to get into it. I know we've talked about it, and pretty much every SCCA event you talk to it. But I think that's a great concept to come back in and just bring the average person who really wants to try it. They may have karting experience when they were younger, and now they want to come back out and do something there. So I think it's a great experience to do.
Yeah, we've, the thing that I've learned is with that huge long word salad title,
Yeah.
In the 1970s and the 1980s, when SCCA was the game in town, and if you wanted to go drive on a racetrack, SCCA was the place you went. We had as many as 60 driver schools a year across the country. Last year, SCCA regions had 8 driver schools nationwide.
Yeah.
And, so if you live somewhere down here, the Summit Point School that DC runs is amazing. There's a great school that Buccaneer runs out at Roebling. But if you miss one of those by a month, it's...
Yeah, you're out for an entire year, maybe.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so this kind of thing offers race experience offers that chance to hit the middle ground and then still be able to invite those folks in.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic.
All right, so as the safety car now brings the field down the front straight, and we complete now lap number 7. So we're starting lap number 8, 5 to go. and about a little bit less than 10 minutes remaining on the clock. By the way, Brian, I'm going to go and I think move this over, see if we can change our timing and scoring so it shows the amount of time remaining. Here we go. Time to go. Bet you can leave the ticker up there. There we go. See, it's like magic. We go and do that. So a little bit less than 10 minutes remaining here. It looked like with the couple of vehicles that were doing the cleanup, looks like they have just now left the scene. So hopefully we'll go back to green this next time by. You know, and I guess as this happens, obviously we've seen in the last couple of years, and you mentioned, you know, some of these endurance organizations where the barriers to racing are much lower. I mean, this is also a good opportunity if you've had teammates that have built a car for those series. You know, maybe, you know, on one weekend you've got a single driver who's, you know, available and the car is available. Come on and bring it out for one of our events.
Yeah, and we've seen that Stephen Miller is super active in the time trials program in North Carolina region.
Yes.
Of course, he's got an endurance car that he's been running with. We'll call it Brand X.
Right.
And a few guys that have run. Actually, some of the guys are probably working timing.
Timing and scoring.
Yeah. So I've run that car in Brand X. And Steven said, you know what, I want to come over and run this car in SCCA club racing. And so, you know, if somebody's got a car that maybe not all four people are going to run every weekend, yeah, it ends up being a car to come out and do that with, and another activity. And what we have different from all of those other ones is, you know, one of the first things I said is let's do sprint racing at the same level of access these guys are doing endurance racing,
right?
And see if we can't broaden that scope.
Yeah, and we know that there are cars out here. You're in one of them this weekend, where you were splitting time with another driver, with Lee Hill and his Spec Racer Ford. That you're again racing in this CRE group.
Right. Yeah, and it lets us do that. And I think Rob and Blair are going to share a fit.
That's dangerous.
And Rob actually, I think he's on his novice permit still.
Okay.
But he earned that driver school credit at a race experience event. So he's one of the first ones that is coming through that path officially. And of course, he had, 20, 30, 40 hours of track time before he ever stepped in his first race experience.
Yeah.
And so we didn't have to teach him about where the line was and what the flags were.
No, you just need to teach him racecraft, essentially.
Right. And for those events, we put him out with Blair and other folks. And so it works really, really well in those situations.
All right, as the safety car is passing by us, Brian, have you heard whether or not we're going back?
Yeah, so I do believe that the safety car is going to come in this time. But I think we are going green right now. Yep, so I think we're going to go green and then white. I think we're going to get two good laps is what I heard.
If you don't mind sticking by for a couple more minutes for the last couple of laps here, should be pretty much.
No, it's great. I'll stick around. And right now, leading us to the green will be Stephen Clark. He's actually the race director for Race Experience.
Exactly. That's why I wanted to work him in. Exactly. The race director for Race Experience, and he's come up as an instructor in the Track Night in America program that the SCCA conducts, and homegrown story from Blue Ridge region. All right, as the pace car now heads to the pit lane, and it will be a single file restart as Stephen Clark leads the field to the line. And as they come through, there's the checkered flag, and they're getting the green flag. Pardon me, with a white flag in the air as well, Brian. So it looks as though we're just going to have a single lap here to the checkered flag. Mark Carpenter has gotten around Glenn Evans, so moved Carpenter up to second overall. And now this yellow Miata that Stephen Clark is racing, this is he has both an IT car and he's got his F-Prod car, two very different machines. But we'll see here what the prep levels are here. I don't believe that certainly Stefan's F-Prod Miata not built to the full extent of the rules, I don't think. And but it does have a new-ish motor in the car. Yeah. He had some issues with the previous motor, and has this new machine in. So let's see if Carpenter, who does look, as they come out of Snake Hill, looks like he got a pretty good run here, whether or not he can use the draft to try and get by that machine. We'll see here. As Stephen Clark obviously has a lot of track time here, not only road racing, but also doing track days, doing time trials events as well. Mark Carpenter has been racing here at VIR for a number of years as well as they come through 11 and head into Oak Tree.
I'll tell you what, Greg, as they go into Oak Tree, Stephen Clark a little bit smoother getting in than Carpenter was that time, and that could have been from, not being in the seat very much there for a little while out. Stephen really got a little bit of a really good draw off of off the Oak Tree. So,
all right, so let's take a look here as Carpenter's been able to close things up in the draft. Again, the equalizer here is this very long straightaway.
Yep, there it is.
And there you go. Mark Carpenter gets around Stephen Clark as they head to the top of the roller coaster now and start to come down this huge drop for the very last time. Carpenter, your leader. Stephen Clark running second. That is the battle for the lead in F production. A little bit further back, the battle for the lead in ITS. It is still Glenn Evans. He's got about 5 car lengths now on Justin Deffenbaugh as our leaders come down the front straight, checkered flag in the air, and the first to see the checker and taking the win here at VIR sets his fastest lap of the race, fastest lap of anybody.
Yep.
Mark Carpenter, your F production winner. Stephen Clark will finish second. In ITS, Glenn Evans takes the win. Justin Deffenbaugh put up a big fight there. He comes home second in ITS. Paul Spencer will take the win over Stephen. Oh, let's try this again. Paul Spencer takes the win in ITA. He's got Patrick McGovern, who finishes third in F production directly behind him. Then Stephen Layfield, who finished just off the podium in F production. Grayson Upchurch will finish second in ITA. 8th overall in his Dodge Neon, finishes just ahead of Joel Gambino, who will take the bronze. And then Al Pierce, your winner in E production, finishes 10th overall, taking the win in H production. Alex McBain, he's going to finish 11th overall, with Elliot Golden finishing second, and Robert Mitchell, our sole racer in IT7, finishing 18th in overall. All right, so we've just been given the 5-minute warning here at VIR for our next run group. Let me make a final call to the grid for them. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 3. Please head to the grid. Race group 3, please head to the grid. All right, we are going to take a quick break. I want to thank John Krolwitz for joining us here today. Of course, John is the senior, I'm going to take a big breath before I say this, Senior Manager of Regional Track and Program Development. Is that it? I got it right?
Yep.
Oh yeah, we got to get that title changed. A-word, do something. Aaron, do something about it.
I can tell you what I mentioned as long as nobody holds me to it. I probably shouldn't say that.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah. All right, so everybody, that's John Krolwitz. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from VIR.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, everybody. After a short little break, we are back. It is the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge, presented by our very gracious and wonderful hosts, the North Carolina region of the SCCA. Next up is going to be our GT cars, SPO and SPU cars as well, Touring 1. I don't think we have any Touring 2 cars, and that big spec Corvette field. And Brian, what we're going to do is we're going to split the field up 2 separate pace cars. You can see the first group now going into the horseshoe. Those are our GT cars. Behind them, and they're just going to be crossing the start-finish line now, are all of our spec Corvettes. Let me run down that front group, or the back group, the spec Corvettes first, and then we'll move over to the group up front. Starting on the pole today, driving the number 86 spec Corvette from Miami, Florida, Marino Reyes with James Candelaria. I want to thank James for stopping up here and talking to us a little bit earlier. He represents the Central Florida region. He's from Boca Raton, Florida. He's driving the number 25 machine. Gina Kopitoff, representing Cal Club, and Reseda, coming from Reseda, California, will start third in the number 172 machine. Starting fourth is AP Miranda, coming to us from Granbury, Texas, representing the San Francisco, SFR would be San Francisco region. Then we got David Clemens. He starts next. He's driving the number 2 machine from Roanoke, Virginia, followed by Cecil Stevens out of the Central Florida region in Tampa, Florida. Ian Sullivan, also from Tampa, Ken Kozlowski driving the number 62 machine, then Frank Reinhardt, Gary Holcomb, and Joel McGee. If we move over to our GT cars, starting on pole today, driving his Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport, it's Clayton Ely. That's the number 81 machine, with Chip Bozeman in the number 49 GTA Ford Mustang starting second. Glenn Kirchin will start third in the number 93 GT2 Chevy Corvette Z06, with Bob Davis in the 19 GTA Chevy Impala starting fourth. Starting fifth in the number 34 SPO Chevy Camaro, we got David Ross. He's out of Boones Mill, Virginia, with Ron Ferris starting sixth. He's in our Soul Racer in GT1. He's driving the number 11 Chevrolet Corvette, the red, white, and blue machine. Bill Foster will start seventh. Bill is in the number 76 Touring 1 Chevy Corvette, our sole racer in the class. He's out of Greensboro, North Carolina, with Mike Jackson driving the number 40 Dodge Charger. He's out of Wilmington, North Carolina, and he starts 8th. Starting 9th is Michael Uden in the number 127 SPU Datsun 510 out of Hickory, North Carolina. Then John Barlow, our sole GT3U racer. He's in the number 44 Datsun 280Z He's out of Apex, North Carolina. And then Steve Burkett, starting 11th. He's in the number 16 GT2 Chevy Camaro. He's from Pfafftown, North Carolina. Pfafftown has almost as many F's as my name has G's in it. So I think we got that like 6th and 7th letters of the alphabet kind of locked down there. All right, lights are out on the first pace car with our GT racers, with Ely, Bozeman, Kirchen, and all heading down the roller coaster now.
I think we've got Uten and Barlow. They may be behind the Spec Corvette. I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing Mike Jackson, because he should have been in this group right here.
Right.
And I'm not seeing him. So.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit smaller field there with 9 cars. They come down the field. Our first group, the GT cars, on the front straight. Pace car now on the pit lane. And yeah, and a matter of fact, I think I just saw the Cayman in with the Spec Corvettes over there. No. I'm sorry. The Cayman is on the front row with our GT cars. And as the starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air, and we're racing here from VIR. And there's the Cayman, the white car on the inside. That is Clayton Ely, the GTX machine, getting the jump on the blue Mustang of Chip Bozeman. Kirchen and Davis behind as they head into the horseshoe for the very first line. Our Spec Corvettes have the pace car on the pit lane as they now come out of Oak Tree and onto the front straight. Actually, the pace car was just about to head onto the pit lane with that little baby ND Miata pacing the LS engines. And now as they come on to the front straight, starter looks them over, and green flag, it's in the air, and we are racing as the blue Corvette of Marino Reyes jumps to an early lead over the yellow number 25 of James Candelaria. We jump a little bit further back in the field. This is Cecil Stevens, who was starting, I believe, in 6th position as they come out of the horseshoe, start to make their way up to the NASCAR bend. Let's see if he tries to make a move down the inside. He does. It's almost as if I knew exactly what he was going to do, Brian, as he makes a move now on, looks like that was the white machine of David Clemens that he came underneath going into NASCAR bend.
And there's Candelaria there. Move him back to 3rd place as Reyes got a great start on that. And they were side by side when they got to the line. When they got down into turn 1, Reyes had that early even, and Kopitov, he's turned around and moved him up into 2nd place. So Candelaria, it usually takes James about a lap or two, and all of a sudden that car starts to come in. So.
All right, and as they make their way through South Bend, running wide is Candelaria. He grabs a lot of dirt there, and now trying to take a look to the inside right behind James Candelaria, and Candelaria shuts the door going into Oak Tree. I believe that was AP Miranda that was right behind him trying to come up the inside.
Yeah, pretty much going, really pushing that corner there wide, and that car really got upset. We'll have to see how that thing handles here for these 12 laps, because there has to be some type of, underneath there really going to upset that car, if not, tow in or what have you. Take a look and getting a call over the radio. Really need to take a look at Ron Ferris is in that GT1 in that Corvette.
Yeah, the red, white, blue Corvette. Yeah. All right, and as our Spec Corvettes now come to the line, and wow, that is so close right now, Brian. As we've got Marino Reyes and Gina Kopitov out of the West Coast, separated by only 1/10 of a second at the line here. Reyes gets really, really loose coming out of 2, Greg. I tell you what, Kopitov really had to get on the binders. If not, he would have ran right into the back of that car, Yeah, so that's going to slow both of them up. That should help Candelaria and AP Miranda catch up coming right through here, because that really slowed them down. Yeah, and as we're watching that group there, is Kopitov, I mean, he's moving around behind Reyes, and I think Reyes might be driving his mirrors just a little bit, but also it was pretty clear because it had the same thing happen as he went through left hook through turn 4. As soon as Reyes tried to get on the throttle, the rear end walked out on him a lot, just not able to get the power down. Now again, these tires they're not true slicks. They're not They're not even our compound tires. These are 200 tread wear tires. They are essentially what we would consider to be track day tires.
Right.
And didn't James say that Miranda had somewhere, or probably that Reyes had somewhere along the lines of 11 or 12 heat cycles on those tires?
Yeah.
I mean, there's maybe not a lot of grip left.
They've probably got just this race, and that's it, right? So we'll have to see. He also talked, James, when he was up here, talked about how him and Reyes, at certain points of the racetrack, looking at data, they're within hundreds, thousands of a second on basically on their lines.
Exactly. That over, we were talking, and I think this was before we went on the air, that we were talking about theoretical lap times.
Yep.
That with the data acquisition systems, if you ran, based on all of the laps that you ran in the session, if you had the perfect lap, basically the fastest corner here, from this lap, the fastest corner from this lap, what have you, as you walk through, they had identical theoretical best times, and that's over 3.27 miles over 17 turns.
Yep. A little bit further back, David Clemens trying to make a move on Cecil Stevens in that 17 as they cross the start-finish line right there. There you see him side by side with Clemens trying to go to the driver's left over Cecil Stevens as they head down into turn one. It looks like Stevens going to be able to hold him off. You may see Clemens try to do an over-under right there, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to get that done. So Stevens going to hold on to that fifth place position fifth place in that Spec Corvette class.
All right, so we'll try and track down towards the front of the field here in a few moments. I've been watching with interest this battle in GTA between the Mustang stock car and then the Impala, Chip Bozeman and Bob Davis, because for a little while on lap number 2, Brian, they were nose to tail. They were separated by about 3 car lengths at most. And now Davis has both the GT1 of Ferris, which again we think might have some bodywork issues, and also Glenn Kirchen in his GT2 Corvette separated between Bozeman and Davis. Certainly complicating things for the Davis machine to move up and contend for second. And we'll check there. Now, it does look as though the 19 car of Davis, Brian, and what might also be an issue is they're going down into turn one now. The left front of the Davis car looks, and there he is going into turn one on the inside, the yellow number 19. It looks to be quite a bit of damage in the left front of that car, as if it had actually impacted maybe another car ahead.
Yeah, maybe like in the rear of something.
Yeah. And from an aero standpoint, especially here on the back straight, if he's trying to get up to Bozeman, that might be an issue for him. But I'll tell you. So Davis is locked in behind Chip Bozeman, or actually I guess he just got around Chip Bozeman here.
Well, no, Bozeman's right there, going through there. Here comes Davis right there.
Okay, with the two. Okay, with the two.
So he just got around. Sorry, he just got around Glenn Kirchen.
That's okay. That's right. Yeah, got around Glenn Kirchen, who's then got David Ross behind him.
Correct.
Okay, so but it also looks as though Bozeman ahead, our GTA leader, starting to fall off the pace a little bit here early on.
Yeah, I mean, I again, probably just trying to take it easy. Again, this is where 12 laps. That's a long race for these types of cars, and you get to the point where you get a good lap at the very beginning and you go as fast as you can, and then all of a sudden you just kind of sit back and take care of the equipment a little bit, unless he's having some type of an issue where the brakes maybe start to fade a little bit early on. So we'll take a look here. Still getting some word on that 11 of the Ron Ferris machine, but it doesn't seem like that's getting any worse. So that looks like that may have sit down. I really want to take a look at Davis when he comes by, Greg, as you mentioned, with that left front. That's going to be an aero problem.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost to the point where the nose is very much flattened out there. Real quick, Brian, as we track him, and he's going to come right by us right now. And you know what, Brian, now that I'm looking at it,
it's crinkled a little bit.
Yeah,
a little bit.
I think it doesn't help that I think the left front fender
because
is
it's black. It is black, but it does look like a little crinkle there.
All right, real quick, I'm going to make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and SMX. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and SMX racers, please head to the grid.
Yeah, I tell you what, Davis is coming up on a couple of lap cars there. And that actually may be David Ross that has gotten back around him. So again, Greg, I think that you're right. I think the deceiving point, and we'll see here, because here comes Boozman now, but I think David Ross got around Bob Davis this time. We'll have to see, because Davis had some problems getting by the lap car last time.
Right, that's the Datsun.
And then now you've got Glenn Kirchen coming up right on the back of Bob Davis as well. So I think that we just, when we're talking about that is crinkled up a little bit. That is causing some aero.
Yeah, indeed. All right, and of course, Brian, I am incredibly upset by this, but Mike Jackson in the number 40 Coors car, the SPO Dodge Charger, did not make the green.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
I did not see him out there when we took off. That's an old Sterling Marlin paint scheme.
Exactly.
That, there. So it's good to see that livery out here. But unfortunately, went out for qualifying. I did see him out there for qualifying, but did not see him out for the race.
Silver Bullet did not make the race.
Yeah.
Maybe he's back there having a drink.
Or one or two.
Or two.
Yep.
Or more. All right, so with our overall leader, Clayton Neely, in the Porsche Cayman GTRS sports car, crossing the line, completing lap number 5, we have 7 laps remaining, and he's opened up now 10 seconds on the rest of the field, Brian. Ferris, though, in the GT1 car, has worked his way up to second overall. This is where I say, well, I would expect this, because that GT1 car probably has close to 600 horsepower on the majority of the cars in the field.
Yeah.
Or not 600, but at least 500 horsepower on the field. See, they typically come in at 800 to 850 to the wheels.
Mm-hmm. And Davis has gotten back around.
Yes.
David Ross.
So now it's just the question, and as we're looking here, that last time by, Brian, Davis was about 0.9 of a second to the good over Chip Bozeman. So started to knock some time off there. The problem is that with all of Davis's fighting with Ross and Kirchen before that, there's about 5.5 seconds separating the two GTA cars currently.
Tell you what, if we can, let's see if we can't find. I just know that our spec Corvettes just went by the start-finish line. They should be coming out of turn number 2. That's a little bit further back. That's the Clemens and the Cecil Stevens battle right there. But our overall leaders probably going up the hill right now. There they are, right there, coming out of the snake and headed up. That's Marina Reyes and Gina Kapitov. I tell you what. Those two have been just nose to tail. It looks like Kapitov's just content to just sit behind Reyes until we get to, the last couple laps. He does look a little bit faster than Reyes in certain parts of the racetrack, but Reyes gets down the hill through the, through the roller coaster and then through Hogpen just that much better. The last couple times. I've been paying attention as we were watching, the other battles there. So you'll see here they're getting ready to come out of the Oak Tree now, head down the straight. They're going to come up on that lap traffic machine, but you can see where Reyes gets a heck of a pull out of Oak Tree, and that just puts Kapitov back by about 5 or 6 car lengths. I think that may be.
And Brian, let's go back to the other shot, Brian. Coming out of South Bend, we saw dust and dirt in the air from the previous shot, and we see here where we've had a car that ran wide on the exit, came right across and impacted the tire wall. Driver's left. We're going to try and get the number on that car now. And I believe, was that the 157 car of James Davidson, I believe, which we should have had an in-car video, in-car stream of James. Let's see if we can bring, if he's there. I'm not sure if he is or not. Nah, I don't think we.
Probably was, and then all of a sudden ended up not having it. I think we still may have it, but so we'll have to see whether or not we still have that. I don't believe that we do anymore, but it looks like he was able to continue there in that 157, but a little bit slow down the hill. So we're getting ready to come up halfway. We're just past halfway.
let's take a look, Brian, if he brings the car
Yep,
into the
it
pit
definitely
lane,
does,
and there it is. Yeah, unfortunately. And so it looks like James Davidson, he's going to retire the 157 machine. And sounds as though we've got another car off currently. Yeah.
We may have something going over there. Yeah, because we got a waving yellow on the top of the hill. Let's go to the next camera shot. We can see if there's something.
Yeah, and that's the 19 car there, Brian. It looks like he's back underway. That was the Bob Davis GTA car, I believe, that just got back underway. Was very much off the pace, and it sounds as though he may have gone off at South Bend also. That's a corner you don't necessarily say, I wonder if there's fluid down there.
Well, there's Davis right there.
Right. Well, that was the car. That was the car that had just as we'd gotten back over to the exit of South Bend, was just getting back underway. But again, so South Bend is the fastest corner here.
Yep.
And it is a blind entry. It's actually an increasing radius turn, but the want and desire there is to brake as little as possible, to turn in as late as possible, and you can't see the exit, and it's not uncommon to go off there. If you drop wheels in the dirt and still have the front wheel cranked in a little bit, you're going to shoot right back across the track. It's gotten a little bit easier. When they repaved the track back in 2017, they actually added a little bit of additional curbing there on the exit. But as we'll see from the next shot, Brian, it doesn't matter because the drivers just extended it even further. You can see all the grass that's out there. As these racers, they don't want to be anywhere near the edge of the track.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you talk about zero grip, go out there. You're not going to have any.
I don't know. I had plenty of grip in my front-wheel drive car at 6 o'clock this morning.
Well,
going 35 miles
an
hour.
You were the only one on the racetrack. You weren't trying to battle with somebody.
Except for the sweeper truck.
Well, yes. I think the sweeper truck almost took you out.
Yeah, well.
Well, no, you went behind the wall, so it wouldn't take you out. Trying to get some.
All right, we go back on board here, James Candelaria, and I think Candelaria's got some mechanical issues. He had contact, right? We're getting word now from race control. Had contact with another car. We've got a lot of cars together over through Snake.
Yeah, we've got some fluid down on the racetrack. You can see even the ones there. So a lot of contact there, in between the two cars. So let's.
All right, and so Brian, we are going to be going full course caution. And I'm just wondering, as we were on board with Candelaria, and it looked like Candelaria was having issues with the car. Let's, and I think, I'm wondering if that is the Candelaria car, the yellow car right in the middle of the pavement there. I mean, looked like he was over driver's left. He was over driver's right, trying to get the car gathered up behind him. Let's see if we can move on to one of the other views here. Again, as we've gone to full course caution.
Yeah, well, it's not Candelaria because he's in there. Now he's texting. You can see up in the thing.
He's sending us a message,
He's sending us a message saying, hey, I'm okay. I'm out. But
so Candelaria had made, I think this incident happened behind him.
Yeah.
He made it through. There is a crossover road. Well, we'll see. If we go to the next camera here, Spencer, there's the road there, and I believe he drove up there, and there's a gate up there.
Yeah.
That's where the Candelaria car is currently.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll pick that up. It looks like all the cars are getting out of there and coming out of the way. So.
All right, so we're under full course caution, Brian, and we still have technically a lot of time left. There's a lot of time on the clock. There's still a lot of time on the clock here, but only 4 laps remain, and a lot of this owes to how quickly these cars race. But let me do this. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group.
Yep.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and SMX. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and SMX racers, please head to the grid.
And Greg, we are going to go to a black flag also. We're going to bring everybody down pit road here. They're going to come all the way down just so that we can get some cleanup out there.
Yeah, and I think that makes a lot of sense because over in the inset, there's not a lot of free track area for the emergency services teams to work the incident
and still get the rest of the cars past the incident there because it's pretty much blocked. So, yeah, no, absolutely. So it's going to make sense. Let's bring all the cars down here from the black flag situation, bring them down on pit road. Get this cleaned up, and then hopefully we can get going back to green flag.
Yep. So we're going to have all of our racers. They're going to come down. You can see the safety car did pick up our leader, Clayton Ely, and going to bring Clayton onto the pit lane along with the rest of the field. Got to meet Clayton this morning as he came to get a transponder put in the car. Very nice gentleman, and obviously very quick in that car. So let's go reset the field here quickly, Brian. We've got the overall order there up on the screen. I'm going to give you a breakdown here by class. We'll start off with Spec Corvette, where Marino Reyes is your leader, with AP Miranda now running second, Ken Kozlowski running in third. And I'm fairly certain that it's the Davidson car. Well, Davidson brought his car onto the pit lane. I think Candelaria, Clemens, possibly Cecil Stevens were involved in that as well. In Touring 1, Bill Foster, he is our sole racer in the class. Foster currently running 15th overall. In SPU, Michael Uten is our sole racer in the class. He's running 18th overall. In GT2, it's Glenn Kirchin, our sole racer. Steve Burkett didn't make the grid today, and the 93 car driven by Kirchin running 5th overall. If we move on, we've got John Barlow in his Datsun 280Z, the number 44 machine, and he is running 19th overall. In SPU, David Ross, your sole racer today. Again, Mike Jackson in the number 40 machine did not take the green, so the 34 machine of Ross is currently running 4th overall. Clayton Neely, of course, our sole racer in GTX, he's your leader. Ron Ferris in GT1 in his Chevrolet Corvette is currently running 2nd overall. And then finally in GTA, it's Chip Bozeman and Bob Davis. And Bozeman in the number 49 machine is currently running 3rd overall. And Davis now sitting back in 7th position as he's had Reyes, Kirchin, and Ross get ahead. All right, so again, we are under black flag conditions where all of our racers now come down the pit lane.
Yeah, so just give you kind of a little bit of an update here, just kind of looking at some of the stuff. We believe, we're not 100% sure, but I want to make sure, again, looking over here into race control, the drivers that were in there, and it looks like somebody had put some oil down going out of turn 4 and up through the snake, which is what really caused the whole thing. I believe one of them is the 172 of Gina Kapitov. Then you've got the 17 machine. That is Cecil Stevens. That is the blue or the yellow car right there. You see him being kind of hooked up there. And then you have the 2 of David Clemens in that other Z06. So, again, you've got those 3. I am being told all those drivers are out of the cars walking around. So you saw there when we went to that camera shot, that's the Cecil Stevens machine being hooked up.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, I think that's as the power was turned off on the car.
Is that when it went out?
That was the last thing that it saw. Yes, yeah. That wasn't even a live shot there. Okay. So that is where we stand. Of course, the clock under black flag conditions continues to run. We still have 12 and a half minutes on the clock. What I'm going to do here in the meantime, Brian, I'm going to switch our timing and scoring so that it shows now once again by time remaining. There we go. 12 minutes and 12 seconds to go. And we'll keep that running.
Got to be honest with you. I just don't see this racing going back.
Well,
there's a lot of cleanup they need to do out there. There's tire wall repair that needs to be go through. So it's going to be a little bit of time. I don't see this one going back.
Yeah, 12. Highly unlikely, as we can see, a good portion of the field there now, or a good portion of the field.
We have
good portion of the maintenance crew
I
for
was gonna say,
Virginia International
we have a
Raceway
good
heading
crew
up.
here, but I don't think we're going to be able to get it done in order to get back and get a lap.
No.
It's going to be difficult. So we'll keep that up. But like I said, we can we can report that all the drivers did get up and walk out. There you go. There's the Cecil Stevens machine. There you go. When the power was turned off, as it was hooked up, so it's pretty good camera there. I believe the white machine there, that is actually the 2 of David Clemens. And just behind that is the Gina Kapitov machine. I believe that, looking at timing and scoring again, Greg, Marina Reyes got through that, got through there, and then Kapitov really had nowhere to go. Neither did Candelaria. Candelaria came up on it pretty quickly, to do it. So it does look like somebody put some oil down on the racetrack. I'm kind of looking over here at race control, and I believe they're saying that they think that it was the 17 of Cecil Stevens that blew and put some oil down, which caused everybody else from behind him to kind of get involved in that. So, again, pure speculation there on my point. Again, I'm just looking over here at race control and seeing what they say. So.
Just want to pitch in a little bit on the narrative from what I saw looking at the cameras here. My fingers weren't quite fast enough to switch over to our in-car 2 cam. That is the car of
Candelaria.
Yeah. The accident I'm pretty sure happened. It was the white car spun into the tire while Candelaria tried to move to dodge it. Didn't quite get there fast enough, and you can actually see the crack in his windshield from the impact that was not there before. It tagged him on the white car's rear as his nose was in the tire wall. And you watched him, that's what you saw of his car getting kind of sideways as he passed the accident, and that's why he pulled off into that exit ramp.
And I'm glad. I feel much better, Brian, also that because we had James up here right as we were coming out from lunch, and we showed him what his in-car feed. It actually had his camera completely inverted and upside down. And if it was like that, and we went over to his camera view after that happened, then I'd be very concerned.
Yeah, then I would be. Yeah.
But both, of course, I guess the car could have been upside down. But he's okay to the point where he was texting his wife that he was just fine. Either that or telling him to get the airplane ready. He's flying home.
We probably shouldn't have showed him sitting there on his phone, but, well, in the race car.
Well, he was off the track. Exactly.
Yeah. So. Yeah, as you can see, a lot of extensive cleanup there as we go through. So we'll keep updating on that. But yeah, most again, one of those. It's just one of those racing incidents where something like that happens, and you've got to make the best move that you can to get around it. And unfortunately, for several of these drivers, just did not work out for them. But like I said, good to report from hearing over the radio that all the drivers did get out of their cars. Did walk out, so so that's actually good news to hear going through. So again, looks like we're going to have some extensive cleanup, here. So
all right, so 8 minutes and still haven't received word if they're if we're going to checker this. Remember, Brian, when we had cleanup a little bit earlier today, I think during our first race. They did manage to do a green-white checker to end the race, so we'll see if that is perhaps the plan. But at this point, there's still quite a bit of cleanup there.
Yeah. And we have to, we also have to think about too, getting those cars off, getting the track cleaned up pretty good. That is a position on the racetrack where you're really starting to get back on the throttle pretty heavily through there, right? Yeah. I mean, if you've got a good handling car. That's where you're going to be on that day. If we don't get that cleaned up, that's going to be a little bit difficult. But then you gotta do the tire repair. I remember here a couple years ago when I was running my Legend car here, and we talked about unfortunately Ken Van Horn's car. The last time I saw that car before Ken got here, with it was Casey Kirkland in it, and he was pointed directly into that tire wall, as I came out of that turn, and you're getting back on the throttle there, and it scares you as a driver. It just kind of makes you a little bit thinking, is that car going to back up? What's that car doing in there? So, and again, you put some oil or anything down on that racetrack, it's just nothing is going to work.
Yeah, exactly. The cars are, and it's interesting when, as a front wheel drive racer and having raced here many times, coming through turn 5, obviously for any car, the car is incredibly loaded up. But just as you come out of 5 and get ready for stake, the car flattens out a little bit, and you try to turn that car almost into a straight, or turn that section of the track almost into a straightaway. In a front-wheel drive car, it's typically not an issue because you're getting pulled through that section. But in these high torque, high horsepower Corvettes, and well, for most every car that it was in this race group, with the exception of maybe the 510, you're going to get on the throttle, and the rear end still is kind of loaded up a little bit. And you'll end up seeing the rear end walk to driver's left, and you're going to end up pointing straight at that tire wall driver's right.
Yeah.
And and that's the first place you're going to go, and there's not a lot of time there to recover. Unfortunately, those tire walls on driver's right, very, very close to the track surface. So it looks as though we're going to have another one of the cars pulled out of the way. Now, there is a, even if we get the race cars removed from the scene there, you can see on your left, just downstream of the corner station, quite a bit of work underway now to repair some of those tire bundles. It's interesting, Brian, and looking at this, we know that there are a couple of tire walls here, specifically up at going into the roller coaster, up at the top of by turn 14, that they use the conveyor belts, the banding, to keep the tire bundles together, but more importantly, to distribute the energy and the force across all those tires. These tires here, whether you look at the ones just immediately to your right on the screen, closest to our camera, or down there, I don't believe there are any banding on them. The stacks themselves are bolted to, so tires are bolted to the tire directly below it to create a stack of 4 or 5 tires high, but they're not connected to the next set of tires beside them. And so what ends up happening, depending on how you hit the car, the bundles, they just kind of go and fly out of the way. The other thing is if they get hit with enough force, the tires themselves, as they're absorbing that energy, they end up ripping and tearing on the sidewalls and what have you. And so the reason why these stacks of tires will get replaced is to ensure that they can absorb the maximum amount of energy. As we are just now getting word, Brian, from race control, that the starter is going to display the checkered flag, and there it is, bringing this race now to an end. And so what we'll do, let's go and take a look again at we'll give you the top 10 here. Taking the overall win in his GTX Porsche Cayman, it's Clayton Ely. Ron Ferris will take the win in GT1. He finishes second overall. He's in his Chevy Corvette. Chip Bozeman, our GTA winner in his Ford Mustang, will finish third overall. David Ross wins SPO in his Chevy Camaro. He'll finish fourth overall. Glenn Kirchen, your GT2 winner, he finishes fifth overall in his Chevy Corvette. With Marino Reyes taking the win in Spec Corvette, he will finish sixth overall. Bob Davis will finish second in GTA, seventh overall, with Chris A.P. Miranda finishing eighth overall, finishing second in Spec Corvette. Ken Kozlowski, ninth overall, third in Spec Corvette, and Ian Sullivan rounds out your top 10 just off the podium, finishing fourth in Spec Corvette. Other notables, Bill Foster, our sole T1 racer, he'll finish 15th overall. Michael Uten, our sole SPU racer, 18th overall. John Barlow, 19th overall, our sole GT3U race car. All right, so gentlemen, let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid, and we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and SMX. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and SMX Racers race group number 4. Please head to the grid. And with that, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more racing action here from VIR.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
mean? Wait till you get under that umbrella. Yeah, I'm going to be happy when Drennan gets out of there. He's past due.
Good thing that one of them dead.
Well, I was going to say, you don't have to worry about one of them.
Yep.
Now, he will go down in the grave of a memory of mine. That's the second time She said over the net that the analog radios are inept. She
I can help out. I did my FNC training.
And after a long break, everybody, welcome back. Hope you missed us. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati, and this is the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I also want to thank, of course, the North Carolina Region Scholarship Fund, as well as our broadcast partner, Willing and Able Racing, helping us bring you this broadcast this weekend. On track now, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. and SMX for their pace lap. Let's run down the starting order. On the pole today, starting in the number 33 machine out of Evans, Georgia, it's Rob Clifton. Starting on the outside of row number 1, he's driving the number 10 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. By the way, all of these are Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s except for one car. I'll let you know when we get to that car. Thomas Weir, he's out of the South Carolina region, and Charleston, South Carolina is home. He starts second. Starting third, Justin Weir in the 151 machine, also from Charleston. Then we got Arvid Albanese. He's in the number 77 car. He's representing the North Carolina region. He's from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, with Liam Kerper from the Washington, D.C. region, the first of our MARRS racers in the field. He starts fifth today in the WNA Racing number 51 machine. Then we've got Sean DeCold. Sean's in the number 56 car, represents the Central Carolina region. He starts sixth, with Jason Pintar starting seventh. Jason represents the Northern New Jersey region. He's from Flemington, New Jersey, in the number 6 machine. Steve Clifton will start eighth in the 04 car, representing the Atlanta region. He's from Evans, Georgia, with Lee Hill starting ninth today, the number 72 car, driven out of Reidsville, North Carolina. Then we got Ryan Stark. He's going to start 10th. Ryan's in the number 19 car. He's from the Tennessee Valley region, Franklin, Tennessee, specifically, with Steve Nelson starting 11th. Steve's in the 27 car. He's from the Northern New Jersey region, and Roseland, New Jersey is home. Then we got Don Privet. Don's representing the South Jersey region of the SCCA. He hails from New York, New York, and he is starting 12th today in the 57 car. Starting 13th in the 147 car, representing the Central Florida region, it's Steve Spano, and Steve is out of Melbourne, Florida. Chris Broussard will start 14th in the number 26 car, with William Shields starting 15th in the number 67. Then we got Steve Mincon out of the South Jersey region. He starts 16th today. He's driving the 99 machine. And in the 66 car, it's Bill Watts. He starts 17th. He represents the New England region. He's from Tiverton, Rhode Island. James Rouse will start 18th. He's in the 15 car, representing the South Jersey region, out of Leonardtown, Maryland, with Andrew, he is out of, Leonardtown, Maryland, with Andrew Waldorf starting 19th in the lucky 13 car. Mark Fickenshire is going to start 20th in the number 81 machine. Mark is from Painesville, Ohio, with Stuart Mullen starting 21st. Stuart's in the number 44 car, representing the Central Florida region. Kevin Silbert is starting 22nd. He's in the 14 machine. He's out of Columbia, Maryland. And then we got David Lanning. David is in the number 16 car. He starts 23rd. Starting 24th in the number 80 from Vienna, Virginia, it's Phil Ackley. And then we've got our sole SMX racer today, starting in the 25th position. He's representing the North Carolina region. He's from Richmond, Kentucky, and he is Patrick McGovern. Starting 26th, Steve Hahn. He's out of Reston, Virginia. He's in the number 42 car, with Dave Trossel starting 27th. Dave's in the 133 machine. He's from Annapolis, Maryland. And rounding out the field today, we've got Richard Miller. Richard's from Poolesville, Maryland, and he drives the 38 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. As the lights are now out on the pace car, Brian, and we should be going green this next time.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, when they get to that first, where we had that incident in the last group, they're going to have to really tiptoe through there. They're still on a stage right. You talked about the Weirs. They are father, son. Tom's the father. Justin is the son. So Dad's got the leg up right now.
There you go. And apparently Sally's got a real good set of teeth.
Yeah,
as well. Apparently Tom is Sally's dentist. Yeah.
Here comes our cars now out of Hog Pen, getting ready to come down the front stretch. Going to pick up the pace car is going to pull off and duck into pit road there. It looks like you got one car there in the back.
I think that's the that might be the SMX machine. They're running a little bit behind the Patrick McGovern as the pace car's on the pit lane. Starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air, and we are once again racing after a little bit of downtime, racing here at Summit Point as our racers head down towards the horseshoe for the very first time. Clifton in the blue and orange number 33, the gray number 10 of Thomas Weir, dad, dentist. And then we've got Justin Weir, and Justin is in the black and garnet. That would be red colored car, I believe, not
Well,
green.
I believe Justin then got around Dad. We got a couple cars going off there, Greg, missing the entry into turn 4.
Into the
right
left
there.
hook there, running a little
Yeah.
wide. By the way, Anna Crispin corrected me. I said green flag is in the air here at Summit Point. Well, not really.
It could be.
It could,
They
it
do
could
have
very
an
well
event
be.
going over there.
Exactly. Here is we've got our racers coming through that world of hurt, or actually world of oil dry down on the pavement over in the Snake area there. And I think after a couple laps of the racers going through, Brian, that's not going to be really an issue. We won't see the big clouds there. There is definitely grip there for them to grab. But jumping out to this early lead, is that already Weir in the did he get around Clifton for the in the first couple laps? Let's take a look here as they come out of turn 12 and onto the back straight. Well, again, Clifton in the blue and orange machine, and then Tom Weir in the gray car. And I think indeed Weir jumped out to no, I'm sorry, that is the Clifton car.
I think Justin is now in second in the 151. We'll see when
Yep,
they come out of the window,
absolutely. You're right there is the black and red machine. Then we've got the blue and yellow of Albanese. The blue and yellow, like I said, it's like the navy blue with a maze. It looks like a Michigan car, basically.
And
University of Michigan.
there are more than just Anna listening to us, because I just got a whole bunch of text messages saying we are at VIR, not Summit Point.
Yeah, well,
There's more than 2 people listening.
We might have been racing 10 minutes earlier if we were at Summit Point. I don't know. All right. Did I just say that? No, I didn't say that at all. All right.
Again, the Weirs, we just talked about it as they cross the start-finish line, head down into turn 1. It is Justin gotten around Dad. Thomas in that number 10 machine to take second place here, but they're going to work together here. So look for those two. Again, this is a group of cars that you really, really need to have what we call a dance partner. This is all about momentum. This is all about, we got one car that went off down there in turn 1, I believe. That is Justin Weir.
Yes.
So Justin Weir gone off right down there in turn 1. You can see him coming right back on the track right there. So again, missed the braking point, going in, got hard on the brakes, and looped that car around the driver's left.
Yeah, so Justin Weir, who was at the time in second place, got it all kind of wrong, kind of like pulling teeth, Brian, to get me to say the right thing here. And he's back underway. It does look as though the SMX car, Patrick McGovern, just pretty content to just sit back behind the Spec Racer Ford field and not impede them in any way. As it also looked like James Rouse in the 15 car had quite a bit of issues on the very first lap.
Yeah, McGovern got that Richard Petty paint scheme livery going on right now. So you're right. I think he's content to just sit back there. Looks like we had a couple cars going off there, maybe kicking up some dirt. Again, these drivers getting as much as they can out of this cars and out of this racetrack right now.
All right, so as our racers race towards the top of the roller coaster, where they're going to get hard on the brakes, make that right-hand turn, and then start dropping down about, I'd say about 3 flights, Brian. You know, three floors here. It's almost, I think, as steep as you have, for example, turn 12 at Road Atlanta. The difference is it's a lot more strung out here, a little more windy. It doesn't happen as quickly, but still you've got this constant elevation change. But more importantly, as opposed to, say, at turn 12 at Road Atlanta, you're constantly having to move back from left to right and deal with all the weight transfer to the front of the car, especially after you have to get on the brakes partway down the hill. Here, as we've got lap number 2 in the books, and Liam Kerper, Brian, who started 5th overall, of course, after we had the Weir car run off, that moves him up now into 3rd position. He just ran the fastest lap of the race, and he was almost 3/10 faster than Thomas Weir ahead. He was 7/10 faster than our leader, Rob Clifton. And, he's only about 1.2 seconds back from our leaders, second in line in this group as they come through Snake.
Yeah.
And he's got Sean DeCold right along with him in that number 56 machine. I think we were talking about DeCold earlier, as he spent some time right at the top of the leaderboard in qualifying earlier today.
Yeah, I tell you what, Liam, in that 51, again, we talked about it earlier this morning. That car was all pretty much part yesterday. So Good run by Liam. He's run really, really well in that WNA racing, SRF3. Getting the pull there from Thomas Weir as they come out of Oak Tree now and start to head down the backstretch. Still, Rob Clifton kind of doing it on his own there. Got about a 5-car length lead as they come out of there and head down the backstretch down near Madison Avenue. But I tell you what, Kerper really on that back gearbox there of Thomas Weir in that 10. And then a little bit further back, you've got Sean DeCold. He's going to try to catch there. So, as the race goes on, Rob Clifton, he's going to have some company here momentarily because, again, the draft with 2 cars are much faster than they are with 1.
Yeah, indeed. As you mentioned, Clifton, he's gonna, I think, have a little challenge here as our racers come down into Hog Pen, and look at how tight that is, and again, Weir and Kerper just locked nose to tail as they come onto the front straight here. Clifton kind of returns the favor here. This is interesting, Brian, and I think this is the effect of the draft. As Clifton crossed the line, he turned in his fastest lap of the race, a 2:08.8. Weir and Kerper behind, 2:08.3 and 2:08.1. I mean, they are starting to close things down. They are within a second now of our leader, Rob Clifton, and Sean DeCold starting to make up some ground on our leader as well.
Yep.
We'll take a look here as they go under braking into left hook.
Yeah, you get DeCold up there with Kerper and Weir. That's really going to change the dynamic as well, especially when we get out of Oak Tree. You get that run off there down the kind of the hill and then back up a little bit. It's going to end up being, and Greg, I think we're seeing a little bit of rain back there.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Starting to come down. That's going to actually change the dynamic all the way, up and down, because I'm sure these drivers are out on slicks. So.
And like clockwork, Brian, we expected some precipitation this afternoon to roll in.
Yeah.
Initially,
there we go,
off
Greg.
at South Bend, and good recovery though. Wow, what a recovery!
That's actually Thomas Weir. It's not really a straight, backstretch straight. That's coming up over that crest that hill, and you get into it, and if it's raining there, which you can clearly see, it's going to cause a problem.
All right, and we're starting to see drivers move off. Now, the tires that these racers are on, and I'm sure they're on the dry weather Hoosier tires. They have a dry tire, which is a quasi-slick. It has some tiny little sipes in it, but once you see a decent amount of rain, they're not going to be able to evacuate water, and then they've got a wet weather tire as well. If they're out on the dries, and they likely are, it's not going to take a ton of rain before these drivers start slowing things down here and try to gather the cars up underneath them. So we'll continue to watch here and see. And I think this corner here is going to be the bellwether, Brian, as we watch Rob Clifton much further off the pace coming through Hog Pen.
Yeah. And you can see pretty much all the corner workers here, they're going to end up putting that debris flag out because of the rain, especially back there. I'm sure they all know what's going on.
Right. I've never considered to be rainwater debris.
Yeah.
Well, and it's starting to come down pretty hard. For all of you at home, just know that our cameramen are safe. They have raincoats on.
Yeah, they're raincoats.
They're okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and there goes another car off there. I believe another good save, staying on the pavement too. So again, I'll tell you what, if there's any type of driving school you want to learn, it's right here, and I believe that may be the 72 machine. I believe that may have been Lee Hill spinning around there. So
Tom O'Gorman texts me that it is a surface change flag.
That is true. And a lot of drivers now, Greg, starting to come
down the pit lane. Yeah, there are a lot of drivers. We see, I think it looks like Privet heading back.
Half the field, 3/4 of the field have now pitted.
So now it is literally the survival of the fittest, Brian.
Now you can go out and make that 3-minute lap because, like I said,
there's nobody left to challenge you.
The good car that's out there right now is the 43, our SMX car.
Well, I mean, you saw these two drivers going side by side through the exit of South Bend. That was actually some great racing there for a moment. Here is again the highest speed corner, and we've now seen, Brian. We'll try and get the numbers, but somewhere along the lines of 10 cars,
if not more than that. I think between 10 and 12 cars, like
of
you said,
a 28 car field have now headed back to the pit lane.
Yeah.
And I don't see many crews looking
no, they've
to do
all
tire changes.
Yeah,
they've all
come
the
back and gone back to the paddock. Yeah. So this is going to be one of these. One of these races where it's hey, it's not worth damaging my entire car.
No.
Rob Clifton's still hanging out in there. Again, he's got the lead, so again, really tiptoe. It's going to be interesting to see what this lap time is.
All right, well, let me do this, Brian, because of course I forgot to change it from the last session, but we're going to change our ticker back so that it will show the number of laps remaining here, so you can get a better idea. 8 laps remaining. We already have 4 laps in the books. We're working lap number 5. Let me do this, Brian. Let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, touching the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 5. Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, SSM, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, SSM, and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid.
Yeah, I tell you what, this cell that's coming, that's with us right now. It's not very big,
right?
But it's just enough to where it's just to the left of us, but it's kind of shifted a little bit, turning, coming right directly over the race.
To the point where we've already had a couple of people chime in, Brian, that over at Oak Tree, the rain has actually stopped already, and it is almost 80 degrees outside. Some of this may evaporate pretty quickly. We may see the dry line start to come out. The racers see, again, they're kind of off pace. It kind of looks like I-77 in Charlotte around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and with drivers weaving around all over the place. Again, looking very much like 77 in Charlotte. Yeah. But we'll see here. I mean, this is a great opportunity for racers to try and pick up some positions here as we watch this group now come through Snake. Oddly, though, Brian, can't see any of the oil dry any longer over there.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, like I said, the driver that actually, and it's really raining hard here.
Right.
Quite a bit, but it's, certain parts of this racetrack, and that is the, obviously the 43 machine there of Patrick McGovern. In the heavier car, he's covered.
Yeah.
He's not really getting all that wet again. He's probably out on the, on his dry
weather
tires
Toyos,
as well. So he's just kind of going through the motions, but he's starting to pick them off and starting to move up. Of course, like I said, half of them have already come down the pit lane there.
All right, so one of the drivers who stayed out, Brian, is Chris Broussard. Who started off today's race in 14th position. He is now up to 6th. Broussard, who is out of Guilderland, New York, was the Skip Barber Grand Master Champion in MX5 back in 2013, and has run a number of different Skip Barber series over the years. Came to the SCCA in 2016. To run Spec Racer 4 Gen 2 is, I believe, the final. Actually, 2017 was the last year that the Gen 2 Spec Racer 4 ran at the National Championship runoffs. And says he started with a dream to go to the Skip Barber Racing School.
There you go.
So there you go. And I think that kind of fits in with the conversations that we were having with John Krolwitz earlier, how the number over the last 20, 30 years, the number of SCCA driver schools has certainly contracted and been reduced. There are a number of for-profit businesses that offer courses so that you can earn an SCCA competition license like Skip Barber, that a lot of racers take, but they also have their own racing series and what have you. And and he's representing the 10IK Group Insurance, as we now have multiple cars off at the NASCAR bend at turn 3. And it sounds like we've got a car that had gone off, taking a wild ride, literally Mr. Toad's wild ride through the roller coaster as well, and has already continued. So, there's another one off. you know, I guess the way to save yourself from going wide at the NASCAR bend is just turn early and start in the grass.
Yeah, I tell you what, the radio calls that are coming across our headset right now, it's just, you know, going to be, yes, it is. It is just nonstop. Their batteries are going to go dead on their radios.
All right, so I think also we can tell you the drivers that retired early, Brian, I believe Arvid Albanese, Don Privet, Bill Watts, Andrew Waldorf, Jason Pintar, Justin Weir, and James Rouse all had retired at the end of lap number 3. We've got Richard Miller, who's a lap down from the rest of the field right now. Richard Miller, great. You know, you got to hand it to Richard to stay out there. Richard started 28th on the field, and he is now up to 21st. Currently a lap down from our leaders, but you know, this is as good a time as any to get this wet weather experience. You never know when these flash storms will show
absolutely. Again, you know, we were talking about Liam Kerper. And I tell you what, you know, like I said, we saw that car pretty much apart, and you know, Liam's only 15, so you know, we're talking about other drivers out here that are 14, 15. Liam's another one in that. You know, in that age bracket, you know, kind of started karting when he was 4 years old. Again, right now, no fear. At 15, you have no fear, right? So it doesn't matter whether it's raining or not. You're going to go out and do what you need to do here. But yeah, it looks like in some parts the rain has stopped. Some parts it is still raining, and everybody trying to get the most out of what they can. But you have to be careful, and you have to tiptoe through certain parts of this racetrack.
Might need to talk to our start-finish cameraman to kind of wipe down that lens a little bit, getting a little foggy over there.
He got a little lunch in him, and now he's just kind of.
Who were we talking to last night about doing windshield washing duty in New York City?
Yeah. And again, you know, we look at this, and there are battles going on pretty much all over the racetrack here. With some, you know, with the cars that are left that decided to come back, you know, or stay out on the racetrack. So again, you've got a bunch of cars really trying.
All right, and as we look at the field here, Brian, just to give you an idea of how the pace has been affected by these quick rains. Right now, our racers, Clifton and Kerper and Lee Hill, who's moved up to 3rd, they are running right now in the 225 to 230 range. Their fastest laps were in the 208 to 209 range, so almost 20 seconds off the pace. Real quick, a couple announcements I want to make, Brian. I'm gonna ring the little chimes just because, well, I haven't rung my bell here in a couple of moments. We get a word now from our timing and scoring folks that both results as well as driver and worker gift pickup have been moved over to the tech shed to get out of the rain. So again, if you want to get race results, or if you have not picked up either your driver or your worker gift from the great folks with the North Carolina region, they've moved the hospitality over to the tech shed. In addition to that, tonight, the Saturday night social has been moved from the pavilion over to the gallery building in order so that you can, keep your hair nice and dry tonight. So again, I think it's let me see if we got a time. 30 minutes after the track goes cold, the hospitality party will be over at the gallery building, not at the pavilion.
Spencer, if we can, let's pick up this race right there. That is actually for 7th, 8th, and 9th, and I believe that is Chris Bessard, William Shields, Steve Meekin in that number 99 machine. These guys, they've kind of gotten together, and again, they tiptoeing through coming out of turn 1 and turn 2. But I tell you what, when they get out of 2 and they head up into NASCAR bend here, Greg, that's really where they start to really kind of condense down here as we go through turn 4. Right now, you've got Steven Spano just ahead of them in the 147, and I believe that's the 56 as well, of Sean DeCold in front of them as well. We'll keep an eye on this coming out, but I believe that is actually 5th through 9th.
Yeah, and we are starting to
So that's Thomas Weir. That's 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and then 9th.
Yeah, and we can see, obviously, Brian, we're talking about dry lines. There was always a dry line, frankly, based on the amount of rain that came down. But already, just in the last lap, we're starting to see the racers starting to pick up speed again. We talked about a lap or so ago that the top racers were in the mid 218 to 219 range. They are now in the 16 and 17 range.
Yeah.
So they're definitely starting. We can see here there are a lot of areas where already the water has evaporated.
Yeah. And our leaders now have 3 laps to go. They just went by the start-finish line, so they're down in between turn 1 and 2. Rob Clifton leading by about 0.3 over Liam Kerper. They were coming up on the 133 there of David Trostel machine, so they're going to run into a little bit of traffic there. But again, this is how far back you can see when we're talking about 4th place through 9th place right there. They're just now coming down the hill, so you can see where that gap is between the overall leaders. It's almost 35 seconds from Clifton and Kerper all the way back to Lee Hill at 3rd, and then you've got to go all the way back to this group right here, which the leader of this is the 10 of Thomas Weir. Then you've got Sean DeCole, then Chris Broussard, William Shields, and now Steven Spano's fallen all the way back behind Stephen Minkin. So again, still having some issues in certain parts of this racetrack with some damp weather.
All right, so let's continue to watch. Such a great fight going on here as we're watching that weird Nicole Broussard Shields fight, and then just a little bit back behind that was Steve Minkin and Steve Spano in the battle for 8th. Again, as the track got wet, you saw the racers that wanted to continue on really start to compress down here. But such a neat fight. Now Clifton has opened up a little bit of a gap.
And the 0-4 on pit road, that's Steve Clifton. Clifton was Rob's father. So again, father jumping out of this race here, having some type of an issue here. But yeah, you can clearly see here, Greg, where we're back to pretty much dry right there, just kind of a cloud burst. And again, I know the clouds in this camera shot looks a little bit brighter, like the sun behind that is starting to come out, which will be working its way back this way.
All right, so 2 laps remain. Brian, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Race group number 5, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, B-Spec and C-Spec. Well, and SSM. No C-Spec, but there is SSM. Please head to the grid. Race group number 5, STL, STU, B-Spec, and SSM racers, please head to the grid. And again, a reminder to those of you here at the track, if you want to pick up either your worker or driver gift, please head over to the tech shed. Also, results will be available for pickup at the tech shed as well.
Yeah, here comes that battle just now going across the start-finish line. Going to be heading down into turn 1. That's Thomas Weir, Chris Broussard, William Shields, Sean DeCole dropping back to 7th now overall. Steve Minkin in 8th. And Steven Spano back down to 9th. So a lot of battles between those cars. Again, that's 4th through 9th right now. You're talking almost 38. Our leaders have about a 38-second gap over the 3rd place car, and then another 19 seconds back to this battle right here. So a pretty big gap between the the first 2 cars right now.
All right, so Brian, next time our leaders come onto the front straight, they will see the white flag.
Yeah.
We are currently working lap number 11.
Yep. And
they're
they
coming
go.
onto the front straight, right by the starter stand right now. Clifton and Kerper. And Kerper's knocked about a tenth of a second off of Clifton's lead, Brian, on the last lap. So let's stay here as Kerper takes a look to the inside on Rob Clifton.
You don't get that over-under, and there it is. There's that over-under.
And he works his way across, trying to hold off the 33 machine, and the 33 car able to jump back across the nose and retakes the lead. So Kerper now with about 3/4 of a lap to try things again here to get set up, likely going to sit back where he is, try to draft the 33 machine up to the top of the roller coaster, up to top 14, turn 14, pardon me, and try to get underneath them before they come down the hill.
Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't try to outbreak him getting into Oak Tree. That's probably not a position where you want to try to do it, but because you can run that run that over under, you want to kind of stay in there.
Well, here he comes. He comes down the inside, Brian. He's going to try to come underneath. That means neither car will get a good run through Oak Tree. I thought he'd use the draft and just try to slingshot by, as one of the two cars runs a little bit wide on exit, and I think that might have been Clifton in the 33 machine on the outside. Now, as they slot back in line, doing the weave, that's trying to break the draft. We'll let the stewards figure that one out.
Well, that's
Clifton ahead.
In the front. Yeah, so the over-under again happened, right? So Kerper was able to get in there. We'll see if he does it here.
Not close enough, Brian.
Yeah, not close enough.
Too far back, almost 2 car lengths back. And if there's one thing that we've seen is on the front straight, Brian, although it is fairly long, it's somewhat difficult, even if you get a good run out of Oak Tree, to be able to make that pass to draft by and slingshot by the car ahead. But we see here, Kerper's going to try it. He's sitting right underneath that little ducktail rear wing. And as they come to the line, checkered flag being displayed by our starter and taking the win. When he needed to run a fast lap, Brian, he did. Rob Clifton runs his fastest lap of the race on the very last lap. Margin of victory over Liam Kerper, 0.13 of a second. Lee Hill coming down the hill. That's the yellow number 72. Actually, no, the 72 is actually, we're waiting for him. Those are some slower lapped cars right now. Lee Hill and the yellow 72 coming onto the front straight now. There he is.
Nope, that's a 133.
Oh my gosh!
I'm telling you, he's got about a 30. It's about 40 seconds.
Now there's Lee Hill.
Yep.
One of the yellow cars is Lee Hill. Here he comes onto the front straight. Lee Hill. He's going to finish third, 48 seconds back from our top two. But let's jump back to this great battle. This is now the battle for fourth with Weir, Broussard, DeCold, Shields, Minkin there as well. And as they come to the line, let's see if there are any changes from when they went to the top of the roller coaster. No, there isn't. There aren't. So it is going to be Thomas Weir finishing in fourth, just off the podium. Sean DeCold fifth. Chris Broussard sixth. Steve Minkin seventh. William Shields eighth. Steve Spano will finish in ninth. And the group that we have coming out of Hog Pen now onto the front straight, it is going to be Steve Nelson rounding out our top 10, and just outside of the top 10, Stuart Mullen from Sarasota, Florida. All right, Brian, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call for race group 5, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, B-Spec, and SSM. Please head to the grid. Race group 5, please head to the grid. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Virginia International Raceway. It is the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA, and we'll be right back.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online. Visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway. It is the 2025 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg, otherwise known as Ben Franklin, and that is Brian Donati. We've got Spencer Gaynor pushing all the buttons. I should have had him put a new lower third up over there with like a kite,
Yep,
and key and string and stuff as we're coming back from this this short lightning delay. Next up is going to be Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under, SSM, as well as B-Spec. We're going to have a split start for this, Brian.
Yep.
We've got our first group, our Super Touring cars, behind, I believe, the blue BMW pace car, which will be coming into your view right about now. And then we'll have the SSM cars, followed by the B-Spec cars behind a second pace car. Let me run down the starting order here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to give you the top 10 for each one of these three groups, Brian. Except for B-Spec, there are only 8 of them, so I can't really give you the top 10. All right, let's start off with Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under, starting on the pole. And Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under, driving the number 57, STL Mazda Miata from Cameron, North Carolina, Chuck Hines. Robert McManus in the number 84, STL Mazda RX-8. He's from Monroe, North Carolina, starting third today in the number 182, STL Mazda Miata from Christiansburg, Virginia, Ted Cahall. Mark Bradley will start fourth. He's our STU pole sitter. He's in the number 106, BMW 325 IS. He's from Wake Forest, North Carolina. Bob Mueller Jr. will start fifth in the number 60, STL Mazda Miata, with Robert Rowland starting sixth. He's in the number 51, STL Mazda Miata from Asheville, North Carolina. Then we got Neil Goldner. He starts seventh. He's in the number 65, STL Mazda RX-7. Then we've got Brian Hooper. Brian's here in the number 42, STL Honda Civic SI from Greensboro, North Carolina. And then starting ninth, Bob Cahall. He's in the number 178, STL Mazda Miata. He's from Kearney, Illinois. And finally, rounding out the top 10 in our STL and STU group, Forrest Landy. He's driving the number 94, STL Mazda Miata. He's from Ashburn, Virginia. Now let's move over to SSM. Of course, all of these cars 1.6-liter Mazda Miatas. Starting on pole, driving the number 89 machine from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, Jamison Huffman. Starting second is going to be the 98 of Eric Chasm. He's out of Silver Spring, Maryland. Jordy Furman's going to start third. He's in the number 8 car. He's from Wrightsville, Pennsylvania, with Colin Murchison from Sykesville, Maryland, starting fourth in the number 58 machine. Starting fifth in the number 14 is Andy O'Brien. He's from Richmond, Virginia, with Chris Tilton from Leesburg, Virginia, starting sixth. He's in the number 36 car. Brent Simonson starts seventh. He's in the 26 machine. He's from Millersville, Maryland, with Rich Ura starting eighth in the number 61 car. He's from Fairfax, Virginia. Ray Seabird Heath will start ninth today. He's in the number 9 machine. He's from Mechanicsville, Virginia. And then rounding out the top 10 in the number 56 machine, Jim Hess. He's out of Newcastle, Virginia. Now moving over to B-Spec, Adam Benaway, your pole sitter today in the number 69 Honda Fit. He's from Fayetteville, North Carolina, with Josh Schmidt in his Chevy Sonic starting second. He's from Silva, North Carolina, with, he's from Kannapolis, North Carolina. My apologies, Josh. With Blair Deffenbaugh starting third. He's from Silva, North Carolina. He's in the number 87 Honda Fit. Jesse Elliott will start fourth today. He's in the number 25 Chevy Sonic from Fayetteville, North Carolina, with Ryan Moran starting fifth. Ryan is in the 08 Mini Cooper. He's from Lyndhurst, Virginia. Then we've got Rob Wilmoth. He's in a Honda Fit. The Apex, North Carolina driver starts sixth. Starting seventh, driving the 07 Mini hatchback from South Boston, Virginia, right outside the front gate practically. It's Jacob New. And then we've got Alex Ratcliffe rounding out the field. The King Rat starting eighth in the number 103 Mini Cooper. He's from Leesburg, Virginia. As the lights are out on the first pace car, bringing our Super Touring drivers through Hogpen onto the front straight, Chuck Hines in the number 57 machine. The green Mazda is your pole sitter. Robert McManus in that bright orange Mazda RX-8 on the outside of the front row as the starter looks over the field, and we're racing once again here at VIR.
Tell you what, Chuck Hines, Robert McManus there, they're going to go too wide down into turn number 1 here, Greg. as it looks like Hines not wanting to give it up. McManus not wanting to give it up either, but it looks like Hines is going to be able to take that inside driver's right, hang that bottom line there, and come all the way through. McManus is going to have to take the long way around, and what that's going to do, that's going to put Ted Cahall right on that back bumper of McManus as he starts to pull away just a little bit as they head up into NASCAR Bend.
All right, and we've got McManus taking a quick look to the inside. A bigger look to the inside is Ted Cahall. No change of position there as they go through left hook. As our second group now, our SSM racers, their pace car is on the pit lane. Starter looks them over for the start, and green flag is in the air. And Jamison Huffman and Arif Kazem, they're going to lead the field down towards turn 1. Huffman in the white machine on the inside, Chasm in the red on the outside, as we now get ready for our B-Spec start as we're on board with Rob Wilmoth and his Honda Fit. Wilmoth now starting back in 6th position. Is their green flag in the air? You can see the starter waving it as they make the run down into turn 1. We've got the 08 machine. That's Ryan Moran in his Mini Coupe right alongside Wilmoth. And Moran, a great start there from the inside. He's going to try and sneak underneath the Chevy Sonic of Jesse Elliott as they come through.
We got the 25 there, went a little bit wide there. I believe that is going to be Jesse Elliott. He went really wide there. You can see him now getting ready to get back on things. So it looks like the car just did not want to turn.
And that makes things a lot easier for Rob Wilmoth when the car right in front of him just decides to go to the Dan River instead of staying on the racetrack here, as it's already a little bit with that car exiting the track surface, a little bit of a breakaway at the front with the top 4 machines of Benaway Schmidt, Deffenbaugh, and now I believe Wilmoth in that group as well. Or is that Ryan Moran running? That's Ryan Moran running in 4th in the Mini Coupe with a little bit of a gap back to the blue and yellow machine. That's our camera car, Rob Wilmoth, in the spoon livery. As we've got our super touring racers coming down, crossing the stripe, completing lap number 1. Chuck Hines, your leader, McManus, Cahall, and Bradley. And already those racers starting to stretch apart as we jump back over to that super touring battle. As our leaders coming through turn 1 and 2 through the horseshoe right now. And you can see already, Brian, about 3 to 4 car lengths between each of our top 4 racers. A little bit tighter back in the battle for 5th with Rob Rowland, Neil Goldner, Bob Mueller Jr., and Robert Cahall all together. Actually, why don't we throw in Brian Hooper in his Civic as well.
Yeah, the Super Touring is starting to get, like you said, stretched out a little bit, pretty much single file all the way going through there. We'll be looking for our SSM group coming out of the down across the front stretch now, getting ready to come across the start-finish line. You got Jamison Huffman there. He's going to be leading Arif Kazem, and then you got Jordy Fuhrman, and then Andy O'Brien. Again, talked about Andy earlier on. Good to see Andy back here running. Remember, he had that terrible incident here last year where basically totaled the car, basically a total loss, had to get a new one here. So again, good to see Andy. If there was anybody that wanted to see rain, it was Andy. Andy does really, really well in the rain here. So,
and we see here where Huffman is already opening up a bit of a gap, about 5 car lengths now over Arif Kazem and Jordy Fuhrman. Fuhrman really has stepped up his game in the last I'd say year, maybe actually less than a year. We saw this at the end of the 2024 season. At New Jersey, where he was getting a lot of coaching help from a good friend of his, Chip Herr, our 2-time STU national champion. And I think that coaching's really gone to art because Jordy is finding himself competitive at many more racetracks right now, and had a great outing at Summit Point to kick off the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season at the end of April, or probably the end of March, beginning of April.
Yeah.
And I think he probably is a little surprised to find himself in the top 3 here at VIR. This is the very first time he's raced at VIR.
Well, last year at New Jersey, that end, you were talking about he had just gotten a new refresh-built motor, right? Ran that, and then was really done at the end of the year. So had some time to go back through that car, make some other changes you talked about. You know, getting some coaching with Chip Herr, again, SSM, again, regional class here is really only part of the Washington, D.C., racing at Summit Point, New Jersey here, and then, you know, on an away race. That is really about momentum. And Jordan's been coming into his own the last year and a half about learning the draft, learning how to push, learning when to go, when not to go. and so that's really making him an accomplished racer.
Yeah, the SSM cars, I think as we mentioned today, seal motors, they have to make a very small, there's a very small variance. They put all the cars on a dyno at the beginning of the season. Most of them are making anywhere between 105 and 108 horsepower to the wheels. So, not high-powered machines by any sense. And as with any spec Miata, momentum is definitely the key with those cars.
Colin Mercenson in that SSM in that 58, his first time here as well. So we've got a lot of first-time racers here in that class out here on this racetrack as well.
All right, as we watch this battle now coming out of the Oak Tree corner here. And Brian, I guess we'll have to see. I'm getting old and my eyes are starting to fail me. Is this the B-Spec?
No, B-Spec's
actually going right by us. So this right here,
that's the
battle for the lead in
overall.
Super Touring Light with Chuck Hines and Robert McManus locked in right underneath. Hines in the green 57 NC 3rd Gen Mazda MX-5. McManus in the Mazda RX-8 directly behind, and then about 4.5 car lengths back, that is Ted Cahall. Cahall just ran his fastest lap so far of the race, and actually ran the fastest lap of anybody. He was about half a second faster than both Hines and McManus ahead. So we'll see here as they come onto the front straight and come up towards the line to complete lap number 3. There they are. Let's see what Cahall does. Cahall, that last time by, actually lost everything that he had made up. He ran a low 214, whereas Chuck Hines and McManus quite a bit faster. McManus at a 213.4. Chuck Hines is actually running, Chuck Hines and Cahall are running very similar lap times. But it's pretty clear there, McManus at the moment, he's the class that just needs to be able to get around Chuck Hines. And we know how difficult it is to make a pass on the 57 car. Brian, I keep looking back to the Super Tour here last year where we had Austin Hill racing in his SMX, well, it was an SMX machine, an NC Mazda Miata. We had in-car video of Austin over the course of the race, and you can see him get more and more animated as he kept trying to pass Chuck Hines. Chuck wasn't doing anything, he wasn't blocking, he was just running his race, and Austin just could not get the car by to the point where I think he had both hands off the wheel, gesticulating and articulating his displeasure.
Yeah. Last time by, I got a call in that the number 4, Kevin Conlon, had spun. He was able to continue up there right around turn 11. So as we watch our overall battle here coming down in the STL, that is for Chuck Hines and Robert McManus. And Greg, I last 2 laps, and we saw Chuck Hines get out to that pretty big lead there over McManus. That time, but McManus is really starting to reel that in. But I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and pick up the B-Spec battle going down into turn 1 right now, Greg.
All right, here we go. It is the 2 Fits and a Sonic. That sounds like a good.
That's like a law firm, right?
Yeah,
Two Fits and a Sonic.
That's exactly what it sounds like. Leading the B-Spec field, that is Adam Benaway. He's in the dark blue number 69 Honda Fit, and he's already opened. He's not already, but he's opened up about 4 car lengths now on Blair Deffenbaugh and Josh Schmidt. And again, this is looking very reminiscent, Brian, of the race I called with Brian Belansky about a month ago for the VIR Super Tour, exactly, where Benaway in the number 69 car was really just able to walk away from the rest of the field here. But Deffenbaugh and Schmidt, they seem to do a good job working together, and they have now, even as they come out of Snake, where Deffenbaugh is very, very strong, have been able to draft right up back to the back of the Benaway car, where the Benaway car is strong. And again, I talked earlier today, Brian, about the change in spec tires for the B-Spec class last year, going to leaving Hankook, going to a spec Goodyear tire, and it has really helped the gearing in 4th and 5th gear for that later Honda Fit that Bedaway is driving, Defenbaugh driving, I believe, a second-gen Fit, so a slightly earlier with a different gearbox, I think a 5-speed gearbox, but his car isn't helped or affected as much by the change in diameter of the tires.
Well, side-by-side action there, going down into up over the roller coaster hill and down into Hogpen there. So pretty good battle starting to shape up pretty much everywhere. Not only in our B-Spec class. There you go. There's your top three right there with Benaway, Defenbaugh, and then Schmidt. Those three look like they pulled out big, pretty big gap, almost 13 seconds over Ryan Moran and Alex Radcliffe in that 08 and 103, and then you got to go back a little bit further than that till you get to the 25. Jesse Elliott, who went off earlier. And
I was just gonna say, and a little surprised. I wonder what happened with Rob Wilmoth, who now finds himself back behind Jesse Elliott.
Yeah.
In fact, maybe can we go to that in-car feed from Rob Wilmoth? Do we have that available?
Yeah, there it is.
There we go.
By himself, so really kind of falling back.
Yeah, it just seems to be off the pace. When they completed the prior lap, he was only about three. I would say he was only about 3 car lengths back at most from the 25 machine. Well, there he is now. We've got the 25 car directly alongside. This is the battle for 6th in B-Spec, as Wilmoth, of course, leaves the door open for the 25 to come through underneath. Now, this will set Wilmoth up to the inside going into the NASCAR bend, which is really, you've got the quick little bend here, and then the left-hand turn here, and it looks like he cleared the 25 and was able to actually get able to open up that corner and take a traditional set to turn in there, which is going to allow him to carry more speed. Great run there from Wilmoth.
And those battle right there, that's actually allowed the 07 of Jacob New to come in as well.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
You've got a battle there in that. So,
all right, Brian, real quick, let me make a first call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group 6. Open wheel drivers, prototype drivers, and sports racers, please head to the grid. Race group 6, this is your first call to the grid.
As we go back on with Rob, they're trying to hold off at 25. Jesse Elliott and, gotten back around him, and then Jacob New right there behind him. As they're getting ready to come up on the 411 machine, breaking Rob. And again, it takes a lot to get these things rolling again if they really got to get hard on the brake. Rob really having to get hard on the brakes, I believe. That may have been the 41 there of Henry
Long in the Mazda 6 sedan, yeah.
That's really going to affect their speed. You can see where the 25 Jesse Elliott, he really had to get hard on the brakes coming through Oak Tree and down there. So that's opened up a little bit of a gap for Rob, as you can see that there.
Yeah, I would say if there was one saving grace there, as they all got bottled up behind that car, Brian, is that they all had to jump on the brakes, as opposed to, if Elliott was maybe able to, seeing that was going to be happening, maybe coast into Oak Tree and then get a run out of there so that he didn't have to lose all that momentum by standing on the brakes in order to, to keep from hitting Wilmoth ahead.
So we do have a new leader overall, as Robert McManus has gotten around Chuck Hines, opened up by about 2/10. Then you got to go back 7.5 seconds to Ted K. Hall in that 182 machine, and I know that he was just coming up on the leaders for B-Spec the last time by, so they're probably in turn 2 or turn 3, so you're going to see that battle there. There's the Rob Wilmoth and Jesse Elliott, and they're continuing to go side by side. Like I said, Jacob New, he's got to be liking this because he was good 10, 15 car lengths back.
And now he's literally right on the back of these two cars trying to figure out who he should pick. As we see there, as Wilmoth had the Sonic this time able to come underneath him.
Yeah. You got me last time in there. I'm going to keep you washed out this time, and so I'm going to go underneath you.
All right, let's see if we can find that STL battle. That
probably up near, they're probably up around Oak Tree. We got one car going really wide in Oak Tree there. You can see it on the dirt on the top of your screen. Here comes
Yep,
the fourth car in line right here, I
right
believe.
here. Yep, this is them. This is the orange RX-8. This is Robert McManus coming off running his fastest lap of the race. Chuck Hines in the green 57 machine. And we'll jump back to this SSM race in just a few moments here. Let's check as this STL fight comes down the hill. There they are.
Tell you what, the 84 there, right there, he's going to be coming up on the back of some of these Miatas. I believe that's going to be coming up on the 108 machine there, and that is going to be James Mann. And Andy O'Brien down on pit road, so Andy O'Brien having a problem.
All right, Brian, and as our leaders at STL came by us, come down front straight, Chuck Hines popped out to the outside, trying to make a move around the outside of the RX-8 of McManus. The only problem is they came up on some of that slower SSM traffic, and there was absolutely nowhere for the 57 car to go. Had to drop back in line, and is going to have to try and figure out another way to get this done as they clear those two cars. I think they've got some clear track ahead of them now. Obviously here, clear track, but this is not the section where the Mazda is quite as strong, well, they're both Mazdas, as the MX-5 is quite as strong as the RX-8. But Hines gets a great jump usually out of the Oak Tree turn, out of turn 12. I'd love to see what McManus does if he does anything to defend against that.
Well, McManus really gets through Oak Tree. This is the strongest point of the racetrack for him right here. You can see this is where he opens up a little bit going into the braking. He's a little bit faster over top of that hill. Then when he comes through Oak Tree, he really gets a good run off the corner.
Well, and it's not even just off the corner, Brian. As they came through 11, which is the first left-hander there up at the top of the hill there was just this brief moment where McManus opened up about an extra car length before they even got to the turn in at Oak Tree. And we can see here now as they go past our camera, the advantage then is maybe 3 car lengths.
Yeah.
I mean, it starts before they even get into Oak Tree itself.
Right. And within a lap, we were talking about we'll go back to the SSM. I'll tell you what, these two, they're going to come up on the leaders of SSM because they're just now coming across the start-finish line now. So our STL battle is going to come into that.
Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 6, open wheel prototype and sports racers. Please head to the grid. Race group 6, this is your second call to the grid.
Tell you what, there's that SSM race right there, Greg, and then our STL battle going there where you've got Hines trying to make the move. But when we look forward there's the SSM race. There's Jamison Huffman. Then you got Jordy Fuhrman, Colin Murchison. Colin got all the way up to the back bumper of Fuhrman as they were coming out of Hog Pen, coming down, but then had to get back out of it for whatever reason and not allowed Fuhrman to get back up. Well, Fuhrman was right on the back bumper the last lap by on Jamison Huffman.
I think the reason why they had to get out of it, Brian, is because we had the 33 STL Miata of Michael Arendosh mixed in with that group there. He actually spun the car over turn 1 when that whole entire group went through. Local caution came out as he tried to recover the car, but I think everybody was scattering around him at the time.
Yep. Yeah, you can see here Huffman leading by about 2 or 3 car lengths. And this is where Fuhrman, Murchison, and then we'll throw in, I believe that's a Reef Chasm right there. Again, all 4 of those cars pretty well matched right now. And again, this is all about this momentum that we keep talking about. Those 4 are going to kind of stay nose to tail, not really going to try to push a lot of energy into trying to make a pass right now, but Fuhrman gets right on the back bumper of that 89 of Jamison Huffman as they come down about another car length to Colin Murchison, but Fuhrman really on the gas coming out of Oak Tree. And then there's that battle for STL. It looks like Hines wanted to go to driver's left to set him up for the hill there, for the roller coaster. I don't think he's going to be able to make that.
No, he wasn't able to get it done.
See it there. He's going to have to back off a little bit as here comes our SSM battle. So I think by the time we get down into turn 1, Greg, you're going to see that STL battle is going to be in in the mix with that SSM group.
All right, so it's the 89. That is Jamison Huffman, Jordan Fuhrman in the 8, then Colin. What's too many 8s? 89, 8, 58, 98.
All the 8s are up front.
All of them together here as they go down into turn number 1 together, just ahead of that STL battle for the lead. And at some point, Brian, I want to try and pick up. I want to get back to the battle for the lead in B-Spec as well, because it looks like the 2 fits in the Sonic are still closest. We've got one of our drivers running a little bit wide. Was that Murchison?
No, that's Chasm there. Chasm tried to get out of the way of Robert McManus and kind of really got out of the way.
So here's something interesting. Let's jump over, if we can, go towards the turn 1 camera here. I want to just pick this up. The B-Spec is we've got the number 9 machine having some major engine issues. It looks like pulling over side by side. Josh Schmidt and Blair Deffenbaugh going down into the horseshoe. That is the battle for second. Now, Brian, the reason I point this out is that Benaway in the dark blue number 69 machine on the previous lap was only about a car length ahead of him. And now as we see the fit of Deffenbaugh and the Sonic of Schmidt start the fight, Benaway's starting to move away.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Mr. Raymond Seabird Heath has got a problem with the rear end of that car, so he may take that cut through there to come in the back way.
So they're going to be our safety workers are going to be trying to motion to him that he should probably take the car.
Yeah, he's already passed that location from what I just heard, so he's going to miss that. So yeah, that's a product. You got to know where the exits and the entries are here to get through.
Indeed. All right.
Okay, so he did make it.
He brought the car into the grass over by the NASCAR bend, and he's off, taking the car off. All right, let's watch this battle as it comes to us here. The fight in, this is SSM coming to us, I believe, Brian?
No, SSM just went by.
Well, this is the...
It's just another battle of some. This is the Benaway. This is the B-Spec race.
That's right. This is Deffenbaugh and Schmidt in the battle for second in B-Spec. Thank you. And the advantage for Benaway when they crossed the line to start this lap, lap number 9 of 12, was almost 3.5 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like next time by here we're going to be getting that 1 to go here when our overall leaders come back through the start-finish line.
Yeah, and here they are. Let's continue to watch this for a little bit, Brian, because I mean this has been we've had some great fights at the front of each one of our classes here. This is again Robert McManus in the orange and black and silver number 84 Mazda RX-8. Following right behind Chuck Hines in the green number 57 NC Mazda. The next time they come by, they're going to get the white flag. And as we see here, coming into this this horseshoe bend, or probably not the horseshoe, but into Oak Tree, Hines just again he seems to, as they come up the hill, maybe he overbrakes a little bit. I think is the issue. And the Mazda, and there's a reason why that Mazda now is, Hines takes a look to the inside. I think he's got the draft, Brian, and he might be able to make the move. They're going to be coming up on Rob Woolmuth's a Honda Fit here in just a moment. But no, McManus manages to hold him off as they go into the top of the roller coaster. I was going to say the reason why McManus, I think, also does so well coming through 11 and keeps the car rolling and keeps the speed up going into 12 is the rotary motor in that Mazda RX-8. He's got no torque, even compared to the inline 4-cylinder in the MX-5. He needs to keep that car on the boil when he gets onto the front straight and use revs to his advantage. And apparently he's using and working that car better than Hines is with the Miata.
He is keeping it revved up, that is for sure, as he opens up by about half a car length right now. So
that's it. So white flag is in the air, and as we watch our STL leaders come through the horseshoe, you're going to see the battle for the lead in SSM come into view here momentarily. And going and protecting a little bit to the inside, going into turn one, Jamison Huffman having to hold off. And, I mean, this is great to see, having to hold off Jordy Fuhrman and keep Fuhrman pinned to the outside. Eric Chasm slotting in right behind the pair. And it appears to be a three-car fight in SSM right now as they've dropped Colin Murchison. Should mention that Chris Tilton, who started this race sixth in SSM, he is now up into fifth position.
Yeah, making a good run there. And I know that you just behind him, Brett Simonson, Tilton and Simonson, the battle of the 3-6 and the 2-6, the battle of the sixes are getting there. So again, you know, you look at that, there they are right there. Now it looks like Fuhrman got in front of.
Exactly.
Yeah, Fuhrman got in front of him. They're going to have that car there, and he's going to have to give away that inside. That's going to allow Huffman to get right on that back bumper, but give the lead there to number 8 there, Jordy Fuhrman.
That's it. And as they came up on some slower traffic coming out of Snake heading towards the S's, let's see what he can do as our, we see Rob Wilmoth coming down the pit lane. Looks like our camera car is going to retire early. Should also mention that it looks as though Josh Schmidt has started to open things up on Blair Deffenbaugh in the battle for second in B-Spec. As we'll get back to that fight in just a moment as our leaders now
should be getting ready to come down out
down
of Hog
the road.
Pen.
Yeah, coming. I was going to say they should be here coming
Right
out
there.
of Hog Pen in just a moment.
Yep.
That's there we go. There's McManus, and look at the gap that he's opened up now on Chuck Hines on the final lap as they come to the line taking the win in STL. It will be Robert McManus with Chuck Hines finishing in second. In STU, Mark Bradley should finish third overall. Ted Cahall is going to come across the line. Cahall finishes third in STL. Let's watch. Here's the battle for the lead in SSM coming out of Hog Pen now and onto the front straight. And it is Jordan Fuhrman. He's got the position now here. And as they come to the line, Brian, checkered flag in the air. Who's going to win the first SSM race at VIR? Jordy Fuhrman takes the win over pole sitter Jamison Huffman. Eric Chasm will come home in third. Colin Murchison comes across the line. He's going to finish in fourth position. Chris Tilton, we're still waiting for him. We're going to see him come across the line in just a few moments. He should finish in fifth. And there is the battle right there. Now coming across the line as Chris Tilton and Brent Simonson separated, Brian, the battle for fifth. 97 one-thousandths of a second.
They were almost side by side going through there.
All right, as we look at the rest of the field here in STL, so it's McManus and Hines, Ted Cahall third, Neil Goldner will finish in fourth, Brian Hooper brings the red number 42 Civic across the line in fifth, Robert Rowland in his Mazda will finish in sixth, and then in B-Spec, Adam Benaway takes the win, Josh Schmidt second with Blair Deffenbaugh third, Ryan Moran, we'll see him, I think we're going to see him come across the line in just a few moments, but he should take fourth position. He was up by over 20 seconds on Jesse Elliott when we started the last lap. Actually, you know what? They had already crossed the line.
They had already crossed the line, yeah.
Yeah, they finished a lap down. So Moran will finish fourth, Jesse Elliott fifth, Jacob New, Alex Ratcliffe, Rob Wilmoth rounding out B-Spec. And in STU, Mark Bradley took the win. Henry Long in the Mazda 6 finished 2 laps down. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6. Race group number 6. That is open wheel, prototypes, and sports racers. Please head to the grid. Race group 6. Please head to the grid. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Virginia International Raceway. Stay with us.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online. Visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway. It's the 2025 edition of the SARRC MARRS Challenge presented by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. And of course, we'd like to thank our broadcast partner, Willing Enable Racing, for helping to bring you this broadcast this weekend. Brian, we've got our open wheel and prototypes and, well, I don't want to say sports racers in plural, but our sports racer out on track now for their race. And again, these races today, this is going to be the last race of the day. It is 12 laps or 35 minutes. Let's run down the starting orders on the pole today. Driving the number 62 Formula Enterprise 2 machine from Covington, Georgia, it's Will Franklin with Eric Cruz in the number 8 FE2 machine from Williamsburg, Tennessee, starting second. Pardon me, I say Williamsburg, Tennessee, Williamsburg, Virginia. Oh, the founding fathers would not be pleased with me. Michael Frailer is going to start third today. He's in the number 05 FE2. He's from Brentwood. He's from Tennessee. He's from Brentwood, Tennessee. Then we got Carl Lennox Barbrew. He's our Formula Atlantic pole sitter. And I think, Formula Atlantic pole sitter out of the Washington, D.C. region. He drives the number 14 Swift DB4. He's from Midlothian, Virginia. Then Justin Smith starting fifth. Justin's in the number 44. Elan RF10 Formula Continental. He's out of Fort Mill, South Carolina. Then we've got David Blaine. He's starting sixth. He's in the number 09 FE2 machines from Trenton Woods, North Carolina, with Frank Clark in his prototype 2 Van Diemen ESR from Culpeper, Virginia. The 85 car starts seventh. Starting eighth in the number 21 SR1. That's a radical SR1 machine. As we talked about the SR1 and SR3 direct crossovers from the pro radicals from the Radical Pro Cup series. Then we've got next in line in his Club Ford Crossley 35F from Henrico, Virginia, Mark Walthu, with Anthony Anderson, our Formula Vee pole sitter. He's driving the number 17 Vortec with Donnie Isley in his Agitator starting in 11th position. That's the number 30 car. Then we move over to Formula Continental, where we've got Jeff Baskin. He's driving the number 12 Van Diemen. He's out of Moyock, North Carolina. Then Harrison Southworth, our sole Formula 6 driver, and as we learned earlier today, flies F-22s.
Yes.
Very, very cool. He's driving a QRE Invader here today. And then Bill Argyle, our second Formula Atlantic driver. Bill is in the number 39 Swift 08A. He's from East Lyme, Connecticut. And by the way, I learned that it's not Gloucester, not Gloucester, it's Gloucester.
It's Gloucester.
Gloucester, yep. Virginia.
Just like it's Enrico.
Enrico. That's what I get for not being in the military. Sorry.
Or really being from Virginia, other than when you lived in Alexandria. It's kind of hard to.
Arlington, but
Arlington,
exactly.
Yeah, Arlington, Alexandria.
It was fake Virginia.
It's one street away.
Northern Virginia, not real Virginia.
Yeah, correct, right?
Exactly. All right, pace car now. Lights are out at the top of the roller coaster, turn 14, and they'll make the run down the hill.
See how Bill Argyle did not go out earlier this morning. He was the one who had that problem right off the pit lane going down through there. So we'll see whether or not he's able to get out there and do it.
All right, it looks like our first cameraman of the day, Brian, decided to take a union break. So no more shots down the up at the roller coaster. But I got this great. We can actually see most of the roller coaster from this shot here. I think we'll be fine. Oh, is he back?
Come back, yeah.
Ah, he's back.
Kind of in and out there. We're waiting for our green flag.
Because I embarrassed him, Brian.
Waiting for a green flag to fly right now.
All right, starter looking over the field now as they rev up their engines on the front straight. Green flag is in the air. We're once again racing from not Summit Point, from Virginia International Raceway, as our racers make their way down to turn 1. Franklin and Cruz, the two FE2s on the front row. And as they come in, Cruz is in the red and white. It's got the early 2000s, late 90s Ferrari livery on it there. Instead of having Marlboro, it's got Cruz. So you always know who's driving the car. But more importantly, Will Franklin jumping out to an early lead there with Michael Frailer in the 05 FE2 machine directly behind as they come through turn 5. Hopefully they're there somewhere. Ah, here they come.
Tell you what, Greg, keep an eye on Carl Lennox Barbrew. He did not get a start.
There they are, Brian. I thought they all got teleported. Of course, that was David Blaine in the last group.
Yeah.
But I thought maybe all of our racers got teleported to another racetrack. Maybe some of them for that matter.
Maybe they just kept going straight. They didn't want to turn.
It's the Blues Brothers thing where they just all end up in a big pile.
Yeah, correct.
Right in one place.
Yeah, as I was saying, keep an eye on Carl Lennox Barbrew. He did not get a start that he wanted. Basically was moved over to driver's left and let everybody go. Remember, he had a problem earlier on qualifying this morning with that car. So make sure that car is up to full song. It looks like right now he's okay. He's a little bit further back behind Justin Smith. I believe David Blaine may have gotten around him as well.
That's right. And it appears as though Jeff Baskin in the Formula Continental, the Van Diemen machine out of Moyock, North Carolina, did not get the green flag, did not come and start this race. So 12 cars out on track currently. As we've got our FE2 field completing lap number 1. Franklin jumping out to a 1.3 second advantage over Cruz. Similar gap back to Michael Frailer running in third, and Carl Lennox Barbrew again tries to get that car up to speed. Currently running fourth overall with Justin Smith in his Continental running in fifth. Here as most of our racers are coming across the line, and coming up on the 2 Formula V's of Henderson and Isley, we've got Harrison Southworth in his QRE Invader. We know, well, that's right. I was joking about Southworth taking flight over at turn 1 earlier, but we'll see. They should have a nice little flight here.
A couple cars that are really stretching it out amongst themselves. I tell you what, it's when you talked about that Harrison Southworth battle, kind of going in between Isley and Henderson, when they crossed the start and finish line, Harrison came up so quickly on those 2 coming out of there, really had nowhere to go, and ended up being just, honestly, basically had to make a quick move driver's left. I know that slowed him down a lot getting in there because he almost had to get on the brakes. If not, he would have ran right in the pack of Donnie Isley getting the 30.
All right, so here's this is just so fascinating to me, even though I can't pronounce the names of any towns that have military bases. So David Blaine, talk about making things disappear. Never mind the fact that he was a 4-time GTL SARRC champion and also 2 years Majors Tour champion as well. He said when we asked him earlier this week how he got started in racing, this is amazing. He said he always wanted to race but never had the time or money, and I know why. And I don't think it's time or money, but you have to see. A lot of people get into motor racing, Brian, because of adrenaline, and the kind of adrenaline it can give, and just the how it will pump you up for racing. Well, you tell me which would be more interesting. He says, in my military special operations unit, we jumped out of airplanes with motorcycles and rode on the skids of helicopters as part of our standard missions. Racing is the only thing I found that gives me more of the same near-death adrenaline feeling. and all I can say is,
sure.
Okay.
Sure. What do you say to that, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's
something like that.
And so Blue Sky Wealth Advisors, it's not Blue Sky Health Advisors.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
That's kind of interesting. Hey, look, you know what? That's what drives him. So
yeah,
he's doing
well. And again, somebody with a lot of drive. He's the CEO of this wealth advisor company of Blue Sky Wealth Advisors. So good on David. And I'm not going to make jokes about making people disappear anymore because after seeing that, I might be next.
Yeah. Now you don't.
Exactly. All right. So Brian, real quick, with 10 laps remaining. This is going to go very quickly. Yeah. I don't want to jinx it, but I think this is going to go very quickly. So let me make a first call to the grid for our final race group of the day. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7, our Tarheel Enduro and Sprint drivers. For your qualifying session, please start heading to the grid. Race group 7, this is your first call to the grid. All right, so I'm looking now, Brian, as we see our leaders come across start-finish. That's Will Franklin in the white 62. Eric Cruz, we'll see him coming across the line. Actually, I think we just saw him come across the line in the red number 8 machine here, and there they are going through the horseshoe. Cruz, that last 2 laps ago, had turned in the fastest lap of the race, had knocked a little bit of time out of Will Franklin's lead, and a lap later, Franklin decides to return the favor, turns in a 156.3, expands his lead over Eric Cruz by half a second to now put him 1.8 seconds up on the driver of the number 8 machine. Michael Frailer running 3rd overall, 3rd in FE2. He's just now going to be coming into this shot, I think. Actually, that's him right there. He's already over 6.5 seconds back from our two.
Well, I think Frailer's in the white and green, white and that.
Yes.
The second car.
The second car.
Yeah, Carl Lennox Barbrou in the red 14 got by him.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Had a pretty good lap there, basically 2 seconds faster. So he was able to run him down and make the pass going through the horseshoe down in 1 and 2. So here's your overall leader there. There's Franklin. Then you've got Eric Cruz, and then the 3rd car now is going to be Barbrou and then Frailer.
All right, if we can do this, Spencer, if we can move over to the horseshoe real quick. Actually, they just came. There they are. This is the Formula Vee fight, Brian. That we were watching how close they were in qualifying. Anthony Henderson, he's in the Vortec, the number 17 machine, and that is the red Vortec, and then right behind him, it's the Agitator, the blue number 30 of Donnie Isley, directly behind. And this is very much how they spent qualifying. And this is how they've spent time so far for the first 3 laps. Is their working lap number 4 right now. And this is how Formula V's race. You use the draft. If you pick up speed and you've got momentum to pass the car ahead of you, let them by. Don't lose any time trying to slow them down, because you're going to get caught in the same draft a lap or 2 laps later, and you're going to be able to do the exact same thing. Yeah. And it's just a chess game as they leapfrog one another until we get to the very last lap and they decide who's going to lead going up to the top of the roller coaster.
Yeah, you see that, like you just said with the Formula V's, and being that these are the only 2, right? I mean, those are pretty evenly matched cars. And again, this is another class that's a product of they're aero dependent. You need the draft in order to go fast, right? So again, having 2 of these, there's no real reason to fight each other until you get to the end, and then you battle for the lead, because then if you pull out, you should have a little bit of momentum getting by your competitor in front of you. And Donnie Isley right now could be just patient enough to just sit back there. We saw it in qualifying. Hey, okay to sit back here. We're the only 2. Let's not push the issue. Let's just kind of ride around until we get to the end, and then I'll try to fight you, because I'm going to need you to be there in order for me to make that pass. I can't make that pass if I'm by myself. So.
Yeah, indeed. And so Donnie, your U.S. Major Tour points champion in Formula Vee in 2016, in 2017, in 2021, 2023, and last year as well, all in the Southeast Conference. Not to be confused with the Southeast Division, but essentially a way that they go and group the different events across the country for point standing purposes, loosely based on what division the host region is in.
Yeah, so again, product of, you got to kind of stay together. And here comes our overall leader here. Now, Will Franklin going to come up on that battle. Isley's going to back out of it just a little bit, seeing that Franklin's going to come up in behind him. So that's going to be, a little bit of a problem of, going to have to let them go at some point.
So we had, Brian, interestingly, Mark Walton, driver the number 22 Crossley Club Ford,
came down the pit lane just a moment ago, had the crew look at the car. He's now returned to the action. He was almost as fast on the pit lane as he was on the front straight on the previous lap. No.
I thought I heard that call coming across saying, I don't have a radar, but he seemed to be going a little bit faster than we needed him. So.
But the thing here is, although he's lost a lot of time on track, he didn't lose a lap to the leaders. I don't think. So he's still a lap down from our leaders, but we'll probably see him. And I believe that's him going into 11 right now.
And again, our only, I think he's right there in the middle of that.
Yes.
Kind of moved over driver's left there.
That's it. That's him right there. Getting past all the Formula Vee.
Yeah. So I mean, we do have a pit road speed here, and then when you come on pit road, and then you got to take off again. You got to honor that pit road speed until you get to the you get to the exit before you go pulling out. So there'll be a little bit of a discussion, but again,
I want to check in. I'm sure he can. I don't think he's here in the paddock. I just saw him at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit a week ago. Jay Chapman from Goodyear Tire checking in and saying nice to see a nice, strong B-spec field here at Virginia International Raceway this weekend. Jay and his team have done quite a bit for the B-spec community over the last 2 years, as we're now just about halfway through this race. 6 laps down, 6 to go. So, Brian, let's make another call to the grid for our final grid of the day. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 7. Our Tarheel endurance and sprint racers, please head to the grid. Race group number 7, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. Brian, you're the weatherman. It seems to be getting darker around here all of a sudden.
Yeah, I don't know. It's starting to build up a little bit. It seems like the wind has changed a little bit, kind of swirling around here. I think we're definitely going to get some rain, but it'll be a little bit later. I think we'll get through this race and obviously through the qualifying for our last group. But I think you could see some stuff here building up probably around that 6 o'clock time frame, 6:30. Going to get some rain, and then tonight we're going to get some really good heavy downpours. Good couple of cells coming in. So if you're staying here at the racetrack, you may want to tidy up just a little bit before you decide to either leave the racetrack or decide to crawl in your trailer or motorhome. You might want to pack up your stuff a little bit.
By the way, winds have changed. My very favorite Scorpion song.
Yeah. Listen, I've been here the last 2 years. We were here for the runoffs when we had it here in 22 and 23.
Yes.
We had basically the hurricane that came through, the tropical depression that came up in 22, and then in 23 we had just the big storms that came up with 60, 70 mile an hour winds back there in the motorhome. This is nothing. As Carl Lennox Barbrew on pit road, he's going to go back out. So. Again, drop him down a lap. He's going to end up falling back there. So again, having some problems with that number 14 Formula Atlantic machine. So yeah, even if it does rain here, it's nothing compared to what we did, for 2 years in a row, where I really thought I was going to end up seeing Dorothy and Toto at one point, where I think I was going to end up at Danville.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, yeah, that was, and who knew? I had no idea that the way you combat oil on a race course when it's pouring down rain is to use Tide, use washing detergent, laundry detergent to wash down the race course. So that was just blew my mind as we were watching the shiny bubbles.
Makes it a little bit bubbly, but at that point it's it's a clean racetrack, and we don't have Gronk up here going Tide Pods. So we didn't use Tide Pods. So, I don't have to listen to that ever again.
All right, let's check back in here, Brian. As I'm taking a look, let's see if we can pick up that Formula Vee battle again between Isley and Henderson. Isley, there they are, going up through the S's. The agitator, the blue 30 of Isley has gotten around Anthony Henderson. Margin at the line, 3 tenths.
But you can tell it's the Formula V's because when you get off the throttle and back on the throttle, that's when the little puff of smoke comes up. So you can always tell a Formula V when you see a little bit of little bit of smoke. We say this all the time, but this is a great class. I love this class. I could sit and watch this stuff all day long.
All day long.
With especially when you get 30, 35 of these. That's all you see.
It's
is puffs of
amazing.
Smoke.
Watching the chess match.
Yes.
As again, they're trying to keep the momentum. These cars, they've got 1.3 liter air-cooled motors, the boxer motors, or I guess they call them boxer motors. From the mid '60s. They've got the torsion front suspension out of a Beetle. They've got more traditional race car rear suspension. Now most of them are running disc brakes. For years they ran drum brakes.
Yeah.
And it's so amazing to watch. They have 4-speed transmissions. Typically, you're only using third and fourth gear. First and second gear are to get you off the grid and get you on, moving for the pace lap.
Yeah.
And then it's just third and fourth gear, and it's all about maintaining momentum. It's such a class to watch. Again, it's a chess match. That's it.
We're kind of just watching this Formula V again. You talked about Anthony Henderson. He led it early on, and now Donnie Isley is starting to pull away, opened up that gap a little bit more than 3/10, but so again we're going to end up with I believe that car there. I'm not sure which car that is trying to come in behind them. I think that may be the David Blaine at the 09.
Blaine.
Yeah, I think that's David Blaine trying to get through there. And he kind of just backed off a little bit and let them go. Again, David Blaine, FP2, knows he's not going to catch Franklin and Cruz.
Yeah, exactly. And so he picks one of them off. Well, actually, he doesn't pick one of them off coming out of South Bend. And he kind of, and it's interesting because that little move there would be enough to throw Henderson off a little bit going into 11.
Yeah.
I was going to say probably the best thing to do would have just been to lay back, wait until they come out of Oak Tree.
That's exactly what he did.
Which is what he ended up doing eventually anyhow. But you'll see what it also did is it made things a little bit more difficult for Henderson. He lost maybe another car length. But again, on the back straight here, using that draft, you're able to pull back up. The neat thing or interesting thing about watching these Formula V's also is that, the body work, they look like little cigars. They look fairly aerodynamic, but again, the draft is so big, they put a huge hole in the air. A lot of these chassis, when they were first designed, the body styles were designed, they were designed in people's garages. They certainly didn't have the ability to do wind tunnel testing or fluid dynamic testing. And the new big thing in Formula V now is to actually do some of this aerodynamic testing of the body styles. And a lot of the racers now, as we've got a local caution over turn 1, Brian, waving yellow as our two V's are going into the corner. It looks like we did have a driver spin.
I think it's David Blaine.
Yeah. Just ahead of him.
Yeah, and now they're going to run back up and catch him unless he gets back on the throttle here a little bit more. But Donnie Isley going to go really, really wide on David Blaine. He's kind of in the center of the track. And
and then Blaine moved over to set up, realized that the V's weren't going to get him coming through the NASCAR bend, moves back over, and the two V's get bottled up behind him. As our leader right now, Will Franklin in the white number 62 FE2 machine. Next time he crosses the start-finish line, he's going to start his final lap. I believe he just now began lap number 11 of 12. But I was saying the big thing now is to try to minimize that draft. And, especially for a place like Road America or here with the back straight or Road Atlanta where you've got a very long back straight, to be able to keep that trailing car from pulling right up to your gearbox, or at least to not pull up as quickly. that's the biggest challenge now in Formula V. And I know we talked with Jonathan Whitescheid at the sprints last year. He was at the majors at Summit Point just a few weeks ago. I was hoping to see him here for the bonus majors this weekend, but you know his big thing now is doing the aero work on these cars so that he is more competitive. At places like Road America.
Yeah, looks like we had David Blaine spin again, kind of right out underneath the bridge. And it looks like that he had moved up. He's kind of moved over onto that Patriot course right now.
Yes.
So going to have to get him moved a little bit. So whatever problem he had where he spun down in the horseshoe down in 1 and 2, again, did the same thing. Here comes our leader. He's going to get the one to go here for Will Franklin in that 62 FE2 machine.
All right, there you go. So Franklin now 3.27 miles remain, 17 turns as he heads down in turn 1. And, you know, again, right behind him were the Formula Vee.
Yeah.
So they now know, Anthony Henderson and Donnie Eiley, they now know it's go time. This is the last lap. As they're going to have, is that Carl Lennox Barbeau?
No, that's Eric Cruz.
Oh, that is, yeah, you're right. That's Cruz.
And he kind of went in to move in there and then ended up as our 85 Frank Clark in that P2 machine is pulled down a lap as well. But yeah, Henderson tried to move to get down and make that turn in.
They tried to shut the door on,
and then ended up getting Cruz there, and they both had to make an evasive action. Trying to get around.
Yeah, but and in doing so Cruz slotted in right between them as they came through left hook, and now we see where Henderson is about 3 car lengths back as they came underneath the bridge. Probably a little bit of a help that Cruz made that quick little juke around Isley coming out of stake, so Isley had to back out.
Yeah, I mean that all started back in NASCAR Bend.
Right, and so now Henderson right back to the gearbox of the
yeah, I mean that all started back there in NASCAR Bend where you had Cruz try to get by them going into the NASCAR Bend, and then Henderson just didn't see him and kind of made that move. They both had to make evasive action, but you're right, coming out of Oak Tree now, it looks like he's there, and it looks like he's going to try to make that move. He's going to slingshot past.
There you go, and that's the power of the draft. He didn't get out of the throttle to follow the agitator up the hill, and there you go. He's able to drive right by Donnie Isley before they get into the braking zone of 14 as the checkered flag is now out for Will Franklin. Takes the win in FE2. Eric Cruz will not cruise but finish second. Michael Frailer in the 05 machine. He should be next to complete this race, but let's watch this battle for the win in Formula V. Now with Anthony Henderson, your leader, and as they come to the line, can Donnie Isley draft back up and pass with the flag in the air, taking the win in Formula V? No, it's going to be Anthony Henderson, margin of victory, 0.13 of a second. All right, as we look here, Frailer does cross the line, 25 seconds back from Franklin, and Cruz he'll take third in FE2. In Formula Continental, Justin Smith finishes 4th overall in the 44 car. Carl Lennox Barbeau, probably see him next across the line, as he should finish in 5th, taking the Atlantic win with Gary Rohalia, your sole Sports Racer 1, or pardon me, Sports Radical 1, finishing in 6th. Harrison Southworth, our sole Formula 6 racer, will finish 7th overall. Then Henderson and Isley finishing 8th and 9th. Mark Walthu in his Club Ford will finish 10th. And then David Blaine, who did retire 3 laps early. We heard over by the Patriot course. And then Frank Clark, they will finish, both Blaine and Clark will finish 3 laps down. All right, Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our next race group, our final race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group 7, Tarheel Endurance and Sprint Racers. Your qualifying session starts in just a few moments. Race group 7, please head to the grid. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with the final action of the day here from VIR. Stay with us.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists in each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG's Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Virginia International Raceway. It is the 2025 SARRC MARRS Challenge. It is the very last session of the day, Brian, as we've got our CRE, our Tarheel endurance and sprint racers. We saw them from practice this morning. They're going out now for their qualifying session for their race this weekend. Their race will be tomorrow, just before we break for lunch. So actually, Spencer, why don't we bring up the schedule here for the weekend as we're wrapping up things here on the left-hand side of your screen on Saturday. Tomorrow, when we come back, and we're going to be starting right at the same time, about 8:25 tomorrow morning Eastern time, we're going to have 15-minute qualifying session for our six SARRC MARRS race groups. Then we will have this group, the Tarheel group. They'll go out for their 65-minute endurance race with a 45-minute sprint enclosed. We'll break for lunch, and then we round out the day with our 6 SARRC MARRS races. And so I want to make sure that you stay with us here tomorrow. And we'll bring you all the action again starting at 8:25 tomorrow morning. As we've got our racers heading out on track now. They're on their out lap. And it looks like some of the first drivers off the line will be, I think that's Arvid Albanese in that blue and maize number 71. He'll be heading to the top of the roller coaster in a second. Should mention, Brian, that the races that we have tomorrow afternoon for the SARRC MARRS Challenge, the starting grids for those races will be based on the fastest lap times from this morning's qualifying session, this afternoon's race, and tomorrow morning's qualifying session. So essentially 3 qualifying sessions for the starting order. Our Tarheel endurance and sprint races, it's just this session right here to set the grid for those much longer races.
Yeah, 65 minutes and then 45 minutes, for the sprint side of it. So it's pretty neat to watch, right? Because it is intermingled. You got to know when to come in, when not to come in, when your 45 minutes is up, when it's not.
Yeah, and so you have to before the race starts, you have basically identified whether you are going to run the 45-minute or you're going to run the 65-minute. You have to. The officials will know which is which before the race ever starts tomorrow. And for the 45-minute race, no pit stops, and you go out, and it's just a longer sprint race than all of the other sprint races we have this weekend, because it's based on time, not based on laps. And whereas if you go out for the 65-minute race, all the drivers that are racing the 65-minute version, they will have a 5-minute minimum pit stop that they have to serve. They can change drivers if they wish. They don't have to change drivers. They can take on fuel if they need. They don't need to take on fuel. They may. There's questions whether or not their spec racer Fords will actually make it 65 minutes. We've seen where in many cases they make it about an hour and then they need to come in for fuel. Should be great fun tomorrow. We had John Krolwitz from the national office in a little bit earlier to tell us everything about the club race experience, the rule set on which these racers will be running tomorrow, and how it's not just racing, Brian, but in many regards it's like a driver's school as well. And we've seen already, for example, Rob Wolman, who saw it in the spec race, came out of the CRE program, also came out of the time trials program as well. But it's a great way to get your feet wet. You don't necessarily have to go out and run a 4 or 8 hour endurance race. Although that is very much a team sport, there's a lot involved in prepping a car for a 4 or 8 or 12 hour race and having all the consumables ready to go as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, racing itself is a team sport. It's not just the driver getting in. So even here, it's all about team. You get into that 4 and 8 hours, 4 and 6 and 8 hours. It is multiple drivers. It is a whole bunch of people.
So, Brian, as we're watching, you're going down into the horseshoe. A number of our, and you know what, I'm going to switch this over because I think once again I've got our timing and scoring set up based on position on track and not by lap time. So let me fix that up. And we're going to, time to go. And there we go. That changes it up. So you see now that our fastest driver on course is Arvid Albanese. But we watched this. We had 3 or 4 cars going side by side into turn 1. All these Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s as they're kind of trying to battle for position. I think one of them we saw Don Privet. He's the sandwich car right in the middle. And by sandwich, I don't mean like a Subway livery. He's got the Gulf livery, the light blue and orange and white. Yeah, and right there, as we watch that pack coming into the S's, they're still jockeying for position, and we're seeing this, as we, Albanese right now in that blue and maize number 71. He's got and here's the advantage right here. You can see it on the screen. 45 1,000ths of a second from Albanese to DeCold. Lee Hill, and actually, we learned something. That is likely not Lee Hill behind the wheel of the car right now. That is actually John Corwitz, who's going to be going faster as soon as this qualifying session is over. He's got a concert that he and his girlfriend are going to in Winston-Salem tonight. So watch out, everybody, on 85. But that's the 72 car, but only 4 100ths of a second from DeCold back to Krolwitz. Chris Broussard now another 7/10 back. But all these racers really in very close proximity. The ones that are in the C1 class, which are primarily the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s. We then move over, I think Mark Sr. is our sole racer in the C3 class. He's in his SMSE Mazda Miata. Jason Luzauskis in the number, easy for you to say, in the number 23 Mazda RX-7. That is the C2 machine. He's currently 13th overall. And we've got Jim Hess also in an SMSE car. He's out of Blacksburg, Virginia. He is running 14th overall.
C3 class.
Oh, pardon me, C3 class. I'm sorry. And currently 11 seconds off of Mark Sr. Now, Mark Sr.'s got a ton of experience here at Virginia International Raceway. We've been racing here, I think, for a good 30 years.
Yeah.
Well, no, not 30 years, because they've only been open again for 25, but at least 25 years.
Much more experience than he already has.
No. I'll never hear the end of it. And that is the Honda Civic. Or was that? Oh, you know what? I think that's not a Honda Civic. That was the Mazda 6. It was a little bit earlier. Henry Long in the 41 machine. Looked like that car did not look very happy. It looks like a handful trying to wrangle it through turn 5, and the Spec Racer 4s came up on it very, very quickly.
A little bit of handling too. That car seems to be sitting up a little bit higher than normal, so it may have some type of obviously setup challenges going on with that, or again, this is a product of the coming out here. Maybe Henry Long doesn't have a whole lot of experience, out here running in this, running this car and stuff. So, yeah, why not, right? Come out, take advantage of that, and this program that we have, and go out and get some laps in. I mean, I saw him running earlier. I think he also ran in another group as well. So, again, obviously, if he's running in the other groups, got a license, right? So, again, come out, probably new to the car. Come out, take advantage of it, and run.
Yeah, and use it as a great test opportunity.
Yeah.
He's got, he'll have obviously an extended session yesterday to see what it looks like on a long run, and this being the second session today for this group, a lot of track time for the racers in this group.
I mean, you got 16 cars, 15 cars that are going out and taking time right now, and of those 15, 11 of them are the SRFs, right?
Yeah.
So, again, this is another product, and most of these have already run, in our
so exactly.
Again, that's a double duty. So we're going to run that, plus we're going to run, an hour tomorrow, or an hour and 5 minutes, with these cars as well. So again, getting a lot of track time, utilizing this extra group for some of the drivers, not all of them, but some of them, using this extra group to again use that as a test session to get, possibly make some changes. This thing didn't work. Let's do this for the race, right?
Yeah, I mean, especially when you look at what the Spec Racing 4 drivers are using. I mean, it's a great opportunity for them. But again, for a Henry Long in the Mazda 6. For Jason Luzauskis in the Mazda RX-7. Again, wonderful opportunity to do test and tune on a car that maybe you don't have a lot of opportunity to do test and tune. Maybe you can't make it for the test day before the weekend, or maybe you can. Maybe you need more time. But also, once the event starts and once drivers went out this morning in all the other groups, it was qualifying time.
Yeah.
They had to have a general idea of what would be a good setup for the environment.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, again, a lot of these are, what we call double dipping into the different groups. You think about tomorrow, so tomorrow this group is, most of them are from Group 4, right? So they're going to go out in Group 4 and do a qualifying in the morning. Then they're going to come back and they're going to do a race. Plus, they also have the either the 65 or the 45-minute race in there. So that's a lot of track time for some of these cars.
All right, side by side, this is going to be great. Let's stay on this camera for a second here, if we can, Spencer. They came across the line 3 wide, and they are still, no, they're no longer 3 wide, but it took them a little while to span out there. I think it's Sean Nicole, Arvid Albanese, and Steve Spano, who are 3 fastest drivers in the field right now. There is Albanese and Slide. He's the 3rd one in the group, and so I think we've got Nicole and Spano there as well. But they can't, forget, race day and forget that this is qualifying. It looks like they're just having a good time out there, dicing around and moving the cars around as they came out of Hog Pen, and were just, decided to go 3 wide all the way down the front straight.
Well, the last car there, that's the 16 of David Landry.
Yeah, okay. So sorry, Arvin's for one more mistake that Greg makes today.
But the old check mark.
Speaking of which, if you'd like to see Greg make more mistakes over the course of his lifetime, go ahead, smash that subscribe button, give us a big thumbs up. We'll be glad you did. And want to thank, as we get ready to wrap up the day, and of course we'll be back at, as we said, 8:25 tomorrow morning. Want to thank the thousands of you who've joined in on our broadcast here from Virginia International Raceway. Again, if you like the irreverent commentary, please give us a big thumbs up. And we absolutely love supporting SCCA road racing, SCCA club racing, and to bring you an event that I raced for so many years and means so much to the North Carolina region of the SCCA. And we get volunteers here. I want to thank, of course, all the volunteers that come out, not just from the North Carolina region, but so many regions nearby, the Central Carolina region, the SCCA South Carolina region. We have many volunteers that come down from the Washington, D.C. region, and even I've seen a few this weekend from South Jersey region. So much like we get racers from all up and down the East Coast, we get volunteers to help put on these events. And of course, you've seen the ads that we put up here. The SCCA, it's a club, and it is a volunteer-run organization. Without our volunteers, we could not race. So we want to thank everybody who stands on a corner, who checks people in at registration. We even want to thank the stewards every once in a while. We want to thank our scrutineers, the folks in timing and scoring. I'm sure I'm missing a bunch of folks. Please don't hold it against me if I did not mention your special. The folks up on the grid.
Yes.
The folks here on the pit lane as well. So many people that it takes a village to make these events run. And we want to thank them all.
It looks like Sean Nicole's going to jump on top here. The last couple of laps, just hit that on his lap 6 at 2:07.832. So it's going to move him up ahead of Arvid Albanese, and then Steve Nelson looks like he's going to be in second along with William Shields. That's going to count at your top 4. Donald Privet is going to round out your top 5 there in that C1 class.
Yeah, and it'll pop up on the ticker there with the checker out, but between Nelson and Shields, 5/1000ths of a second separating them. Between Don Privet, 5th fastest, Steven Spano, 6th fastest, 53/1000ths of a second. It's such close running here. If we look at the C3 class, James Hess ran his fastest lap of the session on his very last lap, as he's trying to come to grips with a very different car than he raced for years. And so that is going to wrap things up here from Virginia International Raceway. C1, Sean Nicole, your provisional pole sitter with Arvid Albanese, Steve Nelson, William Shields, Don Privet, your top 5. In C2, Jason Lasoskis, your sole racer. And then in C3, Mark Sr., and Jim Hess. Again, we're going to start the action all over again tomorrow morning at 8:25 a.m. And we'll make sure to post the direct links up on social media for you. But easy enough, just look for the Washington, D.C. Region SCCA. It's youtube.com/@WDCR. And we'll bring you all the action tomorrow here from Virginia International Raceway. So for Brian Donati, for Spencer Gaynor, I'm Greg Ginsburg, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
The North Carolina region of the SCCA is a strong supporter of our youth, helping to expand their futures with the NCR Scholarship Program, providing financial assistance to graduating high school seniors in North Carolina and the Virginia counties within NCR's territory. This year, the program will award scholarships to 5 lucky recipients, and your tax-free donation will help us with our goal of educating high school students in the area about the SCCA while assisting them in paying for their post-high school education. To find out more about the NCR Scholarship Program and to make a tax-deductible donation online, visit ncrsccasf.org.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services with trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATA, sequential transmission, and a data system. Also offering spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for VRG's Summit Point Driver School and Jefferson 500 this May. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wnaracing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.